Jungle.
Well, hello everyone. You know, I gotta be honest. I forgot to disconnect that. It's not supposed to work in this scene. You broke my elite. God damn it. All this setup. And you go and break my elite. Hold on. Fuck. Where is he? What'd you do with him? He's fucking gone. Hold on. You monsters. Where'd he go? Well, there's the chat screen, which isn't supposed to be over there. I'm a little rusty, everyone. Here, let's fix some things. Fuck me. I just can't get anything done. I can't get anything done under these circumstances. It's impossible. It's pearls before swine is what I'm saying, right? It's like people just don't even respect me over here. Oh no. Okay. So here's some other interesting information. My desktop PC just blue screened, so that's cool. Fortunately, this doesn't affect the stream itself because I made accommodations for that. But let's see. We're gonna want to. It does mean that desk flow just exploded, and you have to understand that I have been having a host of incredible computer problems. Just absolutely devastatingly stupid. I had to reinstall Windows. I was supposed to stream yesterday, but it's just been a comedy of errors. And then at this point, yeah, that's what I thought. The frickin' NDI webcam has quit working. I don't know why it does that. Oh, yeah, the phone fell off the network. Here, let me flip the phone around here and see. Oh, yeah, no, it just stopped. It just stopped running. Don't worry about it. Oh, great. Okay, I see what happened. It's an Android phone hosting the webcam. And when I had to log into my YouTube account to fix some what did I have to fix? OBS, because OBS it was failing to connect to YouTube, which turned out to be because I had the wrong network interface set. When I did that, it popped a Google sign-in. There we go. There's my arm and head. It popped a Google sign-in on my phone, which disconnected the minimized the NDI app, and so it eventually went to sleep. Now, where is my elite? Where is my elite? What'd you do with him? All right, hang on a second. Went to all this bother. He's probably got the wrong animation now. No, really, where is he? Oh, there he is. Okay. So I need to go in and turn off elite attack. Here we go. Okay. Now y'all can't sabotage my boy. Can't believe you'd do this to my small man, who never did anything to harm you. Let's just put that over there. Then we'll return to not this one. Boy, perspective foreshortening really is a motherfucker, isn't it? Okay, there we go. By the way, the reason that it's an elite, this was not intentional at the time that I built this scene. What was going on is that I wanted to put a Dark Souls character there, but the problem is the player characters in Dark Souls, it's just like not tracking my fingers for some. I don't even care anymore. The player characters in Dark Souls are composed of a whole bunch of separate models. And so to combine all those together in order to get the like a finished player model is quite the lift. And then you've got to deal with rigging and all this stuff. And like, I just didn't want to do it. And I was thinking of pulling out a model of the one of the enemies because they could pass for a player holo. But after spending a couple hours on that yesterday, it really just didn't end up being worth the effort. So yeah, it's a tremendous amount of work to make this happen, and so ultimately it wasn't really worth the effort, especially not just for this shit post that we're not even going to use for the stream itself. I did have to export this whole room from Dark Souls manually using I can't remember the name, but there's a Blender plugin for extracting Dark Souls assets. And I had to teach myself how to use that. I had to rebuild all the materials because they're not compatible with VRM. I had to light the room. I had to just do all this stuff, all for a one-time shitpost. It's worth it. In any case, though, the Elite was the only model I had on hand who was readily usable for this purpose. I gave him some sword I found in the Warudo store. I have no idea what it's from. It looks like some Xenogears bullshit. But in any case, I did all this a couple months ago and forgot that I had done it. And then I was going to stream a totally different game yesterday. And when I got to trying to set it up, Daria goes, oh, are you going to be using the Doom bathroom still? And I said, no, I need to make a new scene. Shit, I don't have one. Because I'm done with the Doom bathroom. That was so 2025, right? For 2026, we need some new shit. And I go like, oh, I don't have any other scenes. And she goes, well, what about the Gwendolyn one? And I'm like, what? Or Guinevere one? And I'm just like, what are you talking? Oh, right. And then I remembered that I had done all this work to set all this up. I had to figure out how to make custom poses in order to put Clive in this position. That wasn't easy. That took me a couple of days. So the whole thing ended up, working out. And I was like, well, I do want to talk about Halo in this stream. And so I might as well just leave the Elite here. That all makes sense. In any case, however, the problem I hadn't really considered is that animating Clive's arm in this position is really strenuous because I have to hold it out away from me because of the bone rotation offsets. I didn't think to offset his underlying model. And so if I have my hand on my chair, it just does this, which doesn't work. And I need... There we go. That's a fairly reasonable position. But in any case, I think we could probably move on from this bit. So let me just switch scenes here. All right, here we wait a minute. Why does the background look like that? It doesn't look like that in the app. Oh, because it's transparent. Oh, I thought the sky was black, but it's actually I thought the sky was black, but it's actually transparent, and so that's actually making its way over. Okay. Well, thank you, Kyra. Thank you, Dead Insects. I appreciate that. I put so much effort into that poster. It's the best piece of art I've ever made. In any case, though, we'll just pretend that sky doesn't look like that. Okay. Has Warudo forgotten about my microphone? Oh, right. Yes, because I've had a lot of computer problems in the last couple of days, and so oh no, actually, it's just because the face tracking was turned off completely. There we go. Now that works. It's been some effort. In any case, now you can press the Elite attack button. I didn't get around to rewording it, but let's see if this works. I'll just wait patiently here. Someone got me covered. Oh. No, several people did it. Okay, well, all right. Well, that'll work. Yeah, there we go. That'll work. Okay. Oh, okay. Several people did it. I really, I need to put a check in there so that it doesn't do it if it's in the middle of doing it. It is a bit loud, isn't it? It didn't come on. It's really funny that it's so fucking loud. Which is like, that's in the Dark Souls. That's in the Dark Souls. That's the energy of Dark Souls, is for it to just be too fucking loud. So here, let's see. There, that's a little better. You know what? Let me do the thing I should have done in the first place. Variables. Let me add a variable here. Is happening. Oh, whoops. Add a new variable. Right, and then we have to check and see Boolean value no. Oh God, I have to remember how to. I've been helping a friend with. Why does Clive turn blue when it happens? Wait, does he? Does he turn blue? Oh, that's interesting. My I don't see any blue. Am I missing something? Oh, wait, is that over in? Maybe it is. Oh, I should be looking at OBS rather than at yeah. Oh, this is also strange. The scene is not fit to the OBS window. Huh. Whoa. Oh, so that's an effect of. Yeah, it's some kind of layered transparency bug. Okay, well, it's sufficiently funny that we'll go ahead and ignore it. In any case, all right, let me finish adding this check. But yeah, I've been helping a friend. With oh, come on. With a project in Unreal Engine 5, and they decided to do it all with blueprints, which they will not be doing for their next game. So I've been like internalizing. I've been internalizing how UE5 blueprints work, and Warudo also uses blueprints, but they're different, and so now I have to remember. Here we go. If branch. Now I have to remember what the differences are, right? Okay, so we feed this into if not playing, then this passes through. Okay, and then set variable. Okay, this blueprint is happening. Set yes. If false, enter, exit there. Okay, and now I'm going to copy that. Oops. Oh no. There we go. Okay, and we will put this over here on transition end, set no. Okay, there we go. All right, and now play. Oh God, no, it doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Let me think for a second. Why doesn't that work? That sets it to yes. That sets it to no.
Audio jungle.
Audio jungle. Oh, I see. I picked the wrong output from this, I think. There you go. All right, let's try this again. Oh my God! What? Why doesn't it work? Okay, hang on a second. If fuck me. I forgot to wire up the. I forgot to wire up the fucking variable input. Yeah, I'm smart. All right, here we go. I'm hammering it. Okay, there we go. All right, let me save this scene. Okay. I could change that image to index color, but then we wouldn't get. Look, I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's not even gonna be. It's not even gonna be relevant once we switch to the game scene. So like whatever, because this is the game scene, and we should probably go ahead and get started on that because, well, I don't know. I have much to discuss. For one thing, here so let me tell you. Let me just tell you a few things that have come up lately. All right. Actually, first things first. Let's move the chat. The chat's sort of over there. Let's kind of put it over here. There, perfect. That looks a lot better in my opinion. Okay, let me go open up my folder full of photos to share on stream to remind myself of things I wanted to share. Okay, so we're going to be talking about Star Wars. No, that's not true. I'm looking at a picture of Star Wars before I said that. We're going to be talking about Halo. We might talk about Star Wars. We'll see. In any case, though, we're going to be talking about Halo in this stream. But for reasons, So here's the thing you have to understand. I've played almost all the Halo games since the first of the year. I've played Halo 2, Halo 3, Halo ODST, Halo Reach, and I'm about halfway through Halo 4. And I have a lot of opinions on this series, but as anybody else who has opinions on this series can tell you, the end result of having opinions on it is that I got really, really mad about the concept of storytelling and went off in search of other stimulation to heal the wounds in my brain that Halo caused. And so what I ended up doing is going back and reading some of the Star Wars Expanded Universe novels from the 90s, before Star Wars became what it is now. And long story short, it is a long story, by the way. Long story short, I ended up looking into the Star Wars prequels to figure out why they were so bad. Because I am a Star Wars truther. I believe that the prequels are some of the worst films ever made, but certainly deeply offensive to Star Wars itself and a huge misstep. But the other thing is that I don't think anybody would disagree with me that they all look awful. Like, they just look terrible. And you could say, like, oh, it was the early days of CG. No, it wasn't. The early days of CG were like the early 90s, late 80s. And like Jurassic Park looks better than fucking Star Wars The Phantom Menace. And that's how I found out that The Phantom Menace is like overwhelmingly practical models. Let me just resize this. Here we go. Yeah, so it turns out that like 95% of The Phantom Menace is model work. The ships are models. The sets, like you can see here, the whole pod racing set was models. All the pretty much all the city shots, the Gungan city, even like, in fact, even when you go to, I think it was the second movie. I think it was Attack of the Clones, where Obi-Wan goes and visits the clone factory, and the whole thing looks like the cheapest, shittiest CG set you've ever seen. It's actually all real. But the way that they processed it makes it look like bad CG. And I have to think, none of them will ever admit this. None of the artists who ever worked on this would ever tank their career by saying this publicly. But I have to imagine that, like, I'm trying to picture what it would be like in, like, 1997, getting hired for this job and told, like, oh, yeah, it's all going to be model work. Like, Lucas is losing his mind about the CG bullshit, but, like, it's all model work. We want you to do, you have an even bigger budget than they had on, Star Wars. Go forth, right? And to do all that work, to spend like 2-3 years doing all that work, and then to like look at the dailies or like go in and see the finished product in the theater and just see this like slimy pauvre garbage coming out of the screen. Like, whatever they did in the color grading, motion processing, retiming. And I think my personal theory is that an awful lot of the problem is that Lucas was just so obsessed with computers that he just couldn't stop himself from trying to add more camera motions in post, even though you can't do that. That, like, if you watch, virtually every scene in The Phantom Menace has zooms and pans happening in post, as in they just grabbed the clip and resized it and slid it around in Adobe Premiere. And I think that that is a huge part of why all this beautiful, intricate model work looks like cheap CG. It looks like a children's cartoon. It looks like Reboot. And it's wild because I never would have believed that that kind of irresponsibility even could be used to make model work look bad. I mean, up close, even like in the photos, if you look at the various behind the scenes photos and videos, like these scenes look gorgeous on videotape, right? and in like 35 millimeter still photos. Then when you see it in the movie, it looks vastly different. So I have to imagine that a whole lot of these artists like saw the movie and just went home and cried because all their work had been abused in this way. Like, it is astonishing what damage they did to it with computers. I don't really fully understand what they did. It's not like entirely clear to me. I'd have to really sit and stare at it for a while to put words to exactly how they fucked it up. But they fucked it up really bad. And so the result, it's just like, I know when I'm looking at models, I still can't believe it. I think it's like part of it's like they added motion blur in post, I think might be part of it. Whereas I'm pretty sure that for the original movie, they were doing the super marionation thing where they were like, yeah, it was stop motion, but it was stop motion with like a little bit of motion every time they took a picture. I don't know. But either way, it just looks awful. It's shocking. And so the thing is, like, everyone keeps saying like, oh, computers fucked this up. And I'm like, no, I don't think it's computers. I think it's like stuff that if you had I think that the things that Lucas did to fuck up these movies, sorry, just the first one, actually, The Phantom Menace could have looked good, but he did things that were possible in conventional like film production processes, right? Nothing, the optical printer is not a recent invention. We've had it for eons. And there are lots of examples of it being used to achieve post-processing like camera motion that also looks bad. Like if you go back and look at like Star Trek The Next Generation, every time that they reuse that same matte painting that they had put together in like season 2 of the Klingon homeworld, and they just keep putting different color filters over it to make it look different, right? But every time they reuse that painting, they'll do a push in post to emphasize some, specific building or whatever. And you also see it like when they do when they're first in the Borg cube in the first Borg episode, and they zoom in on the characters standing on a matte painting. It would have looked okay until they did the zoom, and it's the same thing. It's that two-dimensional like screen space zoom where you could have believed it until all of a sudden your brain's just like, nope, there's no depth to this at all, right? So yeah, it's really, really rough, and I am staggered, okay? I am absolutely blown away that it is possible to fuck up good model work this way. And there's a dream, it'll never happen, but there's a dream where Lucas dies and Disney, since they own all the raw footage, goes back and remasters this without his bullshit. And I think it could actually make it look a lot better. Also, the other thing that's sort of galling is the CG characters in The Phantom Menace look awful. I mean, they look bad in all of them, right? But the only CG characters in it, I think, are Jar Jar Binks in most scenes, I think is CG, and all of the clone troopers for some reason, even when you see them. Or no, I'm sorry, that's in the second movie, right? Yeah, so there's not very many CG characters in the first film. A lot of the aliens are dudes in rubber masks or animatronics, and like they don't look great, but they don't look worse than Star Wars, right? So I have seen photos of a Jar Jar mask, and it's a shame that we will never get to see that because they never filmed it. yeah, there are scenes where for some reason they decided to use a physical model for Jar Jar, and yeah, it just like you look at the rubber mask and you're just like, holy shit, that looks so much better. I need to open my window. It's really warm in here. This again is what I get for running two high-end GPUs in the same room. One moment, I'll be right back. Anyway, the other thing about Jar Jar is like, no, I'm not a fan of him per se. However, I don't think he's particularly out of place in Star Wars, and with a couple notable exceptions, primarily scenes where I think he's in proximity to child Anakin, where like, because I remember that like we know that Star Wars is a deeply toyetic franchise to begin with, but the Phantom Menace is where it became impossible not to detect the toy commercials. The fact that this was targeted at small children was just like baked in there in a way that was deeply offensive at the time. Like every adult hated it, and even as a kid, I hated it too. And so like the pandering was just awful, but it is constrained to a relatively small part of the movie for whatever it's worth. However, those are the parts where I remember Jar Jar being particularly bad. But like, he's not that awful, especially in the pantheon of Star Wars characters. And so, it really is a shame that, like, I don't want him removed. I just want him fixed. And that'll never happen because they would have to hire an actor, build a suit, and reshoot a bunch of scenes. It's impossible. So, in any case, though, so that's what I learned about Star Wars. That and the fact that several of the Star Wars novels that I read as a kid that I remember thinking, like, oh, man, those were pretty good. You know, those had some neat ideas, are terrible to the point that, like, when I looked them up on Wikipedia, they didn't even have plot summaries of them, giving you an idea how many people read them and respected them enough to bother, like, even making pages about them. And the reason that I was thinking about that comes back to Halo. And to this end, we should probably start our video game because we need something to talk over. So, let me... Oh, that's right. Yeah. So I need to restart OBS on my main PC now that it's done blue screening, and hopefully... Okay, good. I'm getting a capture. Sorry, I am I am pretty frazzled at the moment on account of I spent all yesterday having computer disasters. My whole PC blew up. I had to reflash the BIOS and reinstall Windows, and it's still not entirely, solid yet. So yeah, that's how I feel. Oh, by the way, this background scene, I found this one in Warudo. It apparently came with it. I don't know what it's supposed to be, but it's just it was just in here, and it felt relatively Dark Souls-y, and I didn't have time to import a new scene from Dark Souls itself, so I figured this would work well enough. Anyway, regarding what Dead Insects just said, that's an interesting point, because the novelization of A New Hope is actually excellent, except it's not really a novelization. Yeah! Because, and this is going to blow a few people's minds, but probably not everybody. I'm sure I'm not the first person to find out about this, but anybody who was here when we were doing the Halo stream on New Year's will remember me talking about the fact that Halo Fall of Reach came out 3 months before the actual game. So if you were, if you had, bought into the hype of that they were putting out about Halo, and you really wanted to get into it before the game actually existed, you could go buy this book and get a leg up on all the other losers, right? The book is terrible, but it does provide, a chunk of lore for the series, some of which ended up remaining relevant, right? But I found out that the same thing is actually true for Star Wars. That the novelization of A New Hope, back before it was called A New Hope, was ghostwritten by Alan Dean Foster. Foster? Is that his name? Oh God. Now I'm terrified. I'm terrified that I messed up that name. Well-known sci-fi author, I think. Anyway, that came out 7 months before Star Wars. It came out in 1976. Nobody knew what it was. They sold a handful of copies, but it is the entire script of the first movie, unaltered, except for the inclusion of the Biggs Darklighter segments that they took out of the movie. That's the only difference. That and, you know, a certain amount of inner dialogue, because it has been novelized. They took the script and turned it into, you know, something you can read as a book, right? That much is not in dispute. But we don't have a Let's Ask the Internet button. I need to add one. Basically, it's wild to me that if you were the right kind of nerd, standing in exactly the right spot at the right time, you could have been in the line at the theater in Los Angeles the day that, you know, Star Wars opened, telling your friends, "Oh yeah, I can't wait to see how they handle Obi-Wan's death." It is weird. And yeah, like,
Weapon.
Sorry, one moment. Oh, that's right. Okay. But yeah, like, I thought that was really strange, and the main difference between that and the Halo situation is just that the Star Wars book is way, way better. Tremendously, incredibly better. I mean, it had a real author behind it. But also, like, man, it is amazing how much of a drag the Biggs Darklighter sections are. Like, they really did need to come out of the movie. It is amazing. They even dragged down the book a little bit, though not as bad as they did on screen. I will say, though, that, like, it's difficult to judge the book having already seen the movie, right? I think maybe if you hadn't seen the movie and hadn't seen these effects, maybe, like, what Lucas was trying to get across wouldn't have come across, like, visually in a way that your mind's eye could see. So I don't know if that's... I can't possibly put myself in those shoes, right? It just can't be done. But having said all that, I have to imagine if you were one of the people who bought this book on the strength of, like, Lucas's name, right, you would not have come away from it disappointed. You might not have had the rip-roaring, exciting experience that the movie represented, right? It may not have hit you, quite that hard. But I do think that you would have enjoyed the book for sure. And yeah, Splinter of the Mind's Eye is very intriguing. I need to get a copy of it and read it. I'm super curious what it's like, because it does some interesting things with the canon, as did all the early expanded universe novels. Like, I've read some of the Lando Calrissian stuff that was put out back in, like, the late 70s, early 80s, before, like, even Jedi had come out, and it's got some problems. There's some problems in there with regards to references to, like, real world Earth stuff. Apparently that was a big thing before the updates to how the lore was treated when the big revival came in the 90s. Oh, and that's the other thing. The other thing I thought was very interesting. I kept hearing that there was a sort of an interregnum in Star Wars books where there just weren't any until the Timothy Zahn Thrawn trilogy came out, and that just, like, sparked off this huge revival of interest in the franchise and spawned all these other books that started coming out, right? This is what I had heard. I don't think it's actually true per se. I don't know if there was ever a point where nobody was, allowed to write or publish a Star Wars book, but it seems like there weren't all that many throughout the 80s, and a lot of them seem kind of slight, like maybe like young adult type stuff. Whereas Timothy Zahn, took a very serious bent at it. And not to say that nobody had done that before. Again, I'm reading one of the Lando Calrissian books, and it's like, I want to say it's from like 1980 or something like that. And it's not like amazing, but it's also not for kids, right? For sure. And some effort is being put into it. So in any case, I had always heard that there was this big interregnum. Well, apparently in this time period in the 80s, when there weren't that many expanded universe books coming out, one of the things that was getting published was the Star Wars role-playing game, which had started in 1987 as a licensed property, was very popular. I've heard it's good. And they had just never stopped putting out new content for it. And so apparently their writers were actually the origin of a ton of established facts in the expanded universe. And so when Timothy Zahn got the call from his publisher, like, hey, you want to write a Star Wars book? He's like, well, I've never expressed any interest in that, but I won't say no. Apparently, as soon as he said yes, they shipped him a box of all of the source books for the role-playing game and said, this is your Bible. This is what you're going to work off of. And then as soon as he finished his books and started releasing them, the role-playing game people took those, rolled them back into the series, and released them as their own source books. So there was this deeply intimate relationship between the Star Wars role-playing game and the author community as a consensus on canon. And that has made me even more interested in the role-playing game than I ever was. But I'm particularly curious who was writing it. I want to see interviews with them. That sounds fascinating. All right, so having said all that, let me just give me 1 second here. Okay, let me just Yolan, can I just where is it? There it is. Okay, we need to play a video game. That's my plan here. We're gonna play a video game. Let me just figure out how to do that. Bonk. Okay.
Where is it?
That'll do. Pig. And then let's see. Chat-wise, how are we doing this?
Yeah!
I need to switch this chat out for the clear chat. I kind of, I don't know that I really want to go back. Well, let me just put this over here and see what it looks like. I was sort of getting sick of having the chat by itself up here and constraining the 16:9 to a smaller frame to make it fit. Well, and to width, that didn't work. Let me see. Reset transform, then shrank. Oh, whoops! I done goofed that up. Yeah. See, I really don't want to shrink it. So I think I'm adapting to new approaches to doing things. So let me go to my list of overlays and get this version of the chat. Paste that in there. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. If it's going to work. Oh, you know what? I'll bet I probably don't have it adjusted to the size of the overlay window that I'm using. Ugh. Sorry, folks. This is something I very much wanted to have worked out before the stream, but I just didn't have time. Like I said, I was having an unlimited number of disasters yesterday, but let's see. That one looks okay. Let me try this one. Let me see what this looks like. Maybe I'll just make it kind of on the small side too. Door stuck. I need to turn that sample down. That sample's too damn loud. All right, and then obviously Clive needs to be a little bit more like that, or maybe actually like that, because he's a little big right now. You don't want a big Clive. That's an entirely different YouTube channel. I'm just trying to get him in the proper corner so he's blocking as little of the game as he's in the damn game, right? All right, but yeah, like to some extent, I look at other streamers and I'm like, you know what? They just put the fucking everything right over the game. they don't really have like the border that I do a lot of the time. So we're gonna see how this works. Anyway, I want to give you a little bit of information though about how I'm doing this. So, actually, I think I might even go so far as to slide this over here. And do that. Yeah, we'll fuck with it. Anyway, so first things first. Let's pick a character name. Now, I should point out that when I loaded up Dark Souls Remastered on my PC earlier to capture some footage for the intro scene, let me just remind myself what names I had in there. I looked at my character list name and I'm like, oh, that's unfortunate. Let me see. Here we go. My 3 characters I had played were named Lonk, Tink, and Gungus. So, that was a situation. I usually, when I'm playing a character who I don't care about, I tend to name them Ass, but I've done that too much lately. So, let's do... Nope, that's not right. Oh no. The caps are permanent. Incredible. Here we go. We're gonna do Grunk. This is Grunk. Alright. Okay, we're gonna do gender, we're gonna do... Now, I should point out that I am a dumbass, and I pretty much always play this game the same way. I do not like playing magic. Also, I seem to recall that it's busted in this version. We're going to take the master key. We're going to do very slim face. Wait, I just realized that the color field is hair and eye. I had never noticed that before. Not that we're going to know, because this guy's bald. All right, I think that's our fellow, and we're probably doing a dex build. I don't remember. Oh, whoops. Hair. There. Okay, start game with this character. And then I need to then adjust Clive's animations, or lack thereof. So let's just turn that off. And then...
Shrouded by fog. A land of grey crags,
find some animations
large trees, and everlasting dragons. But then there was fire.
There we go.
And with fire came disparity. Heat and cold. Light.
I'm letting this play out just so we can see the line about the furtive pygmy.
And of course.
Yeah, Grunk is a beautiful name for a girl, I agree.
Dark.
But yeah, like most times I've played this game, it's just been I hit things with swords, or I hit things with swords while naked. Those are pretty much the 2 approaches that I've taken. That's not true. I did an axe build, I did a hammer build. Though those may have been in other games, I don't entirely remember. Anyway, so to explain why we're on the Xbox, so as I'm going to be discussing as we continue in the stream here, I have played almost all the Halos, and I intend to play all of them, because why start, not finish? And to this end, I'm playing through Halo 4 at the moment. You know, not at the moment, but you know what I mean. And when it's done, the only thing left to play is going to be Halo 5.
And the furtive pygmy, so easily forgotten.
But I didn't forget him. I remembered him and paused in time for the line. There are, what, 7 Halos? It's Halo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ODST, Reach, and Infinite. So that's 8 games. And the funny thing about it is that every one of those games is available on the PC except for Halo 5. Now, I think 343 has actually been quoted at, well, no, I'm talking about mainline games. Nobody considers Wars and Wars 2. Aren't there like 1,000 other side projects, guide ends?
dragons were no more.
Wait, technically Halo 5 is on PC? What do you mean? What do you mean, like, streaming or something like that? I haven't seen any way of playing it on PC. Oh, no, I get it, because the Xbox is just a fucking PC. Anyway, 343 claims that there's substantial technical difficulties importing it to PC. I don't necessarily believe that. I think the more likely explanation is that
Will fade,
they just don't want to, because like 50 people bought that game and they all hated it.
will remain.
So I kind of think that might be what's going on. Man, maybe we should just put this in the middle. Maybe that works best.
Even now, there are only embers.
But, so
Sees not
I own every game console that's ever been made, just about, with a few exceptions. All of which I bought long after, long after they were popular, so I got them for super cheap.
the accursed
And the exception was an Xbox One. I've never even seen one in person. I hadn't until a couple days ago. And I didn't want to spend over $100 to play Halo 5. But, you know, I have access to the e-waste stream up here and connections and things. So I thought, well, maybe I can line something up. And long story short, I ended up getting a Xbox One X. Oh, that's right, we don't have a 3DO. Or a CDI, I don't think.
the dark one brands the undead.
I ended up getting an Xbox One X for $50 total, because I got two broken ones, and kit bashed them together on faith that they would work, and I got lucky, so I ended up with Xbone. I finally have one, and if you're curious, the number of exclusives for this platform is 1. It's Halo 5. The exception, like, there are others, but it's a list of like 12, and they're all shovelware. Like, it's all stuff that, like, nobody cares about. Basically, the only reason to buy the console at all is to play, Halo 5. You know, and I went ahead and did that anyway, right? Even though it's a bad idea. My friend has Halo 5 and like on discs, so they can just hand it to me. And so it's a total of $50 in order to play Halo 5. That sucks, but hey, at least I have an Xbone, so my console collection is more complete. But then, once I got it home and was playing, actually the only game I could get a hold of for free when I bought it, which was the Lego Movie video game, which is astonishingly and upsettingly charming, I have to admit. Though I knew that before I looked at it. Daria goes, "Oh, we should try out the backwards compatibility," and I had completely forgotten that existed. But yeah, so what we're doing right now is we are playing the original release of Dark Souls, possibly patched from live, possibly not. I don't know how to find out. On the Xbox One. So 30 FPS. It still says, you know, you defeated when you beat a boss, you know, the whole 9 yards, right? This is pretty close to the OG. I don't know if it's literally 1.0. It probably isn't. It's probably updated to some extent, but it's still much closer than Prepare to Die Edition, which I think is the first version you could play on PC. The last time that I did this, it was actually when I was testing out the modified Niveus Edge Xbox for that video. But and I think that's actually why I'm banned from this account is banned from online, which it wasn't the last time I played this. So I suspect they detected that I had a modded console, which is weird. I don't think I had it online, but hey, that must I like what other explanation could there be? Yeah, it says you defeated instead of what? I actually cannot remember. It's what, boss defeated? Big whatever. Anyway, it says something that's not broken English in the PC release. Anyway, so I have played this game a dozen times at this point, but I figured, you know, I can kind of sleepwalk through most of it, so I figured we'd just do this, and then talk about Halo. Oh, Halo. Man. So, That's the funniest fucking thing about playing this game when you know what you're doing. Is there's no reason to hang around in there. You know the guy's coming down. You know you got to leave, so you just book, and it just cuts off. It doesn't fade or anything. I guess Fmod hadn't been invented yet, right? Anyway, so... Oops. There we go. As I said, I've played almost all the Halos, and they are astonishingly bad, except for the places where they're very, very good. And I've been talking to one of my best friends who's been obsessed with Halo her entire life, and you know, she's just been desperate for people to talk to about this that aren't the people on, like, the, you know, subreddit who, of course, have very weird ideas about the series and are also apparently not really interested in discussing any of the lore except when they're making fun of the female characters in the game. So they were, like, tremendously relieved to get to talk to me about this, but also that my opinion on it was exactly the same as theirs, which is Halo is a misbegotten franchise, and it's really weird because the way they put it is it's hard to think of another franchise where the fandom is primarily made up of people who are fascinated with what it could have been if they had been allowed to make it. Like, not to say that other fandoms don't have, you know, fan art and fanfic and whatnot, but yeah, like that. There's a good example, right? People who like Sonic may not love all the games, but they at least sort of do, usually. By the way, I find it really hard to dodge at 30 FPS. Like, there's obvious reasons that would happen, but boy, you really have to retune all of your reflexes in order to play at this frame rate. Like, I've never played this game except at 60 FPS. I don't think so. Anyway, most other franchises, people may have strong opinions about what they wish had been done with it or would be done with it and all this other stuff. But it's pretty rare, I think, to encounter a franchise where pretty much everybody thinks that the mainline products in the property are just deeply disappointing in the way that Halo fans feel. And I'm among them. It is incredible. As you're playing through Halo, if you don't know the lore already, you will never figure out what it is, because they don't explain it. Now, we know, you know, this is not a great revelation, we know that a lot of the reason for this is that Halo 1 is literally unfinished. It is not a complete game. It's not all there. They had bigger ideas for it, and they didn't have the time and budget to execute on them. Then you get to Halo 2, and the same thing happens again. Apparently, they got way more ambitious, if that's somehow possible. But they had just really severe problems with... Apparently, they had, like, a Valve-style internal structure where there were no bosses, really. And so, they had no bosses, really, and so they didn't really they didn't manage their personnel very well. And so as a result, a lot of people were just like, oh yeah, I'll take care of that. And then, you know, deadlines come and go, and they're like, oh shit, well, nobody told me what to do, so I just didn't do that. I was busy over here working on this tiny little detail of it because no one ever put together a complete game plan. And so there was a whole lot of that, which resulted in Halo 2 being woefully incomplete, right? Halo 3 is by far the most whole of the original series. Sorry, one moment. I think we're going to do this run with Battle Axe. That's actually how I did my first run through the game, but we'll just do that again. And this, at the moment, scales C and D. So yeah, we're mostly just going to go strength and call it good. No reason to get fancy. That we probably should. No, this is not on the Niveus. This is on an Xbox One X. Alright, so we'll just pump strength to 20 and go from there. Oh, I need like 2 more souls to get the next level. Anyway, so Halo 3 is the first one in the series that feels the least... Oh, whoops. Clive's arms are on again. That does not look good. Let me, Sorry, I forgot to do the thing. Gotta turn that off. Is that arm still active? No. And then I have to go over to this blueprint. This one here. And I have to turn off the... This is a change I made on another version of this that I did not make
Audio
here. Right? Wait. Wait a second. Where is that setting? Huh. There it is. No? There it is. Okay, we'll just disable that. Okay, outstanding. Anyway. Here, let's go get this, 1 kill, aggro nothing, so it doesn't turn off the fire, and then go back and level. Halo 3 does its best to actually be a finished game, and to its credit, it definitely is more of a finished game than anything that came before it. But, at the same time, there are massive holes in the plot. There are things they never explain. I don't think this is spoilers at this point. You kill the Flood, you defeat the Flood for good, and if you've read some of the books or the wiki, then maybe you know what the Flood is, what it's supposed to be. But if you haven't done that, it's not in there. Like, it's not in the game. Someone at Bungie knew what it was supposed to be, but they hadn't told you. And the trouble is that a lot of what's going on the screen only makes sense if you know the history of the Flood and where they came from and what they're all about. And so, I did because I'd read the wiki, but, you know, I don't think a wiki existed at this point, and I'm also not sure if I have not yet at this point figured out where ground zero is for public awareness of what the actual plot of the Flood is. Like, by the time I got around to looking this up, it was like 2021, something like that. So, at that point, almost every game in the series had been released, along with their adjunct novels, which lay out a lot of this stuff. And so I think that a lot of the history about the Flood and what they actually are and where they came from is from the Forerunner trilogy, which didn't come out until, I think, 2012, I want to say. So certainly it wasn't available at the time, and so I don't, if that is actually the sole source of information on this topic, then there's no way anybody could have actually understood what the Flood was or why you were fighting them or anything. But, oh wait, does that rat drop a humanity? Shit. So here's the thing. The first time I played this game, I saw that rat, and I'm like, oh, fuck, he's going to kill me. I better attack him. And then later I found out that he's totally passive and won't hit you unless you hit him first, which, of course, won't happen because you could one-shot him, right? And so now I feel bad about killing him to the point where if he drops something, I had forgotten that he did. Oops. Oh, I got by that level 1 skeleton. Ah! My favorite thing about Dark Souls is no matter how long you play it, you'll eventually get got again and again by the fact that the lowest level enemies in the entire game do these, 8-strike combos that can't be interrupted. And if you're dumb enough to try and attack one while they're in it, you're probably going to get wasted just like I did right there. Dark Souls is one of the funniest games ever made, and I think that's one of the funniest things in it. It's just that it makes such a fool of you. Anyway, so as a case in point regarding the Flood, I may have missed something. Like, maybe I was a little tuned out during Halo 3, I don't know. But that's the one where you've got the whole Sergeant Johnson, I think. Sergeant whatever his name is. gets kidnapped by the Prophet, and I can't remember if he. I think they have him tied up or something like that, and they're not killing him. And I don't think it's explained in the game why they're not killing him. Now, if you've read the lore, then you know the reason they're not killing him is because only a human can activate the halos. Now, why can only a human do it? Well, what got established in the Forerunner trilogy, if I recall correctly, is that the humans and the Forerunners are the same race. Or something like that. And so it's the same as in, same deal as in, like, Horizon, right? Zero Dawn. But I don't think that's in the game. I'm pretty sure they never tell you that in the actual game, and I don't think there's any way to find out. I'm not sure that it was in any of the books at that point. Now, the writer, I can't remember his name, but like the guy who wrote most of the Halo lore, wrote the game Bible, he had decided this. But his actual story only made it into the game in the form of these terminals with like corrupted text from Mendicant Bias that you can very easily miss, and they're not very clear anyway. And the pardon me. Yeah, they keep calling you Reclaimer in the first game. Actually, when you first meet 343 Guilty Spark, he keeps referring to you as a Reclaimer. And if you've read the lore, then you know why this is. Oh, I should fuck me. I should probably let me remember. Okay, I do not need to buy the house key because I took the skeleton, or I took the master key. And I'm pretty sure I don't need anything else that the dead merchant has, so I'm just going to go ahead and spend these souls. Oops. Throughout the original Halo, there are hints being dropped, suggesting that you are part of something that has been going on, in which humans are very important. Guilty Spark very obviously thinks that you are a big deal. He recognizes you. He knows what you are. He doesn't think that of anybody else who was on the planet, like the Covenant. They were there too. He didn't take them. He took you, right? And you can infer to some extent what's going on. I don't think those are supposed to be there. Those two like cupboards or whatever they are. Well, anyway, it's a really and so here's what I'm driving at. I set myself a challenge of doing this Postmortem while playing Dark Souls, which of course is making it predictably difficult for me to get a word in edgewise in my own goddamn topic. But hey, it's funny, right? Please tell me it's funny. Please tell me. Anyway, the point I'm driving at, though, is that if there's one unifying quality of the Halo series, particularly the first 3 games, it is they tell a story that has something sort of like a plot hole, but worse. It's not just a plot hole. A plot hole is when you're like, yeah, so the humans prevailed against the aliens. Obviously that happened, and the audience is watching and going, but we were told the aliens had superior technology. So, how did they prevail? Are you not gonna you're just gonna leave that on the table? Like, okay, all right. That's a plot hole, right? How did he get off the ship type stuff. What Halo has is something different. It has the shadow of an interesting plot. You can see the impression, the silhouette of a fascinating story that is absolutely necessary for what's going on screen to make sense, but you are not privy to it. They never told you that part. And this is all throughout the series, at least the first 3 games. I think by the time you get to ODST, like, things have crystallized to the point where, I mean, with the flood thing being over, they don't really revisit it, and so a lot of that stuff, just doesn't matter anyway. But besides that, ODST touches on the fact that, hey, aren't we, why aren't the elites attacking us anymore? And I heard that there was some technical reason that they didn't put any Covenant or any sorry, let me remember. It was they didn't put any elites in that game. They just had the brutes and the grunts. This is post Alliance, but that there was actually some technical reason they were going to put fightable elites in there and then transition from one enemy faction to the other, and then they didn't because they didn't really have like the assets ready on time, and so they decided to just cut to after all that had happened. But I have a lot of beef with... I fully understand that I am doing some buffet plate at Bennigan's type Star Wars nerd bullshit here, but you can't ask me to believe. You just cannot ask anyone to believe that after the Sangeli, who apparently were not actually named by species, just the elites until the 5th game, which is really funny. If you're going to tell me that the Sangeli killed billions of humans, and then just because they walked in and said, "Oh, we were lied to," everybody was willing to ally with them just and be friends overnight? No, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. You can't ask a person to believe that. That is an utterly unreasonable plot. It is impossible to suspend disbelief. And in-game, it doesn't really work. And again, part of the reason that you might not actually notice this is that they never really say it on screen. There's the whole plot with the Arbiter where you get a notion of how, he realizes that he's been lied to and betrayed. But then the scenes where he should have his great revelations and, he should have scenes where he is, rending his garments over it, but he doesn't. That's a pretty important thing to put on screen, and they just don't. They just completely... Oh, hey, Itsu, how's it going? I'm talking about you. They just don't bother, right? And when the Arbiter encounters the humans, there is... Like, in the 3rd game, the first time that Master Chief encounters the Arbiter, he puts a gun to his head, and then he's told, no, he's on our side, you're going to have to, deal with your differences. But, when did that happen? We never saw them come to any kind of agreement. We have never been told that the elites are, that we have a truce with them or anything like that. Where was the moment where Sergeant Johnson had his, put his gun to the Arbiter's head? When did that happen? You're going to tell me that didn't happen? It's ridiculous. And I think they did write that scene, and then it didn't make it into the game. And I think they must have written a scene somewhere where the Master Chief has to actually have it explained to him. What the fuck is going on here? I have been fighting these guys tooth and claw for years. They have killed everybody I love. I'm supposed to be friends with them now? You can't just say that. You have to explain it. I don't care how bullshit your media property is. I don't care how just like hoorah, ball tug the thing you're making is. Nobody is that insulting to their audience. And I don't think that Bungie were either. I think they wrote it, and then somehow in the process of producing the game, it managed to fall out of the story. And no, I mean, I remember that scene in Halo 2, and I was like, wow, that's not enough. They didn't do enough to sell that. Are they going to have a conversation later? And then they never did. There's a pretty weak... oh, come on. There we go. There's a pretty weak scene when you're about to gang up on a Scorpion tank, I think is what they call them. And that's it. And it just is not enough. It's not enough. And then you get to Halo 3, and it's just assumed that this has all happened off screen. Don't worry about it. And the wild thing is that I don't even think the books, like from what I've heard, necessarily address any of this. But also, this is me talking out of school here. I'm getting to the point where I am doing the whiny Star Wars fan thing and taking it too seriously. But whatever, this is what we're doing. So there's no way that you can get that many people in the Marines who have been fighting this species tooth and claw, in some cases their whole lives, okay? Like, some of these people were born when the war was going on, and they have lost their whole families. They have seen and heard about entire colonies being wiped out, and the whole works, right? You can't get them to just make an alliance like that unless you've got some really serious juice. You've got to be offering them something huge to make that work. By the way, what I'm doing here, if you're confused, because this is not really probably how most people did this is, in theory, you're supposed to be able to interrupt that whole set piece where the guy closes the gate and just keep him from ever doing it. That is the first time in memory that I've actually made it there in time. And I think you're just supposed to, after that, just run through. The problem is that I don't know how to avoid the pig. I think there's a strat for it, but I'm not sure what it is, and so I just decided to bail and do the usual route. It might be the case that just killing that guy the one time is adequate. I'm not sure. I don't think so. I think he's going to respawn and then just do it anyway. So let me... Oh, shit. That's... Oh, nope, that's probably got it. Reverse the light. This won't actually save me, but it does put me in a different place. I am not a fan of this exact sequence here. Those guys are not going to be stuck forever. They're going to get through eventually. Yeah, well, so the problem is that once you get past the pig, the next thing that happens is that you run into the... Let me remember here. You run into 3 black knights or something like that. They're not black knights, but you run into 3 knights that are standing in the entrance to the church. And so it's really, you know, out of the frying pan into the fire. It's a tough scene, and boy, I haven't played Battle Axe in a while. Oh, shit! And those guys are probably gonna break loose and come up behind me. So I'm not a fan of this particular section of the game in the sense that I'm very bad at getting through it. I can never remember what the correct path is. Well, the correct path is you're supposed to just, you know, get past the pig section there, right? But what I've been doing lately is just kiting this guy out here and then running around him. And... hopefully that works. The problem is this. And yeah, yep, you can't get past it, so I'm probably going to eat shit here. There's no way this is working. Really? Well, that shouldn't have worked. Okay, well, if I can beat feet over to the fire, if I don't get arrowed, and if I juke these guys, I should be fine. But boy... Okay. Oh, no! No! I got stuck on a block! Holy shit! There's no reason I should have gotten arrowed there except my own goddamn incompetence. Oh, man. I'm gonna blame the frame rate again. Anyway. So, when I got to the end of Halo 3, my reaction was really one of a mix of bemusement and disappointment and many other things. Like, it is impressive that they managed to overcome what I think you could have reasonably called the Halo curse to produce something passable, to produce a finished video game of some kind. For its faults, the problems with Halo 3 have less to do with the game itself than they do with the quality of the games that came before it in the series. Like, really, it wasn't Halo 3's job to tell the parts of the story that were left out. And... sorry, let me just... what are you doing with that Estus? Failing this run again, sir. Yeah, so the guy is still here. Oh, wait, no. Oh, okay. It is a one-time spawn. So, in fact, let's just see if we can do this. This is what you're supposed to do. And is there an exit to the side here? Yes, there is. And so you just run up here. This gets you past the knight, right? Yep. That's the intended path. This is the first time I've ever done it that way in like a dozen runs through the game. So, everybody clap. I still caught the arrow, but I wasn't trying to avoid it that time. Oh, wow, look how few souls I have. That's what I get for running past everything. Who knew? The parts of the story that Halo 3 tries to tell are within its, within its capabilities, right? And they could be better, in my opinion. There's things they could have done that I think they should have done, but it's just mids, right? At worst, it's just kind of mids. Yeah, I can see that. Yes, Halo 3 as a right. Halo 3 as a victory lap. That is a way to look at it. I can't really disagree with that. I mean, to wit, right? Like they were finishing the fight, right? Oh, wait, I could buy Titanite from him, can't I? Sorry, I thought I had to go get it, but I just remembered you can actually buy it.
You need it.
So let's see. We need to purchase item, Titanite. That should leave me just enough for a single upgrade, right? Yes. And then the second one is still 1 Titanite. So if I go out and do a little bit of fighting, then I should be able to upgrade it again. So we'll do that. Anyway. So the thing that's fascinating about Halo, to me, is the same thing was fascinating to Itsu, who was, who I've been discussing this with at length, and who has had all these thoughts for, most of her life, which is, boy, the game demands that you think about scenarios that must have happened. Like, when you assemble a narrative, there is as much between the lines as there is on the page. There has to be, right? It's just, you can't tell every part of a story verbatim. You'd be talking about, you'd be describing ants and grains of sand, right? So something has to be left out. At some point, the reader has to make some inferences. And so, but going beyond the absurd,
Well, you need it.
Just make sure I don't fuck this up. Okay, and now I need 2. All right, cool.
Don't get yourself.
Going beyond the absurd, however, if you say 2 characters have animosity, that implies that they've encountered each other before, right? Just very basic storytelling stuff. Anything that you say is going to leave the reader with one of 2 things. Either an assumption that something happened, and that assumption better match yours as the author, or they're going to be mighty confused later. Or a question about what happened that's a blank page that you can fill in however you like, right? But it's one or the other. It's not neither, Stuff can't just happen because it has to happen for a reason. And, when we say that, like, such and such, cheap action movie or whatever doesn't, bother filling in parts of the story, all that means is that they're comfortable with you assuming the most obvious explanation for things. It doesn't mean that there is no explanation, right? It just means that anything would do. They're not picky. I always forget about the Estus in this game. That's like the #1 reason that I get rocked by the humanoid characters, is forgetting that so many of the early ones can use Estus. So Bungie's writers, I don't believe that Bungie's writers had, ridiculous ideas about what they could get away with not explaining. I think they had every intent to explain it and then just fucked up. However, I think what's confusing about that, to me, is the opportunities that they had and ignored to square things up. There was room to fix these problems. It could be done. Let me think for a second. What do I want to do here? I only have 951 souls. Let's just go straight. Let's go right back up and fight the Pontiff or whatever he is. There was room to fix these problems. There was space in those games to finish the fight. And instead, they just left so much on the table that I realize it. If we want to look at this, if we want to look at this in terms of like the tired old, the tired old, smug perspective, like, well, it didn't interfere with sales, so who cares? If that's the case, then why'd they do a lot of things that they did? Wow. I think this guy actually got calmed out a little bit by... I always have trouble with this fellow, but I think he actually got a little calmed out by the updates to the game, because, wow. I just got rocked by that guy. Though again, maybe it's the frame rate. Reaction time is so much weirder.
I live again.
Anyway, so I'll make no bones about being... Well, right, yeah, we don't know that. So, yeah, did it influence sales? Maybe somebody has an idea of that. We don't have access to that person, and we certainly can't look at another timeline and see, the world where Halo was finished and got the respect it deserved. None of this is in dispute. However, what I would say is that Halo's audience was always divided into, if you will, bros and nerds. Because the bros, a lot of the time, are the ones that just played the multiplayer. When the second game came out, because I think the first one barely had multiplayer, or if it did at all. But like, oh, that's right, it had local multiplayer, right? But it didn't have Xbox Live, I think was the deal. And so, insofar as the multiplayer component was a big selling point of Halo 1, it didn't compare to Halo 2, where it was sort of the Call of Duty of its day. It was a pretty hot topic, and I remember there being an enormous number of just assholes, just Xbox Live assholes, whose only interest in the game was, haha, fuck you, I have killed you in deathmatch, just like your Doom in 1994 ass FPS bro, right? So when I did the Halo stream, one of the things you may remember me saying, if you were there, is, hey, if you haven't played this game before, is this what you thought it was? Did you think that it was this like weird survival horror type thing? Because from culture, none of that's there. The cultural impact of the game does not include that. It sees the game as a straightforward military shooter in the science fiction themed, but like in the mold of Starship Troopers, the book, not the movie. I guess sort of the movie as well, because there's so much goofiness in there. But anyway, the point is that, like, the way that culture treated that series is, that's the hoorah game in space. And the only depiction of it that you ever saw in media was warthogs and rifles and grenades, right? There was none of that, if you will, harder science fiction type stuff, the more sort of Star Trek-y shit that's going on with some of the most, actually, of what's good. Because, like, there's a political scenario that's kind of interesting, and the Flood are this whole... Well, I mean, if you knew the story of the Flood, which, again, you wouldn't, but... It just, even if you inferred, right? The fact that there's a third faction in the game that just comes out of nowhere and it's just suddenly there. I remember that just blowing my mind the first time I played the game. And from what I get the impression that a lot of people found that fascinating, but those people weren't necessarily the ones who were buying the most copies of the game. And certainly an awful lot of folks only cared about it in the context of hoorah, military shooter stuff. So, oh boy, well, I'm fucked. Yep. That is the worst that fight has ever gone the whole time I've played the game. Oh shit, did I forget to put the axe back in two-hand? Have I been one-handing it this whole time? I wasn't paying that much attention. Oops. Oh, yep, I done goofed. Thank you. So, my approach to Halo, you know, recently is a culmination of several things, right? It's a culmination of memories of the first time that I played it, which was on the console in multiplayer. And I didn't play it very much, but, you know, that was, you know, I had the correct experience from that perspective, right? Because for so many people, that's all the game ever was. Why are there only 2 of them? Oh, there's the third one. What's he doing over there? Oh, they reconfigured this in Prepare to Die. Okay, so one thing you can do here, if you're lucky, is you can actually bait the spellcaster. Wow, I'm doing a lot more damage than I expected to. Did they make these guys stronger later on? Anyway, you can actually bait this guy into falling down, and then he's a lot easier to deal with when you don't have the other guys. Wow, I remember these guys being a lot tougher, and I don't know if it's just because I don't normally upgrade my weapon at this point, or if they changed them in Prepare to Die. Neither one would shock me, because, yeah, I mean, I haven't played Battle Axe in a while. Damn it! You were supposed to run into my fucking swing, you dude. You dude! That was the insult I came up with, was, you dude. I think they changed a little tiny bit of enemy placement, not much. And I might even be wrong about that. Nothing would shock me. I have not paid that much attention. Anyway, I was hoping to bait this guy down because I hate dealing with the magic and I hate dealing with his ads. But I guess... Oh, I also really hate dealing with this fellow. He gets me most of the time. Like, I don't really know what the strat is. Okay. That's about as good as I ever do against that fellow. And then usually, like most of the time that I have played this game, this is what I do. There. Get him down. Oh no, I was in the middle of an animation, so I wasn't able to do the drop attack. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's a bummer. I mean, I might be able to recover from it, but this is really not... This is like a really pathetic showing for this section. Not that I need to tell you that. Ugh. Okay. Fine. I mean, this is one way to do it. You saw me almost get fucking wasted there. You saw that. I came so close. I got so lucky. Boy, there's so many people who are better at this section than me. You know, I always forget how many of these guys there are. It's what, like 15? But I mean, having cleared out everything else, there is no excuse for me to die to the fucking caster at this point. And yet, I can predict the future. Oh, did he go back upstairs? He is going upstairs. Sir? Oh, God. Nope. I can't target him from here. Is he going to magic? Yep, he's magicking. Okay. Oh, thank Christ. And he doesn't respawn, so... That's the thing, is the reason I usually don't take that very seriously is because most of the time when I play this game, I just rush in there, kill the dude, and then, hey, if they get me, right? He's gone the next time. So, this is genuinely the worst I have ever done at that segment. The very first time that I played this game, I mean, I got wasted by the knight on the stairs 100 times, but once I got past him, I think I killed that guy on my first try. I don't think I realized, like, how much of a bastard he can be. So, oh, I should put stuff into Dex, both to buff my weapon and for the, or is it Dex for stamina? I don't remember. Anyway, I think it's Endurance. Yeah, kiting in this game is really funny. Seeing guys just, well, guess we're done here. Kiting in Dark Souls is sometimes really, really strong. Like, sometimes they put a flag on a creature that basically tells it, if you're in kite mode, do not get interrupted by anything. And so the player can just rush up and start attacking them, and... Oops. The player can rush up and start attacking them, and they don't care. They'll just let you beat their ass. As they very slowly retreat, it is hilarious. All right, I'm a little down on health. I shouldn't have taken that hit, but I'm going to go try and do Gargoyles anyway. So, oh, right. Well, we'll see. The thing is, when it comes down to it, that I have just never been willing to put up with shields in video games. I detest shields. If there's a guy, I should be able to hit him. And if I can't hit him immediately because of a shield, I should be able to get behind him. But with those guys, I don't think you can. I think the only viable way to hit them is to wait for them to put their shield down. And, like, yeah, I know I can do, you know, I know how to... Oh, yeah, no, sorry. Kiting is when you deliberately get an enemy's attention and then drag them out of their area, often so you can line them up better. Because, like, they're put in a spot where they're going to be best prepared to attack you at the least risk to themselves, right? And so a lot of the time, if you can get them into a position they weren't designed to be in, then you get a lot more advantage. Yeah, first time I played this game, I just shield turtled the whole thing, pretty much, so I could get down, just so I could get through the game. Since then, I don't think I've done another run with shield. I think it's a perfectly reasonable way to play the game, but I'd already done it, and so I just wanted to, you know, it's a challenge to myself. Every time I play the game again, it's a challenge to myself, so I might as well just keep doing it this way. That was luck. I absolutely should have gotten whipped the first time. Oh, right. Tail weapon. Ooh! Oh, man, I am so bad at remembering his fucking range. Oh, hey, I got it! So, for anybody who doesn't know, the problem with the Bell Gargoyles fight, the thing that makes it difficult, is that there is a second one. And if you don't kill the first one quickly enough, you end up having to contend with both of them, which is what just happened there. Now, as you can see, because I've upgraded my axe, I could have done it. It is absolutely tail time. Because I've upgraded my axe, I could have done it. If I had not taken one hit earlier in that fight, if I had missed out on just one hit, or if I'd repositioned for that fire attack, I probably could have cleared it on my first try, which would have been very funny, given how bad I can be at this game. Yeah, well, they did, so that fight they did in Elden Ring, but didn't they also do it in DS2? Where you're fighting the guys on the rooftop, and there's like, I think there's actually like 6 of them. Oh man, I can't remember. I think it's a combination of health and time. If you succeed in killing the guy, like, if you have an absolutely ridiculous, just like Belemtious-ass weapon, or you use magic, I believe you can kill the first one, and then the game will just be like, boss music, for like 40 seconds, and then the second one appears. I think the reason it seems like a health threshold actually has to do with just how good you usually are in order to fight that guy at all. Because if you're any good at the game, and I don't mean like get good, I mean like if you're not just in there with a broken sword hilt, then it's kind of hard to not kill that guy at a certain pace, you know? I gotta run back and heal. That was too much health to lose, too much Estus to lose before going in for the boss. DS2 absolutely happened. I will not hear this blasphemy. DS2 is the first one I completed. It's not the first one I played. I played the first one first. But before I ever understood it, I decided I wanted to play Dark Souls 2. Because I had played... wait, get on a firelink, get 10 Estus. What? Well, this one's not kindled. I could kindle it. Oh, firelink. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no. I know. Yeah, I forgot. That's why I had 8 earlier. And that's also why that elevator is there, I think. It's specifically so that it's a little bit of an easy mode for Gargoyle. Oh, that guy's aggroed already. That's weird. Oh, I did. That's right. I did get an Estus upgrade. Oh, I forgot. Ugh. Well, I've been talking, you know. Let's see. Remind me. I know there are good reasons to kill the gold guy, and I'm gonna do it. But if you don't kill him, he kills the Firekeeper later, right? Am I remembering that correctly? So there's several good reasons to kill him. Oh, you can resurrect her? Oh. I don't think I knew that. Well, in any case, oh, that's right. He's not here yet. I think you have to finish Gargoyles first. Alright, there we go. That should make that fight a lot easier. Oh, you free him from the prison. Really? Prison near Gargoyles. I have no memory of that. Well, whatever. We'll do Gargoyles and we'll see where life takes us.
Where is it?
There's a part of me it's like I should get good enough at this game that I can do a broken sword hilt run. The problem is that, God, it's boring. It's just really boring. Everything takes so long. Ugh. All right. Let's see. Do I want... No, I'm going to run this. I can run this. I used to be... So the first time I did Gargoyles, I got so good at running that gauntlet that... oh my god, a ladle run? That sounds good. I got so good at running that gauntlet that... I never took a single hit, even going through there dozens of times. Now, you might ask, how on earth were you so bad at this that you had to do Gargoyles dozens of times? And to answer your question, I have absolutely no idea what I could have been doing. I think it must have been one of those, like, fundamental issues where the problem was that I just wasn't thinking of wind-up or something like that. Although, I did have this terrible realization, I'm going to admit this, that... for the first, I don't know, 40 hours of Darking Soul that I ever did, I never used any light attacks. It was all heavy attacks. I know. That's stupid. But you'd be amazed how far you can get with just heavy attacks. In fact, I think and maybe probably some other people, has done a heavy attacks only run, but it's not fun. It's not a good idea. You shouldn't do it. Okay. Nope, that wasn't the play. And that's that. You saw me fuck that up. Yeah, Gargoyles is it's a skill check. Gargoyles is there. It is when the real Dark Souls begins. I remember a while back, me and Daria went and watched the Giant Bomb quick look at... Wait, was I still alive? Ah, well, whatever.
I live again.
I still could have done a better job. So we'll go do a better job. A while back, me and Daria took a look at the Giant Bomb quick look of Dark Souls. And at the time, I think I had played Demon Souls, which is a bad game. God, is that a bad game. So I had played, I think I played Dark Souls 2, then 1, then 3, then Demon Souls, then Bloodborne. And I think probably some Elden Ring in between there. And I don't like Bloodborne. But anyway, at this point, like, I knew what Demon Souls was all about, and that it was a weird, you know, sort of prototype of Dark Souls that kind of resembled it, but everything is backwards and twisted like a nightmare. And so, you know, I knew that Demon Souls had existed before. I knew that it was culturally significant to a point. I don't know how to explain what's bad about Demon Souls other than to say it's not good. It is missing most of the stuff that makes this series so beloved by the people who like it. It has the bones of Dark Souls. It has all of the part, like, it would be really difficult to get to Dark Souls without having made Demon Souls, which I think is how a lot of people interpret it as. It's a prototype. It is a prototype. That's the best way to think of it. They had some really cool ideas, but the game was so bad that it was bad. It was not considered good, I don't believe. I think it was not well received. That's probably not fair, but the point is that, like, it didn't get the sort of warm welcome that Dark Souls would, especially in the US, right? I want to say that it either wasn't available here at all until it got re-released. Like, I think you had to import an Australian copy or something like that. There was some nonsense like that. But either way, like, the people in, at least outside of Japan who played it had a pretty mixed opinion of it. There were people who just, like, everybody who was going to fall in love with Dark Souls, who played Demon Souls, liked the parts of it that would later become essential, right? Sorry, I got these guys into a really bad configuration, and I'm trying to fix it, but I'm not very good at repositioning, so. As you can see, like, this is the worst thing that can happen in this fight. And there are ways to unfuck it, but normally I just get good and don't end up in this situation. Wait, can I do this? Oh my god. Hey, this is the first time in a really long time that I've seen both of them breathing fire. Holy shit. Oh, I am so boned. Okay, so with him breathing fire, that guy should reposition, and I think that's... Ah, damn it! Oh, no! 95% of the time when I died, the first few times I did this... Sorry, I should not have panic rolled like that. It was because I fell off the fucking roof. If you can see this, the player character fell off. Wow, this is the worst gargoyles I've ever done. Holy shit! Wow! Alright, anyway. I do not like Sekiro. Let's not talk about that. Anyway, some people loved Demon Souls, but it... Alive again, what... Okay, but, like, I don't care. Like, that's not how I want the fight to go. Like, I don't want to win it on those terms, right? But, really? Like, if I was alive again, then it must... Surely it played the sound effect. Whatever. That's not how that fight should go. I don't want to win it like that. I just want to go back and do a better job. Anyway, well... Whatever. I mean, if I had 1 HP, I was going to lose anyway. There was no way I was going to get out of it with 1 HP. So, I had already given up on the fight like 3 Estises earlier. I don't really care. We'll get through it. Anyway, I'm not saying that nobody loved Demon Souls, but it did not get the reception that Dark Souls did because it is just... The friction in that game is enormous. It doesn't have the Estus Flask, which is, yes, the biggest difference, but I don't know that is necessarily damning. It's sort of everything else about it. Like, the best way I could describe the problems with that game is that every part of it is bad. Like, no part of it is the way it should be. The environments are somehow more sprawling and confusing than Dark Souls. They're way too big. They're way too big. I believe, doesn't it completely lack the bonfire mechanic, right? So the whole concept of, like, getting a respite partway through a level, I think, is not there at all. So that's a problem. That's one of that is, like, regularly cited as one of the big things that makes this game forgiving in a way that, like, people often don't give it credit for. you know, people talk about like, oh, Dark Souls hard, but like, no, this game, if this game was everything that people sort of suggest that it is, then it wouldn't have bonfires. It wouldn't have the recharging Estus flask. It wouldn't have stagger. It wouldn't have a lot of things, right? See, okay, that's how you fight gargoyles. You see what I mean? You see why I didn't really want to win the last few times? I had fucked up early in the fight, and I was not interested in seeing where it went after that. Right, and so yeah, to Sonar's point, some of the appeal of that game was that it was so mysterious. It had so many mechanisms in it that are just really unintuitive. And in my opinion, there are elements of that game that are straight up broken and do not work either as intended or the way that anybody would want them to. I want to say, let's see, Demon Souls is the one that has the spider that you fight in a tunnel, and I did not, I still do not understand what mechanism you could use to win that fight, quote unquote, legitimately. Like, it sucks. Like, the way that I won it, and the way that it seems like an awful lot of people have won that spider fight, is by hiding behind a bit of the geometry and firing arrows, even if it's doing 1 HP of damage, until the thing's dead. Oh, that's right. Oh, let's see which patch of the game we're in. Well, let's see. Who did I get this Homeward Bone from? Was it this boss or was it the last one? Because we were watching this video the other night that was talking about the changes they made between Dark Souls 1.0 and the later patches. And one of the big changes is that the some of the bosses don't drop bones in the original. And so you can really get into a pickle with that. Because there's a bunch of bosses where, yeah, it's a hard-fought battle, and then when you're done, you have to hoof it. Or have remembered to buy a Homeward Bone. Okay, yeah, so you don't actually have to do anything. This guy just appears after the fight. Alright, so at 30 FPS, can I reliably do kicks? Yes, I can. Okay. Here we go. Oh, first try! Woo! Boy, that's been a hot minute. This is a semi-exploit for those who don't know. That guy is an NPC who eventually, like, I don't remember if you can do anything with him, if he sells anything or anything like that. But eventually he'll kill the Firekeeper, which is bad for you. And if you kill him, he drops a really useful item. I don't remember if I actually want to use it, but he does drop a really useful item. And the way you get it, because if you kill him up here, then he just straight drops it. But if you kick him off that ledge, A, it's a much easier fight. And B, he drops the item in the void, but if you log out and back in, then it teleports it back up to where you are. So, now, the Ring of Favor and Protection, is that the one that, yeah, breaks when removed, but what the fuck else am I doing with it? So we're just going to go ahead and equip it. And then let's keep hustling, yeah. Alright, let's see, that's, boy, it took me 2 hours to get to Gargoyles. Well, I don't remember how long I was talking before I started playing the game, so. Okay, shit, sanity check. To do... The next step would be to go to the depths. And there's a few different ways to get there. However... Shit, sorry, let me think for a moment. I actually, every time I get to this part of the game, or not the depths, sorry, I want to go to, well, whatever, everybody knows where I'm going. But I go down, because I have the key, I can just go down through the, come on, oh, come on, brain. I can go down through the valley, to get through the back door, and that's way easier. One of the options for getting into the valley is to go through the tower where Hovel is. I hadn't planned on doing a Hovel armor build, but it's not out of the question. And I haven't fought him in a long time. and I wonder if I could do it. So I'm kind of tempted to do that just for the shits. Okay, so about 1 hour. Okay, that makes more sense. I didn't think I was that bad at it. Yeah, Lower Berg. That's the other thing is like elevator next to the elevator you go down in. Right. Yeah, so that gets you down to the valley. Through New Londor Ruins. But what I prefer to do is to go through the Lower Berg because I want to get access to the shortcut up here and the other thing. And so this is, every time I play this game again, I have a hard time remembering how the fuck I get to Lower Undead Berg. Every time. I cannot remember where the fuck the pathway is. Ow. Ow. Wow. Look at me utterly fucking this up. Again, I think I do better in 60 FPS primarily because my usual approach to that whole section there is to just juke it. Just juke through the whole thing. And it's just a little tougher to do at 30, I feel like. But again, maybe it's, yeah, I mean, maybe some of that is changes to the controls. Because I first played this and I'm used to playing this on Prepare to Die. So I don't know what... Ow. Man, my depth perception with this axe is really bad! Oh, boy. Anyway, oh, I remember now. Right. You get to it through that door. Let me think for a minute. What is the quickest? Yeah, you go up here, you take the ladder, and then under the bridge, you go up onto the bridge, and then you've got that door that you unlock. The little door that you unlock with a key. And then that gets you down there. So I'm going to do that, because I'm pretty sure I've got the key. Is this fire going to work? Yes, it is. Delightful. Do I have enough for a level? I think I do. That is a hot take. Oh, I'm sorry. I am thinking of Remastered. Yeah, I think Remastered is... I think that's where I first played through the whole game, but I could be wrong. In any case, though, I don't think that DS1 is better than Elden Ring. I think that they are two different games. I think that's the problem. Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, and Bloodborne, in my opinion, are essentially the same game in most ways that matter. Some people may dispute parts of that. I personally think that they are closer than they aren't. Sekiro is its own thing, and Elden Ring is its own thing. I personally was not the biggest fan of Elden Ring. However, a lot of that has to do with the specific things that I want out of a video game, which it doesn't deliver and wasn't supposed to, if you will. Boy, I can't believe that I actually managed to get past them without getting poisoned that many times, and then managed to get poisoned anyway. Do I have a moss clump? I think I do. Nope. Well, better hustle. I honestly realize now I did not need to go this way at all. This was very much the wrong path. I just forgot where I was going. This happens to me a lot in Dark Souls. It's funny because I'm decent at this game. I would call myself pretty decent at this game. Certainly compared to some folks, I think we would agree with that. Oh, actually, I did need to come this way because that's the basement key that I need. Oh, man. All right, let me get over to the fire here, and then I'll backtrack from there. But this is exactly it. It's like, I'm pretty good at most of this game, but there are certain elements where I cannot remember what the critical path is. And so, like, I'll do all right with most of the combat and everything, and the majority of the, pathing and everything. But then when it comes to, fuck, where's the basement key, I can never remember. And I think part of that is because the game is very non-linear in the sense that, well, it's non-linear in a lot of ways, but in the sense that, like, that step on the stairs there was not actually on my path to go here. And so, like, you could completely skip that area and then just not even realize that you need to go down where the gate is in order to get the key in order to proceed. So, I play this game entirely on Braille, and unfortunately that doesn't always work. Anyway, so, doesn't matter. We're doing all right. We're doing all right. We're on track. I mean, honestly, I'm going faster than I was the last time the last time I played this much of the game or more, it was on a Discord stream to win an argument with a friend, and I did win it. So, mission accomplished, George Bush voice. All right. So having done that,
Weapon.
now I have to remember how the fuck to get back where I needed to be.
Yeah.
Real pig hours. Bye. Okay, now I think I'm starting to remember. But again, this is not the best way to do it. However, it's the way I'm doing it. LOL. 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 LMAO. Hilarious. Even the skeletons came down. This is, essentially what I'm doing here is a bad Dark Souls gameplay exhibition run. I'm the first person to have this idea. I'm showing you the worst possible way to do everything in Dark Souls, so pay close attention if you would like people to think that you don't know what you're doing. It is really kind of funny to be on my, millionth playthrough of this game and still feel like I need to look up fucking walkthroughs, just for really basic stuff. Yeah, I mean, the first time I played the game, I picked up every single pickable, uppable item in the whole game. But after that, it's just like, no, we're doing speedrun strats, right? Anything I don't need to do. Because that's the thing, like, something I learned from playing the game that way was that... I'll let him do the toasty roasty. Something I learned from, playing the game that way originally is that an awful lot of the stuff in this game is like, oh yeah, I finally made it to where that thing is. What's the thing? It's for casting. Well, I don't use magic, so what a fucking waste of time! Alright. I'm getting toasted. It's fire time. No? No? Well, okay then. There we go. Okay. And again, like offhand, like off the top of my head, I'm like, man, what is a more efficient way to get there? I don't know. Having played Dark Souls 2 as my first complete Dark Souls run, I gotta say, a lot of the complaints that people have about it, I did not, I would not have, except that I originally played the Scholar Edition. And what I did not realize, and I later found out that an awful lot of people didn't realize this, the game that is sold under the name Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin Edition is a different game than Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin. Those are not the same game. They changed so much in the re-release, it's really kind of staggering. Oh, that's right. The reason I like to come down here is because I like to fight Capra Demon, even though I don't need to. So we're going to do that. Oh, no! Oh, that's the worst outcome! Oh, man, let's just book it. Just book it and get the gate open and go get our 10 Estises. I don't remember how far those ninjas will, or those assassins will kite. and I've never been hit by that archer skeleton, which means it's time, right? Yeah, I'm kind of amazed at how little. I'm kind of amazed at how little health, how little damage I took from that, and I think it's because a combination of armor, the Ring of Favor and Protection, and luck. I don't know. Okay, I have never had that guy decide to go for that attack. It has never happened to me. That's extremely funny. Holy shit! These dudes are in top fucking form. The judges are holding up 10s. They detected that I was on a run that was going to be really irritating to do in reverse, and switched into fuck you mode. You know, it's funny. This is like the only fire that I ever run into to this problem on. Like, I don't think it's special, right? All the bonfires will stop working if there's an enemy nearby, right? There we go. But this is it feels like this is the only one where I've ever actually had that happen. Okay. Yeah, and so regarding Capra Demon, yeah, I don't know, well, so, sorry, I should finish my previous thought, which is, the first time I played Dark Souls 2, there were two problems. The first problem is that I was playing Scholar Edition, which I didn't realize is the Mario Brothers 2 Japan of Dark Souls. Literally, like actually, genuinely. If you play that version and then you go back and play the original, the world feels empty and dead. I know because I tried it. Once I found out that I had been tomfooled in this particular way, I was really eager to see what changes they'd made. So I went back and I played the straight Dark Souls 2. I mean, to be clear, the version that's on Steam, which is heavily updated, patched, modified, and has Scholar of the First Edition, Scholar of the First Sin DLC, but not the changes they made for the re-release. And it's very weird. It's almost like Demon Souls, where you're like, wow, this is like a terrifying mask stretched over the bones of a game that I've seen before. Like, it is weird. It is very, very weird seeing that game in two violently different lights like that. Scholar is the same game, but everything's different. They've moved all of the enemies. They've changed things about the encounters. I don't think they've altered the base, like, items and damage and stuff like that all that much. It's just that, like, where things are and, like, what enemies they put in places are so deeply unfair that when I first went through DS2 that way, I won't lie to you, I very much had the Dark Souls mad experience. I got super fucking angry. I almost broke my fucking controller. And, you know, I felt pretty embarrassed about that later on. But I found myself going, fuck you, this isn't fair. They did this to hurt me. That's the cleanest beginning to a Capra fight that I have ever had. Like, I gotta say, I could absolutely lose this one, but oh! I was setting up to be like, did I just do Capra hitless? Really? Like, damn near. I mean, I shouldn't count my chickens too bad, but like, that whiff was really funny. Yeah, so first try Capra Demon. I'll take it. I'll take that. I don't mind that. All right, so I'm gonna tell you the trick, and the trick is fucked. That's a good one, Wraith. That's hilarious. Yeah, that was stupendously clean. I am astonished at myself. So the reason is because I played the original game not too long ago, like, I don't know, 6 months, something like that. And I got not mad, but a little frustrated the second time through with Capra. And, well, it was like my 6th or 7th time, but like it was the longest period since I played Capra. And so I went in and I just got fucking ragdolled over and over. I just kept getting put in a Smarmacabus every time. They were making a skeleton of me. It was rude. And I was like, I don't get it. I had figured out how to wreck this guy. What happened? And what happened is very simple. I just showed you the strat that I believe in for Capra. When you go in, the first thing you do is take care of the dogs. There must be somebody somewhere who can fight Capra with the dog still alive, but, like, look, overachievers are everywhere, right? The dogs just interrupt you so much that it's really hard to get anything done. And so, like, job one, I think every new player agrees, get rid of the dogs, right? But what I found when I first went through here, I got so fucking angry at it that I stayed up till like 4 in the morning, long after everybody else in the house had gone to sleep. Just reload, run, die, reload, run, die, over and over and over, just seething. I was furious. I don't mind telling you, right? I got just pathetic about it, all right? And then, finally, I figured it out. There are other strategies to this. I know that just kill the ads is job one, right? But my strategy is you come in, you go up the stairs because it's easier for the dogs to follow you than Capra. If you try and fight them down here, he's in position because his swing is so big. He's in position, if you are anywhere in the entrance area here, to hit you with any of his attacks. Like, he's got 3 or 4 attacks, and one of them will get you if you're in this green area here. So you need to get up the stairs first thing to separate the dogs from him. Because you saw, he walks so slowly up the stairs that, you know, it just takes forever to get up there. So you've got plenty of time to deal with the dogs. Now, if you need to, if the first dog gets up there, you get it, and then for some reason you're not ready to do the second, which is exactly what happened, right? If I remember, that went so fast. I don't know if my memories are clear, but if that happens, you roll off the side, run around. Capra won't get you, but the dog will zip around to get into position. So you got to be ready with a dodge roll. But once you can get back up the stairs, you just set it up again, and it's like clockwork. You saw. I had a plan and I executed on it, right? I don't even think the dogs hit me. And so that's really easy. Right, and if you're lucky, you can get a jump attack. I'll tell you, when I finally cracked the code with the dogs, what I then did for the next, like, hour or two, maybe, is I tried to do Capra entirely with jump attacks, and I had pretty good success with it. But the trouble is that in order to get the jump attack, you've got to get him positioned back near this gate, and then run around up the thing at least halfway, jump off, and this is the critical part, manage to hit the light attack on your way down rather than before you leave the ledge. And if your adrenaline's pumping, it's really easy to do that in the wrong order, right? Part of the strategy with this game that new players struggle with, part of, like, you know, I think the Dark Souls mad that people get is when you do something and like your approach to it isn't working, your strategy to it isn't working because you keep fucking up this, like, you see, it's like, oh, all I have to do is hit this guy 2 times this way, then hit him with the heavy attack, and and I can kill him, right? You keep doing it, it's not working. Take the heavy attack out. Get less greedy. Accept that you're not that good. Somebody else could do it, maybe. But if you're not that person, or if you don't want to be that person, fuck it. Do what works, right? And so I eventually realized that I just wasn't consistent enough because I was just too, fritzed out from the adrenaline and exhaustion. And so I stopped trying to do the drop attacks, and I just did it the same way you just saw, right? I realized that this guy just ain't that scary. And I will give you a little piece of information that some people in here probably are going to be furious about when I tell you. There is a secret in this game that a lot of players never learned about. And it changes everything once you figure it out. But anyway, the trick with the dogs, the reason I failed 100 times, I came in and I made a beeline for the stairs. That's the problem. What you want to do is come in and go this way and around. For some reason, that sets up their animations in such a way that they won't catch you. If you beeline for the stairs, you will get pincered between two dogs every single time. I don't think there's a way to avoid it if you go left. You have to break right. And you obviously can't go straight because Capra's there. So once I did that, I mean, you saw it. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Just go right through them like nothing. I could have done that hitless. If I had been just a little more careful, I could have done that hitless. And that would be really funny given, like, how mad I got at Capra the first 120 times I fought him. It was probably 30, but it felt like 120. And to go from that to just, like, just walk in and do it on the first try, no pine resin, nothing, I gotta say, I felt pretty good about that. All right, now I'm going to tell you the other thing, and this probably ain't that much of a secret, or maybe, I don't know, maybe it's not true on all platforms or something like that. I don't think so, though. I think this is right. So lock-on in this game, right? There's a lot of people who have really strong opinions about lock-on, like you should never use it. H-Bomber Guy, I hate all of H-Bomber Guy. I love Harris Bomberman, right? I love most of his videos. The guy just, he's great in a bunch of ways. Except if I go back and watch his videos about video games, they're awful. I hate all of them. If you're watching, I'm sorry. It's just, all your opinions are bad, dude. I don't know what to tell you. It's all just like get good bullshit. Just like be nicer to people. None of the stuff that he said about the Dark Souls series and how he thinks that people should, he has ideas about why people don't like Dark Souls that I'm just like, no, none of that happened to me. What are you on about? This is crazy talk. But his take is basically, stop locking on, and mine is, don't stop locking on, stop fucking up. There's a difference. Lock on is very useful. Also, that was a really funny death. Lock on is extremely useful. It's very valuable. I think you should use it when it's appropriate. The trick is that sometimes Luke needs to turn off his targeting computer. Sometimes you need to let your instincts work rather than get jerked around by the game. And I have seen other people say that this is the only thing you should do. I don't agree with them. I think that I'm not a good enough player to play without lock-on, for one thing. And for another, there are a lot of cases where I think that it genuinely makes things vastly easier and faster, and there's just no reason not to use it. But there's one really damning thing about it. Where do you suppose my souls went? You think they're up in the, well, missed that one. I missed that, fading soul. I think they're going to be up here. Oh, there they are. Whew. That was like 9,000. Yeah, like, I don't hold any of his gaming opinions against him as a person. All of my gaming opinions are also bad. It is the purpose of video games to produce shitty opinions. But I do think that it's indicative of a tendency people have to forget, either to not recognize how their personal, like neural differences make their approach to a game necessarily different than somebody else's. And this is the thing I was saying, right? If you aren't good enough to use a given strategy in this game, use something that fits, if you aren't good enough, or perhaps more accurately, you just don't want to do it that way, or you just aren't good at that style of input. If you're not good at the specific kind of thing that's required to make that work, see if there's another way. This game is about cheesing. It is meant to be about cheesing. There is no such thing as a cheap tactic in Dark Souls. Anything that works is valid. And so, yeah, and you know what? If the strategy that works for you is not playing the game, that is also acceptable, right? However, I do think, for what it's worth, for anybody who has found frustration, in trying this game, I think part of the problem is that people act like there is only one way to do things. And so, for instance, they'll say, oh, if you use lock-on, you're a loser and a shithead and you're just wasting your time. No, it has a time and a place, and I personally, as you've probably seen, use it a lot. However, There's one problem in this game that I believe they fixed in both of the others. It is a bug, and it's like this. I dodge roll forward. I dodge roll back. I dodge roll diagonally. I dodge roll right. When you are locked on, you can only do cardinal directions. Up, down, left, right. You cannot dodge roll diagonally. Well, what the game does with this is, if you're facing this way, up and to the right a little, then it makes you dodge roll up. If you're facing this way, to the right and up just a little, it makes you dodge roll right. But if you are facing dead ass 45 degrees, it eats the input. It does nothing. It eats the input. I played the entire game screamingly mad every time this happened. Every time this happened. I don't think Remastered did fix that. I thought I loaded it up and determined that it didn't. Well, okay, if Remastered fixed that, then that means that the first time I played through this game, it was not remastered, because I was losing my mind. I'm not 100% sure. It's kind of hard to tell in this version, but in the remastered, when it's running at 60 FPS, it is easier to tell that there's only like 16 or 32 rotational positions for the character. And so I'm pretty sure that there's a fairly wide angle for you to hit that perfect 45 degree. So what'll happen is two things. One, you're fighting a guy, you're locked on, you go to dodge this way. Because here's one of the other strats that people learn about Dark Souls often too late, is don't dodge away, don't dodge to the side, dodge towards. If this guy's attacking you, the best way to hit him back is to do this. And that puts you behind him, he is still in an attack wind up or wind down, and you're ready to hit him, and you're safely out of his range, out of his swing range. The tendency, when you're new, is to dodge back. This works, except that a lot of enemies have really long ranges. Some of them have combo attacks where they keep stabbing forward over and over, like those first level zombies, and it doesn't put you in a position to swing back. So by the time you run back or dodge back, A, you're out of stamina, and B, they're already ready to wind up again, so you just get fucked. Dodging to the side can work, but mostly it gets you out of danger. It doesn't line you up for an attack. What you want to do is get behind their asses. Oh, there's a ridge there. Get behind their asses every time. This is where you want to be. This right here. This is Dark Souls. The entirety of Dark Souls is this formula right here. Not for people who use different play styles, but they're usually more advanced play styles. As a basic player, this is where you want to be. Not on their ass, but on their thigh. So the problem is that when you're locked onto a guy and you try to get back there like this, well, if you dodge forward, then you end up here. That can be useful, because if you dodge forward, then immediately run around the side, you can get behind him. And so if you're playing the game, if I were to target this guy and I were to mash a 45, I would end up basically in front of him, but holding left, and so I'd immediately circle around to the side. So it feels like it's working. And then if I try a 45 and I end up over here, well, if the boss is moving, then he's probably going to be there by the time my dodge is done. And if I'm high on adrenaline and whatnot, there's a very good chance that I'm not going to realize that I actually didn't dodge the way I thought I did. So you can very easily play hours and hours and hours of this game and never realize that it's not doing what you're asking it to do. But the real fucker is when you go to roll and nothing happens, and then you catch, an axe or whatever from the boss, and you're just like seething, just going, "Fuck you! Why didn't you roll?" The answer is, when it counts, unlock the camera, and you can roll wherever you want. I think, I'm pretty sure it will let you roll at any direction as long as you're not locked. And so, as you saw. You may have noticed with Capra, every time I was preparing to roll past him, I unlocked the camera. So you have to do that in this one. You don't have to do it in 3. And I think they fixed it in 2. I don't remember for sure. I remember being really surprised when I loaded up one of them and going, "Oh shit, they fixed it!" But it's definitely true in Prepare to Die edition on the PC. Still, to this day. It's still busted like that. I don't remember if it's really fixed in remastered, but I could believe that it is. All right, let's take a look. Do we have... Okay, we have one Titanite shard, and we have enough money that we could go buy another one and upgrade the axe one more time. So I think I might do that. Yeah, I mean, Sonar, you're probably right. Like, legitimately, there are definitely enemies in this game and the second one. I'm 100% certain. I verified this. I tested this. There are enemies that are programmed, yeah, to wait until you Estus and then attack you. Players started calling it punishing, right? When a guy takes a big old swing at you and you jump behind him and hit him in the ass, you're punishing him for his hubris, right? If you're a player and you drink when an enemy is not in the middle of an animation, well, you're not supposed to do that. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves with the Ego Raptor Mega Man review thing here, but every frame of this game is a tutorial. It is constantly pushing you, making suggestions, going, this is how you're supposed to do it. This is how you're supposed to do it. Because the way this game works is so different and exacting than virtually any other that is at all like it, that if you don't figure out what it's asking you to do... Oh, have a good night, Javier. Javier, I'm sorry. If you don't figure out exactly what it is that it's asking you to do, it's not likely that you're going to... It's not likely you're going to have a good time finishing the game. You might be able to do it. I'm not saying you can't. There are a lot of people who have muddled through Dark Souls. Doing stuff that, to a very experienced player who has consumed the entire wiki and a bunch of Reddit posts, looks absurd. You have options. There's, the whole thing with Dark Souls is that there are a lot of different ways to play it. And some of those ways, for instance, shield turtling. Harris Bomber Guy thinks that shield turtling is a terrible way to play this game. I had a fucking blast playing through the game that way on my first run through.
Goodbye.
And also, notably, it is a unique way to play the game, and every unique way to play the game is worthwhile. I think that the people who do Dark Souls challenge runs, like ridiculous ones, like I mentioned it earlier, but B&, on YouTube, does these extremely stylistic Dark Souls challenge runs. Stuff like, can we play the whole game punching? Can we play the whole game, reverse boss order with this item? All that sort of shit. I love that stuff. I absolutely love all of that stuff. And not all of it is practical, don't get me wrong. A lot of it is like, okay, the answer is no. We cannot beat the game this way. But, can we technically get through it by cheesing the shit out of it? And the answer is, or cheating, just straight up cheating, using exploits. And the answer is yes. There are a million ways to play this game if you're willing to, use specific definitions of play. But some of the stuff he does doesn't involve any cheating. It's just tedious, or you just wouldn't think to do it unless you thought to do it. The yellow arrow on the stamina bar means that I have a ring equipped that's giving me some buffs. So. Also, I saw somebody else say, oh shit, wait a minute. Am I not? Shouldn't I? There we go. Oh, okay, no, I did respond to that message. Yeah, just, oh god, whips. Yeah, I tried to play with whips a little bit. They're neat, but boy. Man, is my gamma turned down? I feel like my gamma is turned down. The game is a little dark. Oh, right. I started telling this story earlier and I forgot to finish it. So two things went wrong with my first run through Dark Souls 2, and it's astonishing I finished it. First, oh yeah, it was actually too dim. First, I was playing the Scholar of the First Sin edition, which, just to summarize, I never really finished this earlier. in Scholar, they massively altered like where enemies are placed, so that basically the game has a lot more situations where you get pincer attacked by a bunch of guys that you're not really ready for, and it can take 100 runs until you figure out how to decipher how to get through these gauntlets. When you play the original game, like No Man's Wharf took me. Again, it was like Capra Demon. It took me over 100 tries. I was screaming. I was pounding my controller on the table. Like, this is embarrassing. I learned lessons about how to be a mature adult from how I embarrassed myself playing this game. I shit you not. Like, I don't do this anymore. It was like how it clicked with me that, like, oh, you're self-defeating by being a little child about this. Once I accepted that this is the thing I had chosen to do, like, there's nothing to get mad at. I opted into this. It got a lot easier to deal with. However, when I played the unmodified original game, I understood why they had made Scholar. I don't necessarily think Scholar is good. I don't necessarily think that it fixes the game, but the original game was broken. It is missing enemies that should be there, and the Scholar Edition was an attempt to correct a mistake. The original game is not finished. It is not. It is not very good. Oh boy, these are my least favorite type of enemy in the entire game, and they're part of why I hate going to the depths, or to the depths is the second game, right? But yeah, the fucking sewers in this game are full of these guys, and I just get so sick of dealing with them because I just don't have the patience to wait for their attacks to end, especially when they stack up a whole bunch of them. But yeah, when I first played No Man's Wharf, I was just screaming in anger at it because they kept giving me these combos of enemies, and like doing. Oh wait, I'm not two-handing again. Damn it. They were giving me these like enemy combos that were really hard to deal with, where you in order to fight one guy, you had to put your back to another one who would just fuck you every single time. And the other thing was that there we go. The other thing was I just couldn't see anything. Like, playing the whole game, I couldn't see anything. Right? Now, this is very embarrassing, but I finally, at some point, decided that this can't have been intended behavior. And I started looking at my monitor settings. My gamma was set wrong. The whole game. Like, I never figured it out. I've played the entire game unable to see easily 60% of what was on the screen. And the only time I figured it out is when I started playing Dark Souls 1. And when I got down to New Londo, when I finally got down there, I realized I could not see a single thing. It was just pitch black. And I'm like, well, this can't be right. So I took a look at my monitor gamma, and no shit, it was all fucked up, and I adjusted it, and the game was completely different afterwards. I went back and played DS2, and I'm like, holy shit. If I had been able to see the guys in Wharf, I would not have been angry the way I was. It was a hilarious self-own. Oh, that's weird. Wait, is there no effect from his... Oh, the, Okay, in one of the other versions, maybe it was remastered, I don't know, they added a very different effect to the ground pound that he does. That's got, not that one, but the one that's got the magic, effect that comes off. This one here. And it's way easier to see. Yeah, that is a really bad effect. Wow. Also, holy shit, I am not really strong enough to be fighting this guy right now. But, hey, buy the ticket, take the ride. Oh, he's actually got a... Oh. I think he's got a little more range on that attacks. Oh, right. And then he's got the long distance one. I remember now. Okay. It's been a while since I fought Stray Demon. Oh, boy, I'm fucking this up. I mean, every time I fought Stray Demon, I've been underpowered, honestly. I don't know if he's a damage sponge or if I just go here too early. But either way, I always seem to be underpowered when I fight this guy. But the strategy, you know, as I think more than anything, this guy encapsulates the strategy that many people give about Dark Souls, which is be on their ass. You should always be on that ass because they can't hit you back there. 9 times out of 10, they can't hit you back there. And in fact, it is the only truly safe place in this arena from that magic attack that he keeps doing. The thing is, though, I remember when I first learned this. Wow, I've got him trapped in a pattern. It's actually kind of terrific. When I first learned this, I feel like I remember the safe zone being a lot wider than it is here. Like if you were, I feel like if you were on his ass, it was still safe. But here, you got to be at the tip of the tail. Boy, this guy is really easy to trap in a pattern. As you're seeing, he for some reason has a tendency. I think maybe because maybe this is the only attack he has that can hit behind him, and so they're hoping you'll do exactly what I was doing, which is just get baited. Oh, okay. I thought I thought I was still alive for a second there. Yeah, I think I am by no means the first person to have a bad time with a game and then find out it was the fucking hardware, right? I think it's
Don't do that.
This isn't a judgment of anyone, I promise. I mean that when I say it. I'm surprised at how many people here have such a negative opinion of Dark Souls 2. I don't want to say it's because I experienced it correctly and you didn't or anything. It is a very different game, texturally speaking, than... Where is that third zombie? Isn't there a third zombie that... I thought there was a third one. Anyway, it is a very different game texturally than the other ones in the series. And also, there's just the fact that there are like mechanics in the game that are vastly different than anything else in the series. And so like if it's not what you want, then it's not what you want. Huh. But personally, I think, while I do know the lore about how it's, you know, quote, not really a Dark Souls game, you know, not made by the same guy and whatnot, I think that it is... I think it has its place in the series. I would not want it to not be there. And the thing is, like, in a number of very, very literal ways, it is the Majora's Mask of Dark Souls. Both in the sense of being a weird, off-kilter... approach to the series with very different ideas, but also in terms of, you know, like literally speaking, the story I think has a lot in common with, well, the fan interpretation of Majora's Mask. You know, there's that whole thing about, you know, Link is actually dead.
Goodbye.
I love that idea. I think it's a really cool one. I don't know if anybody at Nintendo had that idea, but I don't know that they didn't either. I could believe it. I think it's a pretty cool idea. And, like, tonally, it certainly feels like that's what's supposed to be going on. So, I got lucky there. One of the other things that I think a lot of new Dark Souls players have trouble with is I think that the dodge roll is not that much faster than running in a lot of cases, especially dashing. And so a lot of the time, if you're chaining two rolls, you might actually been better off running, especially if you stop and just let the boss's attack play out. What you might find out is that they have a lot more wind-up time than it feels like. And so you don't actually need to move as fast as it feels like you need to move. And running or walking gives you a lot more control. You can see better, you can recover better, you know, all this stuff. So when you have the opportunity, you really don't want to be rolling if you can avoid it. really the only time you should be rolling is if something is swinging to attack you. And that too is something I struggled with for a long time. But, you know, here's the thing. I understand why people... Uh-oh, I fucked up. Let's see, I might evade this. Okay, cool. I actually very much understand why people don't want to, don't want to take that advice. It's not because they think it's wrong or anything, it's because they just don't want to play a game that works that way. And I sympathize about this because I actually touched on this earlier. I detest shields in games. I don't like shields. I don't like it when an enemy has a very specific frame on which... Oh, goddammit. Has a very specific frame on which they can be attacked. And then any other frame just tink, right? I'm like, no, fuck you. I don't care how strong you are. I don't care how strong your shield is. If you're an enemy in a video game, if I'm angry enough at you, you need to take damage. And I don't mean 1 pixel of damage. I mean, you need to take an appreciable amount of damage if I hit you with my strongest attack. I am going into battle. I need your strongest potions. Fuck you, right? I do not like the idea of an enemy in it because power fantasy does not mean that I should win every battle automatically, but I do believe that it means that if I do a big ol' wind-up, if I do my strongest, coolest looking attack, I should not get tink no matter what. No matter what. And if I just don't want to fight an enemy, I should not fucking have to. If I don't want to play the cool little mini game that you set up, I think there should always be the option to not do that. And enemies with shields, like the ones in this game, don't give you that latitude. You have to sit there and wait for them to do their special little animation and go, okay, this is the time when I'm allowed to attack them. And then if they're not doing it, you don't do anything. You do nothing until you see that tell. I hate that. I hate it to death. And there's not that much difference between that and what we're doing here, except, and I think this matters, that this one feels realistic to me in a way that my gut says that it makes sense that an enemy this big would fight this way, and that the skeletons would have their big long wind-ups because they're stupid, because they're not all there, and all that. But the idea of my character, who is supernaturally strong, being completely defeated, just tink by a fucking shield, I don't buy it. I can't suspend disbelief over that. Just doesn't work. Come on, dude. See, this is exactly the thing I'm talking about. If you don't want to do this, I don't blame you. Oh yeah, look at that. I misread the situation. I got fucked for it. Am I going to die now? Not quite. Okay. It's very exacting, and some people just don't want to do that. And motherfucker. Yeah, exactly. Enemies with shields make you fight them on their terms. And the difference with Dark Souls is there's 2 things. First, when you find an exception to the minigame, it's satisfying. That's one thing. When you find a way to kill an enemy without waiting for their special little animation, it feels good. That's one thing. And another thing is, sorry, one moment. Oop, that might get me. No? Okay. Shocking. The other thing is that I think that there's a big difference between tink and, okay, you didn't attack them at the right time, so they had a chance to hit you. That, to me, just in terms of how it feels texturally, is a vastly different thing. Here, if I hit this guy at the wrong moment, I get hit by him. That makes sense. If I hit him at the wrong moment and he goes tink, I'm like, no, I have a god killer axe. Fuck you. I mean, I don't right now, but you take my meaning, right? God, I could probably come back after a couple more upgrades to my axe and do this a lot quicker, but I'm already here. That's the thing. God, look how little damage I'm doing to him. Is that because I'm hitting his tail? No, he's just that tough. Yeah, maybe I'll bail after this one, because he's just got a bit too much oomph for me right now. Like, I could do it. It's just going to take so long. Like, I could be at Anorlando right now. I'm an important guy. I got places to be, man. I could be at Anorlando right now. Got a business meeting at Anorlando. The bouncer knows me, man. This feels like doing a fucking asylum demon with a straight sword hilt. Like, just a little bit, you know? It's not as bad. I tried it a couple of times. Holy hell, that's a boring way to play the game. Challenge runners can keep it. I don't want it. Thanks. Tell you one thing about this guy. I'm glad his tail doesn't come off. It is, once again, as ordained in the texts, tail time. Jesus, yeah, dude, just keep doing that. We'll be done in a couple of minutes. Nope. He had to disappoint. Okay, can we get lucky, please? Okay, I like this. Just keep doing that same attack bullshit, bro. This is very good. I like this. Yeah, exactly. Like, realistic is not the word we're looking for, and, you know, doesn't challenge your suspension of disbelief is too wordy. We need an actual adjective for this, and it needs to be something that is less awkward than oh geez, what's that neologism? Oh, am I gonna get caught by that? No? Okay. Very lucky. Oh, come on, man. Just keep doing it. Just stay stuck. This is rad. Please don't fuck this up for me. Ludic. We need a word that is less obnoxious than ludic, but still tailored to this very specific need that we have in media analysis, right? That's the other thing is, like, I think a lot of people, when they find out that, like, this is how people recommend you do this fight, they're like, well, that's bullshit. That doesn't feel like you're playing the game right. And I'm like, yeah, you know, that's a good point. I think if it doesn't feel like a video game to you, you know, I respect that. The thing that I like about Dark Souls is that once I learned all this stuff, it made me feel like a speedrunner. And so, you know, that's a set of people who I deeply respect. I think that what they do is really cool, breaking games apart, right? And so to get to do that myself makes me feel really cool. And, you know, I'm not a speedrunner. I come nowhere close to, you know, I come nowhere close to the actual records, you know. But the point is, like, there's shared DNA in tearing apart a game. And, oh, no! No, not like this! No, not like this. Okay, are we back in it? Are we back in the groove? Are we back in the groove? Please? Come on, dude. Come on. Oh, come on, dude. Just a little bit more. Just stay in your pattern. Please stay in your pattern. No. Back up. Come on, stay in your pattern. Stay in your... Yes! Oh, there we go. Woo! All right. Got our slab. Don't get greedy. Thank you for saying the Dark Souls prayer. Don't get greedy. You saw how I came very close to fucking myself, but I had the sense to step away at that one crucial moment. Otherwise, I'd be dead right now. Oh, boy. I don't usually do Stray Demon this early, but oh boy. Okay, that's that way. Oh shit! What is the shortest path to the fucking fire? Oh, right. I could bone. No, don't do that. Just go straight to the bone. I don't even know how many. Oh shit! 23,000 souls. Oh, whoops! I didn't realize he dropped that many. Verisimilitude is honestly probably the best word for it. I just wish it were a little less unwieldy, you know? So this weapon also dex scales, and I'm not sure, so that'd be 178, or if I put this in here, it would be 184. So it scales better on strength. What else does dex get me? Magic, flame, lightning, bleed resist. I don't really care about any of those. Oh, it doesn't even do the bleed resist. That was endurance. So I think I'm just going to dump this into strength. I don't remember where the soft cap is, but I'm just going to do that. Okay. Let me think for a second. I can't remember how this all connects together. I'm just going to go ahead and drop. I'm going to go ahead and drop down the hole again, because I can't remember what the best strat is for getting back to where I was. I know it connects somewhere, but... Actually, no, I don't. Doesn't it go behind a locked door? Okay, soft cap is 40. Yeah, that sounds right. So let's just go ahead and do this. Boy, I'm already feeling like... Pardon me. I'm already feeling like the SS Flask +1 is underwhelming. I'm going to find out that I homeward boned to like 30 feet to my right. But hey, I mean, the whole purpose of the homeward bone is... Yep, I was absolutely right. Yeah, I boned to like 30 feet to my right. I don't remember what that guy drops. I think... Doesn't he give you a key? It's been a while since I fought him. I think he drops this. So I think what we do is we go, we run down this hallway here. There's a knight down here. We fight him, and then when we proceed up around the balcony where we would have dropped down on the demon, there is a. You know what? I don't believe in any of that. Right, the peculiar doll. Oh, I don't like that. I do not like the amount of damage that I just didn't do to him. Heavens. Woof. Okay, I remember now. We don't want to go through the... We don't want to go through that passage. We want to go down this one, right? That guy's probably going to follow me, ain't he? All the way. Yeah, it is possible to kill those guys without parrying. I have done it. I hate parrying. It is better to just... I don't believe in any of that. Sorry. Just tell them gently but firmly, no. And then move the fuck on. Was I supposed to go the other direction? Did I just go the wrong way? Or is it this that we're trying to do? I also can't remember what this gets me. Oh. Yeah, so I'm right. I think the only bonfire in the game... What? What? Whoa. What? Huh? Wait, what? Why are they still here? Why didn't they reset? What? Huh? What? What's happening? What the dick, though? What? And the other thing that sucks is that I fucking know this guy is not going to trigger the collapsing floor. Okay, can I... If he's kited over there, can I just... Whoa. Okay, all right, well, he can enjoy being back there. I'm going to go over here. My feeling on shields, I was saying earlier that I played through the whole game for the first time with a shield. Was that DS1 or DS2? That might have been DS2. Where my first run through the game, I did entirely shield turtling. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a lot of fun. It is another way to play the game. I think it is no more or less legitimate than any other approach. However, there's two different, like, I this is probably obvious, but I'm just gonna completely reveal myself here, just so nobody misses it. I am kind of a stuck-up douche about this game. I do have gamer philosophy about it. I'll admit to this, and I will not impose that on anybody who doesn't want it. However, if you do want it, my opinion is that you ought to play the game without a shield. You ought to try it that way, because I think it is really satisfying getting good enough. Or not even, it's not even a matter of good enough. It's locked. It is really satisfying. Does anybody remember where the key is for that door? Don't you get it out in the world somewhere? Like, wasn't I supposed to pick it up somewhere in one of those boxes before I went on the bird ride or something like that? I think I fucked this up. Door stuck! Door stuck, that's true. In any case, I think I'm probably going to go back the way I came. Oh, well, there he is. Hang on a second. Okay, I thought my stereo was swapped for a second. I'm just going to wait here for a minute until somebody tells me where that key is. While I think that any way you play the game is legitimate, anything that finishes the game is legitimate, no matter what it is. You know, if you want to look up strategies on the Dark Souls wiki and, you know, throw dung pies at all the bosses, that's a perfectly reasonable way to play the game. There's nothing wrong with it. If you weren't supposed to do it, they wouldn't have made it possible. This is not true of all games, and we can't be sure it is with this game. But personally, I think it is. I think that the people who designed this game think it's fucking hilarious that you can throw dung pies over the wall to kill Capra Demon. I think if they didn't want you to do it, they would have put a wall over there. I don't think that was an oversight. I think it was very much intended. And or I should say, perhaps a better way to put it is, I don't think that they went out of their way to prevent anything unless it was truly game-breaking. You know, obviously there's stuff that speedrunners do that... Crest Shield? Crest Shield? That's not the... That's not the one that, it reduces magic damage. Okay. And you know what? I think I can equip that and just not use it. And still get its benefits. It's on the roof of the building that houses Petrus of Thorolund. Yes. So I was supposed to get it. That's fine. This was not a waste of time. Because I opened up the path there. So, oh god. Oh no. This is a waste of time, however. I'll tell you a fun fact. The first time I played this game, when I got to this part after the intro, I just dashed to the nest because I didn't know how the bonfire system worked yet, and I thought there were enemies along there for some reason. And so I just never realized there's nothing there. You can just casually walk out to the nest on your first run through there. Anyway, but yeah, so I think anything you can do in this game that allows you to see the ending of the game is a legitimate way to play the game. 100% I believe this. But if you come to me and say, hey, it would make me feel cool if I was one of those guys who's good at Dark Souls, or girls, or nothing, then my advice would be play it different ways, try different approaches, do different things that don't necessarily seem like your kind of thing. I have not yet played this game as a caster. I know people do. I've heard it's busted. Like, I've heard it's, like, straight up broken in some ways. And I've seen it played. It doesn't look like a lot of fun to me. However, when you play it that way and you succeed and you're actually able to kill guys, it makes you feel really cool. I'm not saying it would for everyone, right? But if you think it would, then it probably would. And I think the worst thing you do with this game is to only play it one way. Like, just because there's so many fucking approaches to it, it's ridiculous. I want to say the first thing I did after I beat the game for the first time when I came back to play it is I think I did a naked character and just like completely armorless, because the first time, son of a bitch, the first time I had done full armor, shield, everything, and then the second time through, I think I did nothing, just deprived, and oops, guess who forgot to rest at the fire? God damn it. And again, that's its own game flavor. It feels its own sort of way when you're like, I'm not going to say you can't play the game without dodge rolling. I have seen it done, but I think that nobody would do it naturally. I think it is something that it's something you do as a challenge. It's just sort of silly not to. I think, though, I'd be impressed if you have a way to make it work and actually be fun. Oh god, that's right. That's where I was headed. I completely forgot. That's literally where I was headed. That's really fucking funny. Well, I guess I was gonna go back and get my souls, but no, they weren't really that hard to collect. So, I guess yeah, I'll just skip them. Anyway, trying to remember what the fuck I was saying. Were these... Wait a minute. Are these sword guys in the same position as when I left? Did they not reload when I zoned? Well, I guess we'll find out in a moment. But I don't think there were sword guys there originally. Yeah. Yeah. Traveling on the bird does not cause a reset of the area. Wonder if we can use that for an exploit. Alright. We go... Oh god, I can't remember. This way. This way. It's this way. Oh, that's right, yeah. So, the game is so heavily based on dodging, and it's so useful that I feel like probably nobody has ever played it deliberately without dodge rolling. They may not have figured out some of the tricks to really make it work, but I don't think anybody tries to play the game without rolling unless they're doing a challenge run. However, what you can easily not realize your first time through is that, well, first off, you might not realize you can fail to notice that there's the whole heaviness system that being overladen makes you roll slower, right? And even if you are aware of that, it's not hard to be wearing like medium armor and medium rolling and to think, okay, yeah, this is I've seen, heavy rolls. This isn't that. I'm good. But then if you take all your gear off and just roll a couple times, you go, oh, okay, shit. There's a whole nother level of speed to it, and it changes how you play the whole game. The strategies for light rolling are completely different than the strategies for medium rolling, and well, just don't play the game heavy rolling. Just just don't do that unless you're doing a challenge run. Ugh. I think God, yeah, didn't the ladder glitch just get discovered? So yeah, in terms of like how do I think you should play this game, or what do I think? I think that for me myself personally, yes, I might do a run with the shield again. Personally though, it's interesting that you asked the question because now that I think about it, really it did sort of bug me in reverse. It's sort of the same. It's sort of the same frustration that I have with fighting enemies that have shields, but backwards. It's, okay, time to fight these guys, wait for them to hit me, now I get to hit back. The difference, well, part of the difference is just, it's nice to be the guy who's going tink instead of the guy who's getting tinked, right? Just automatically. You could definitely play the game with heavy rolling if that's your question. You can finish the whole game heavy rolling without even necessarily having that bad a time. It just sucks. I would never do it. Well, never say never, but like, it's certainly not. It doesn't feel good. I do not like the way that feels. Woof. But there we go. Okay, yeah, this is the thing I was coming for. Okay, cool. Right, yeah, exactly. If you're wearing like soup, so I guess that's another thing, right? Sorry, let me think for a moment. The next place I want to go is the back door of. Okay, so I want to go down through the double elevator here. That'll get me down to the valley, and then we can go in the back of a place I can't remember the name of. Anyway, yeah, my beef with playing with shield is that I like my character to feel loose and free and have all my options open at all times. The problem with playing shield is that it emphasizes a playstyle where you are cutting yourself off from options. That sounds judgmental, but what I mean is, if you decide to play, not with shield at all, but shield turtling, I should say. The way I played it the first time, where I simply did not ever attack an enemy first. I always let them tink on my shield to open up and then hit them back. That's probably not strictly true. It was probably not quite that bad, but the point is that, like, I was constantly taking advantage of any enemy that I did not immediately have a strategy for. I would just shield turtle, let them hit me, and then punish them for it, right? You don't have to do it that way. You can use a shield and just use it occasionally, or use it. Hell, I mean, you can use it for parrying, right? Parrying is bullshit, but it's bullshit for you, right? It's bullshit that's on your side. That's another thing that I think. That's another thing that I think a lot of people have never really experienced with this game that I think might change their feeling on it. Is like, oh, sure, the game can be full of bullshit, but sometimes you can be the person doing the bullshit, and then that feels great. It can really feel fantastic to just absolutely punish a guy for the audacity of attacking you, you know? And it's just a matter of figuring out, like, what do you want from it that the game can give you. And then there's other things, like, for instance, what I just did there, I just took advantage of stagger, right? Which I think, was it DS2 where I think the stagger mechanic is just completely broken. I think they forgot to implement poise correctly. But in this one, if you're using a heavy weapon like this, or a sword, or a club, if you manage to land several light attacks on a guy, that can actually stagger them, and then that buys you time to, you know, drink your Estus or get another hit in or whatever, and that fucking can make you feel amazing, right? Parrying, on the other hand, oh boy, I am no good at parrying, but I think, you know, that's sort of a like, oh, me too, sort of thing. Like, who's good at parrying? There's people out there, but don't admit it. I don't want us to be enemies. If you're good at parrying, fuck you, okay? Everybody hates you. It's so hard to do right. And when you fuck up, it tends to be the end of a fight. you know, because a lot of the time when you're parrying, you're doing a parry build, I think, where you're not necessarily all that, you know. That was pretty clean. I remember a time when I couldn't get through those guys in less than 10 runs. Parrying, like I said, is bullshit that works for you, the player. And so, Blighttown, that's the name of the fucking place. Rakens, that's what those fucking things are called. When you get good at parrying, which I would say is deeply unintuitive, but that's just my feeling about it. When you get good at parrying, you will cackle as you do it. You will kill guys, and then you will go like an evil mustached villain. It is so mean. It is so fucking uncalled for, and the game lets you chain it as many times as you want. Now, me, myself, personally, oh man, I'm not going to say I can't do it, because I did a parry run, and I got pretty fucking far in it. So, as somebody who, like I said, just detests the whole operation of wait for the opening, nope, you can only attack the guys on the special opening. As a person who hates that, I did a parry run, and when I had my sea legs, it felt great. It felt like $1 million. The problem was just that when it didn't work, when it wasn't applicable, it's like, oh, we got to stop playing Parry Souls and go back to playing Dark Souls, which, hey, you know, it's a good game on its own. You can enjoy it on its own. But to be doing the one thing and then have to go back to do the other, I think it's tough not to feel frustrated. Speaking of frustrated, I have made a critical error, and now is my one opportunity to correct it. I have no moss. Oops. Oh, I done goofed. Oh boy, you can't do Quelaag without moss. Okay, Megatog, take this. Please take this kindly. That is a hilarious reaction in the sense that it could have happened to any of us. Anybody who plays this game could have got in that particular way. It is not obvious that this is down here. There's no reason you would run in over here. I think somebody told me it was over here. I am so sorry that that happened to you. Anyway. Okay. See, the problem is that if I bonfire here, then I'm not going to be able to go back and get moss, and I don't remember if there's any down here. This is actually like... I have to stop at this point and go to the wiki, because if I can't get moss down here, I'm pretty much screwed. So give me one moment to look into this. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh! Oops. Hey, fuck you. Where did you come from? Ugh. Okay. Dark Souls, Light Town, Purple Moss. Yep. Yep, I done goofed. Let's see. Yeah, sorry, moss. Yes, with 2 S's. Is there a bonfire on the bridge in this version? Shit, I think so. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, yeah, so, sorry, for anybody who doesn't know, that swamp out there is all poison. There is no way to avoid walking through the poison. You have to do it to get to the boss. And if you get poisoned, you will lose too much health to deal with the boss, practically. Like, I have enough that I could tank it, but it sucks. And I'm going to have to suck up so much Estus in order to get in fighting trim that it's just going to... It's a bad idea. So, what you have to do, if you respect yourself, is come down here with 10 moss and just do the run, eat a moss, drink an Estus, and you're pretty much back to normal. Spider lady, she is a spider, right? Yeah, Quelaag. I never really think of her as a spider. I'm usually busy staring at the Sen part rather than the Tar. All right, anyway. So, I am looking at a Dark Souls page from somebody saying that they killed the female undead merchant, so they can't buy the purple moss from her. Trolls drop dung pies. You can eat one and you'll take some damage, but it does reduce the health drain. Oh, apparently this person says that was the developer's intended strat for dealing with the toxic blow darts down here. Let's see. Yeah, Darkroot Garden. You can farm moss there. Actually, this person's saying that the spider shield supposedly helps. Oh, resistance to poison. I've never heard that strategy before. I guess it doesn't hurt to check. Oh no, that's not good enough. That's not good enough. Yeah, I think there's only one thing to it, and that's to Homeward Bone and just do that run again. Whoops-a-daisy. Where am I going to bone to? I don't remember what last fire I was at. Oh, okay, that's exactly where I want to be. Cool. My strategy worked. Having trouble with the poison swamp? Eat shit. From Soft. That sounds right. Tired, get good, wired. No, really, eat shit. I don't know what you want me to say here. I have Airwolf. Are these guys going to kite down the... I don't think they're going to kite down the aqueduct. Yep, yeah, shields give passive benefits. So, I would say that the primary downside, the way that they... If there is any attempt to keep you from exploiting the shields being a passive thing, it's the fact that they increase your weight, so they will reduce your rolling. Okay, so it's poison. Is it just... I think it's just poison, not toxin. I'm just going to go ahead and blow all my money on this because I don't want to have to come back up here. Yeah, why don't I have Grass Crest Shield? I love Grass Crest Shield, but I can't remember where to get it. I just didn't... Here, let me see. Dark Souls, Grass Crest Shield, location. It is in Darkroot Garden. Oh! You know what? That's actually a good idea. Thank you for the reminder. I think the last few times that I played this, I had somebody available who reminded me to go down to Darkroot. If I remember correctly, the right strat here is you just go down there, juke the guy, pick it up, and run back. And at this point, having already spent my souls, I can just go ahead and death warp. So let's just do that. Let's keep it simple. Because yeah, for anybody who does not know, Grass Crest Shield is a shield. End of discussion. That's the explanation. Grass Crest Shield gives you a continuous buff to stamina regeneration, and stamina is 2/3 of Dark Souls. Like there's no magic meter in this game, right? There's no MP, but there is stamina, and everything consumes it. So Grass Crest Shield it's an automatic 5% make the game easier button. And I think it's in every single Dark Souls, including Elden Ring, which isn't even supposed to be Dark Souls. And if you don't use shields at all, then there's absolutely no reason not to carry it on your back unless that puts you over your weight limit for light rolling, and that's important to you. I personally have never found that to be worth it, and generally it's worth it to just pump a few points into the stat that increases your carry load, and then that doesn't matter. Okay, now, The next thing is I gotta remember how to get to fucking Darkroot. I believe it's down here, or do I need to be on the other side? I can never remember. Well, obviously not there. I was pretty sure you could get to Darkroot through here, yeah. Yeah, there you go. You go down this, it takes you to the Valley of the Dragons, and then it connects down to Darkroot, right? I always do this part of the game so late in a run. I mean, I think it's where it belongs. Oh, shit, wait, no, isn't Darkroot down here? Oh, am I thinking of the... No, I think this works, doesn't it? Oh. Oops. Forgot about him. Well, we're going to find out where this takes us. But I'm pretty sure this gets us there. You go down here. You cut through this fortress over here, which I believe is... this connects over to the other side of New Londo. God, I think I remember this correctly. I could have sworn. Oh, guess I mixed it up. Well, never mind then. Oh, whatever. Second. Right. Oh, right. That room. Now I remember. Okay. Well, whatever. My plan was to die anyway. Okay. Sorry, I forgot about the, almost got there. Yeah, sorry. So... This, again, I was saying this earlier, that, like, I've played through this game a dozen times at this point. Probably a half dozen, actually. And every time I remember most of the critical stuff. And then there's a couple things that I just struggle to recall, even though they're really important, at least in, my view of things. You absolutely don't need to do what I'm doing, but certainly not at this point in the game. However, the Grasscrest shield really kicks ass. I'm trying to remember if I covered everything I wanted to say about Halo earlier. Like, I was thinking I had a whole stream's worth of talking to do about it, but honestly... It really is summed up just by saying that the series leaves so much text off the page. It's really absurd. Like, I just can't seem to stop thinking about how much is implied in that game. That it just needed to be on the screen for it to make sense. And they just didn't do it. And I don't know why. I'm just baffled. But I think that's really all I had to say. I think that encapsulates it. Whoops. Hey, congratulations. This is how everybody gets fucked by this guy. This guy is not very hard, but the room he's in sucks. And I absolutely don't need to fight him. I can just leave. Real winners quit. But at this point, with the upgrades I have, he ought to be pretty easy. But that's only if I can land a hit. Wow, no, this guy has a lot of HP. He also has the longest wind-up in the history of the Souls series. And so it's really easy. Well, you're seeing how I'm fucking this up. I don't even need to explain it, Okay. Oh, we got a stagger. That's good. That's good. We like that. We don't like that nearly so much. God, half of the skill aspect of this game, in terms of, you know, getting good at this game specifically, is learning what things reach really is versus what it looks like. Because boy howdy, there's so many occasions where you're like, oh, that he can't hit me from here. I'm safe to Estus. No, he can. There we go. Okay, that is the first time that I have ever fought that guy and gotten him on the first try. That has never happened before. But yeah, I think, yeah, to wit, right, exactly. If you tuned in for the Halo and the title, I genuinely thought I had more to say, but really at that point, once you get past just the fundamental disappointment with the story, I think really the only thing left to say is that the shift towards actual, genuine sort of hoorah military fantasy as you get to the later games in the series is a bummer. So I will say, one thing that really surprised me is that, so I had played Halo 1 before I played it on that stream. I made one good, serious attempt at it many years ago, which I guess must have stopped at about the 2/3 point after the Flood appeared, but not that much after the Flood appeared, because there were a number of things I didn't remember happening. Sorry, Crystal Lizard. There we go. Whew, excellent. But let's see. Is it this way, or do we go back up there and go down that way? Oh, no. Okay, that's just an item by itself. We'll go get that. So it is down there? Okay, I'm going to get this thing up here, because I'm probably going to get rocked. Oh, no, that's somewhere else. Okay. I thought there was an alternate path up here, but maybe there isn't. So I'll just go down and get the shield. Anyway. Hey, you know what? If you tuned in for the Halo in the title, sorry anyway. Talking about Halo is as bad as not getting to hear about Halo, just differently. Okay, so there's that thing over there that you have to drop down to, which is not what we're looking for, but we'll get it. Okay. I believe you drop down here. You go down this increasingly narrow series of winding paths, and I think it's all the way at the bottom of this one, right? Pretty sure. There he is. Oh, I did not time my roll correctly. Heavens. All right, well, there's the shield. And now we die. Okay. Or we get the backstab punish? Sure, why not? God, I thought I was going to get a stagger on him. Yeah, heavy swing is too slow for this guy. Oh, that shouldn't have worked. Oh my god, you saw how close that was? Anyway, what the fuck was I saying about Halo 1? Whatever. I remember I played through Halo 1, I had never finished it. But each time that I encountered... Oh, right, I remember now. Each time that I encountered Halo 1, I apparently, for some reason, totally failed to notice that the grunts speak English. And for one thing, this is a really silly conceit, which they never explain. Not really. There's a little bit of a feint at the idea in the the book Fall of Reach, where it's implied that your suit has like translation software built into it, but it doesn't work for the elites apparently. And then in the later games, everybody can understand them, and you can understand the elites and all the other races. And the real answer for that is that it's narratively much more convenient, just like in Star Trek, right? Universal translator, whatever. Here's the thing, though. It's not the fact that the fact that they speak English is goofy, but the fact that they speak it like that, and that they're all little dipshits, that they're sort of like they're kobolds, okay? They invented kobolds. The grunts are kobolds. Yeah, Shadowhawk, that's very funny. The fact that they sound so ridiculous and that they're all portrayed as these goofy fuck-ups does not support the weight of a serious science fiction story, which is fine because, yeah, random. I mean, that is a retcon they did in, like, 2015 that they just, like, nobody at the company even had a role in that. That's something a comic book writer came up with, right? It's just a throwaway, like, haha, what if this was the case? It doesn't make sense. Every single one of them, all of them, every single grunt, everywhere, thousands and thousands and thousands have all had this job. No, it's ridiculous, right? But it doesn't matter. Who cares that it's ridiculous? It's funny and it's fun. Who gives a shit? I'm just gonna walk these guys. Fuck it. I don't need to bother with them. I got poisoned anyway, so I'm already L. Wart. I watched Return of the Jedi the other day and realized that Yub Yub was the Wart of 1983. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Anyway, so when I played the game for New Year's, I spent pretty much the whole time just sort of bewildered that, wow, they gave the grunts not just English voice lines, but like hundreds of them. There's so many. And I later found out that they're all voiced by one guy who was on with Bungie to the bitter end, and that guy did not go over to 343, and so that's part of why the grunts stopped sounding like that. But it's not the whole reason. It's not the whole reason. The reason I was astonished they sounded like that is because it is so deeply... How to put this? In my head, I took a wrong turn. That was the wrong way to go. In my head, if I am a corporate executive who is trying to sell this thing, I'm not going to look at it as, well, that's just part of the... Oh, fuck. Wait, how did I die? Oh, I just got toxic really fast. Hilarious. Yeah, when you're in battle, the last thing you do is scream in a second language. Well, they're taunting you, right? So it sort of makes sense. But also, the idea that it's an entire race of dumbasses is also silly. It's cartoonish, right? And so this is my point. By the time you get to Halo 2, like, the first game definitely has a bunch of goofy cartoon shit in it. It is sort of an interesting mix in that regard, because there are elements that are clearly supposed to be taken seriously, but I mean, the same was true of Marathon, where Bungie was trying their best to make this gritty sci-fi game with this very heavy story, and then look at all the level names, right? Bungie has always had cognitive dissonance in their work. They always made stuff that was simultaneously kind of serious and also kind of goofy, right? Colony ship for sale. Cheap. So that makes sense when it's a corporation, in name only, right? Bungie in 1997 when they started, and for some years to follow, was 30 guys who all knew each other's names and hung out with each other, right? The guy in charge of the company was, drinking with the troops, as it were. And so you can see how this happened. Back when just video games AAA video games can be made by what we would now consider an indie studio, right? But when you get into Halo 2, they're like already visibly trying to make it way grittier, way more serious, trying to make it a much more, weighty piece of media, but they retain the goofy grunts. I was astonished by that. I couldn't believe it, right? Then I keep playing. I get to Halo 3. They kept them for Halo 3, a game that is absolutely trying to be, if not more serious, at least more cinematic, right? I'm sitting here going like, what's going on here? How has this blood not been drained out of the franchise's veins by marketing and corporate assholes, right? How it baffles me that it was able to survive for that long. But I knew it had to die eventually, right? And it does. But much later than you'd think. It survives through ODST completely, and then in Reach, which is a foul piece of shit in a lot of ways. Like Reach is where it turns into just we're doing Call of Duty in space. It's just Call of Duty in space. It's just 100% hoorah, whiskey tango foxtrot bullshit. Which, hey, I like that as much as the next person, and more than some. But it's not Halo. It's not what Halo is, was meant to be, and it doesn't have it. There's not enough there to work with to make that out of Halo, and so they failed completely. ODST is still goofy. It's got Nathan Fillion in it, for Christ's sake, and he's just Malcolm Reynolds from Firefly because that's the only character that man can play, right? I respect that, But when you get to Reach, one, it retcons the story of the fall of Reach. Not that the book was good, but it was at least a fairly reasonable story, for this world. No, the grunts are dumb. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're getting at. The grunts are dumb. They throw grenades that bounce off the ceiling into their head, and then they run around screaming. Like, no, they're dumbasses. There's no deeper story there. And that's my point exactly. You cannot put the grunts. The grunts are an archetype. They are a cartoon phenomenon. You cannot put them in a story that is meant to have greater depth to it than that one. Like, that is... They are being used for as much as they can possibly be used for because they're cartoon characters. And that's fine. It works great. In Halo, 1, 2, 3, ODST, all handle it. And then you get to Reach, and they decide, like, nope, we're being serious now, so we can't have these goofy creatures that, say silly things and, throw grenades into their own heads. And so they have to go away of necessity. This did not shock me in the least. The only thing that surprised me is that it took so long. I thought... Yeah, exactly. Half-Life also had, like... Half-Life took itself very seriously, except when it was being silly, and that worked. That worked really, really well. And so I know Halo was already under development when Half-Life came out, but I wouldn't be surprised if they took some inspiration from it. I can't remember the timing there, but I think it was, 2-3 years in between the two? But again, Bungie was already on that shit before. They were already doing the goofy, serious thing. So I was really amazed that it took so long for the grunts to change. But then when they did, two things happened. First, in Reach, if I remember correctly, in Reach, they take away their English. They now speak in alien squeals. But it's actually the same voice actor, I believe, at that point, because it's still a Bungie game. It hadn't gone to 343 yet. It's the same voice actor. He's just not doing English, right? And so there's still, even though they're not speaking English, there's still a certain energy that's still there. You can still tell it's him, and you can still tell it's them. And then you get to Halo 4, and their fake language, I don't think, has changed. I think it's the same as it was. I honestly wonder if it's a real conlang. It wouldn't surprise me. Their fake language hasn't changed, but somehow the way they altered the voices is a lot less... They don't have personality anymore. They're now just an enemy. And it's really quite tragic. Boy, I am not... Here we go. Oh, wow. I am having a really hard time doing the... Oh, shit. Yeah, so this is the problem with Quelaag, is if you fuck up, what you want to do is you want to get her in that loop. You want to get her to just swing her sword at you over and over, but if you fuck up, then she does this. She just starts spitting lava everywhere, and you can very quickly get yourself boxed in. Okay, this is a good one. This is a good setup. Okay, we'll go for the triple hit. That's excellent. That's what we want to see. Hopefully that lava is about to... Okay, that ass. All right, this lava is going to take a minute to sizzle away, so I am going to panic roll here because I'm not I can't quite remember her. Damn it. Whoops. All right, and then she does the straightforward. Yep. I have not played Infinite yet, nor have I played Halo 5. Halo 5, for anybody who wasn't here, the fact that I have not played Halo 5 is why we are playing this on an Xbox One rather than a 360 or emulation, because, or PS3 emulation, because I got an Xbox One for very cheap. I kit bashed it out of a couple of broken ones. But I got an Xbox One X solely to play Halo 5, and then I was reminded that you can play old, Xbox games on it. But yeah, generally speaking, the only reason I want to play Halo 5 is for the sake of completionism. I played the rest of the series. I want to play that one too, and it's the only exclusive left on the Xbox One. All other Xbox titles, other than some shovelware that nobody cares about, have all been ported to Windows, which is really funny. By the way, I should mention, I was talking... I made a big deal out of needing the moss clumps, but man, I gotta admit, I think the first couple times I came through here, I needed them a lot more because I just didn't have as much health. Here, I seem to have put quite a lot more points into vitality than I think I used to the first couple times I played this. And so that poison doesn't actually take as much health away as I expected. Oh, yeah, like, I don't expect it to play like Halo. Halo 4 doesn't play like Halo, and Reach doesn't play like Halo. So I'm not expecting it to play like Halo. Like, that ship has sailed. The series is over. And I expect that Infinite is going to be awful. But I'm still going to play it. And I'm also going to... Oh, God. Oh, no. Yep, I got stuck in her legs. That happens sometimes. I'm just going to book because I can't remember what she does next. Okay. Okay, good. That's the best pattern. Or the best attack. Okay, get a little greedy, and then she's doing the explosion, which, okay, the explosion radiates out from her center, not from her mouth, or not from her head. Panic roll, and oops, I beefed it. Oh, no, not quite, okay. Okay, so... On my better days, she just simply never does that explosion attack, so I'm not really used to dealing with it. Boy, it's been a while since I did a serious run of Dark Souls. Wow. Oh, really? I'm this lucky? Jesus. Nope. Not that lucky. All right, panic rolling. Just book it, book it, book it, book it. Drink. Oh, nope, nope. She probably got me. Oh, whoa! What is happening? Oh, and here comes the explosion, and that's gonna... Yep. Oh, that's what's happening. Yeah, I am not very good at Quelaag. I'm at a point where I feel like maybe I'm a little under level or under or something because I feel like I should be doing more damage to her, but whatever. I mean, I could have gone through with like an ultra greatsword or something. I think it's possible to get one. Well, not an ultra, but a what's the big boy? There's a really big sword you can get in the graveyard, but this is a thing with me. Like I have a hard time getting myself to play the game like that, just because there's two problems with the mega weapons in this game, both the ultras and just greatswords in general. I think there's two different categories, right? Is that they can bonk on the environment. Yeah, I could definitely have a better axe right now. That's true. I think the axe is only +3 at the moment, so I could definitely buff that if I wanted to. But so really big weapons, they bonk on the environment, and they turn you into a boss because you end up so animation locked that you really have to think. You really have to think way ahead when you attack things, or you'll end up, trapped in a pattern and unable to react in time. And okay, I'm trying to remember if her explosion attack. I'm trying to remember the tell for her explosion aura attack. I feel like she does it when you crowd her on the side too much. Damn. But I could be wrong about that. Damn it. Oh, I barely landed a hit on her. This is bad. Oh, I am panic rolling. I think I am worse at Quelaag than any other boss in the game, I feel like. Look at this. This is pathetic. I should be killed. I should be thrown under a train. I should be arrested. Okay. Oh, wait, that wasn't the Womp? Well, what the fuck is the tell for the Womp, then? Oh, man, almost. At least I only caught one of those. Yeah, I just got to get out of the lava here so I have room to maneuver. God, the wind-up on that one is so long. Okay, that's got to be the Womp, right? No? I caught it with that one. Oh, man, this is the longest wind-up in history. You can see I'm getting got by it every single time. Am I going to get punished? No? Motherfucker. Okay, I can't do the heavy attacks, I think, unless she's... The only time you've got time to do the heavy attack is when she's in the middle of the big lava spray. That one would have been a perfect moment for the heavy attack, I'll tell you what. Okay, well, I got one in. Nope. Now, how far... I think she has a triple combo she can do with that sword, but she doesn't seem to be... There, that's it. I keep thinking she's doing it, and I roll as if that's what's happening. Okay, finally, she did the damn aura. I keep thinking she's doing that bubble attack, and then it doesn't happen. And see, that's the wind-up that I think she's doing. You can see I'm still a little frustrated by Quelaag. Yeah, see... Okay, so I thought... If you had asked me, I would have told you that she had a triple attack. Oh, okay. Where she did a slash to the left, a slash to the right, and then a stab. I thought that was her big... Oh, okay. Oh, I'm not going to survive this one. I thought that was her favorite attack, was just a slash, 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 or slash, slash, stab. But no, I guess she could do any one of them at any time, I suppose. Now, see, if this were Dark Souls 2, I would have eaten a life crystal. Thing I've just learned, and maybe this has been affecting my audio this whole time, is that apparently my speakers have been on. I just pulled my headphones off for a second, and I'm like, oh, my speakers are playing the audio, so you might have been picking up... Yeah, let's kindle this bonfire. That's probably a good idea. Okay, the audio hasn't been... Okay, cool. Well, yeah, I think that, Oh, whoops. For one thing, there have been times when I just powered through Quelaag on my first one or two tries, right? You know, some of it is just like vibes and mood, and some of it is what, you know, how patient you want to be and whatnot. So, you know, I think the reason I went through Capra the way I did is because I made a point of learning how to beat Capra, but because Quelaag just felt like sort of a normal video game enemy to me. Fuck you, Mildred. We're not playing this game. I forgot that I was human and that happens. Because Quelaag just feels like a normal video game boss to me. Like, not nearly as special as some of the other ones. I've never made a point of just like buckling down and figuring out a precise strategy. I just sort of fuck with it until I figure it out every time. And I think I'm being followed by Dark Spirit Mildred, which is unfortunate. I need to eat this moss. I guess I don't technically, but yeah, like, I think anybody can learn to beat Capra Demon effortlessly. He's not hard. He really isn't. This isn't a get good thing. He really isn't very hard. He doesn't have very much health. He doesn't move very fast. He's just not that tough a boss. It's just that before you can fight him, you have to do this gimmick that a lot of people, well, I mean, for one thing, like, the default reaction to it is to get incredibly frustrated. And that makes it hard to think of solutions, for one thing. And the other thing is that it may not really seem like killing the dogs is going to help that much, you know, like at first. And so, assuming you can figure out how to do it, because I think at first, again, you know, a problem that I had with the game, and I don't know, maybe not everybody has had this, but a problem I had with learning how to play this game is, like I said earlier, accepting that there's no such thing as cheesing. If it works, it's a valid strat, and it's no more embarrassing or you're no lesser for... Oops. Oh, that's weird. You know, if your strat for a boss is to kite them into a corner where you know they don't maneuver well, that feels like bullshit, but it just isn't. And for the longest time, I just was not willing to accept that. I'm like, no, it's obviously not what you're supposed to do. That's cheesing. That's some guy on Reddit says you should just do this instead of playing the fucking game. But no, that is the fucking game. That's what you're supposed to do. Or at least you won't find anybody other than yourself who will judge you for doing it that way. There's nobody anywhere who's going to be like, oh, you play the game that way. Well, you know, call me back when you can actually beat this boss. No one's ever going to do that. No one. I guess maybe some Redditor, but we're not talking about that. I do think, however, that, you know, one of the things that's neat about getting good at this game is going from anything works, you know, and you know, any landing you walk away from is successful, to actually being able to do stuff repeatably. Like, for instance, you know, it feels cool to be able to say, yeah, I could do Capra Demon on the first try. You know, I have not only did I do it this time, but I believe that if I were to try again, I would get it the next time also. And that's a matter of, you know, getting good, right? Practicing and practicing and practicing until I know exactly what to do when I go in that room, rather than feeling it out. You know, I know exactly where he's going to go. I know exactly where the dogs are going to go. And it is in no way random. And that felt good. It also felt worth it. Whereas with Quelaag, as you could see, without really thinking about it too much, you can muddle your way through. I mean, look, I might not win this time, but probably soon. Probably my next run or so. Or this one. Who knows? You know, it's like... Come on. Come on, breathe some fire. I need a window. Good enough. Okay, I believe that's the wind-up. Yes, it is. Okay, if I can get one more good combo, I should be able to do it. And that's Quelaag. Oh, that is how we do that. Whew. I'm trying to remember which Dark Souls game I was playing where I just at one point stopped and said, hey, you know what? These dogs aren't that bad. I can't recall which one it was. I want to say it was 3. Thank you, Black Raven. Thank you, Megatalk. I appreciate the spiritual energy from everybody in chat. I will say, though, I'm sort of disappointed in myself because, as I said earlier, I was, the last time that I played this far, it was because I was trying to prove a point to a friend, and I was streaming it on Discord. And at this point, I was, like, partway through Anor Londo. So, I'm not moving as fast as I could be. Speedrunning is the only gaming that matters. I will tell you, I'm definitely not going to finish this today, but I might finish it next stream. I'm still playing for now, but I'm definitely not going to finish it today. Let's see. The best part is that now I have to remember what do I do next? Because I don't go down into the fire yet, right? Or do I? No, of course not. Duh, I go through fucking Sen's Fortress. What am I thinking? Jesus. Oof. Yeah, I know things. Yeah, Sen's, of course. I do know the basic... I do know the most simple things about this game I can remember, right? But that was embarrassing for a moment. Sen's Fortress is fun. So a little bit of lore, because we're talking about lore in this stream. I'm a big lore asshole. As I recall, the lore with Dark Souls is entertaining to me because... Okay. The lore in Dark Souls is entertaining to me because, in large part, what we're doing right now is diegetic, which is to say... Okay, one moment. What am I putting points into? I kind of want to just dump them all into endurance. Yeah, because really, what I need to do as far as upgrades for hitting things really is my axe. My axe needs to get upgraded. How many souls do I get? These guys, they're like 100. Oh, they're not dead yet. Oops, I have not attacked these guys. Fuck you! Oh no, I'm getting Dark Souls! I deadass 100% forgot how those guys worked. I don't think I've ever... I think it's been a year since I last tried hitting one of them, because there's no reason to. I was just like, oh, I'll get some easy souls. Anyway. Wow, what the fuck was I saying? Man, the post-processing in this game is so weird. Seeing this game without the shaders is breathtaking. By the way, if you never have, it's real good. I'm trying to remember, is there any... I don't think there's any way... I did spend souls. I spent all the ones that I could. Because I had 20,000 odd. But I spent them all on levels. And what's left I need to go spend on Titanite, I think. I have not played Lies of P, and, like, conceptually, I am not interested in doing so. However, people keep saying it's good, and so I don't know. Maybe I should do that. Man, what the fuck was I going to say? We'll get there. All right, let's see. Anything else I have to say about the Halo series? I will say that... So, okay, going back to Star Wars, because I opened this stream talking about a Star War. So when I was a kid, my parents had a lot of books in the garage. Some of them were theirs, some of them were my brother's, but nobody was paying any attention to what books I was reading, you know, and I was a book kid, so I read anything I could find voraciously, you know, the drill. And so at one point, I went out there into the garage and I found some Star Wars books. Now, I had seen the movies, and I was not what you would call a die-hard Star Wars fan. I hope I said Star Wars a moment ago and not Star Trek. I meant Star Wars. I'm not what you would call, or was not what you would call a die-hard Star Wars fan. But I had seen the movies. I liked them. And also, I had played a bunch of the... I have played the modern Wolfenstein games. I think they're all works of art and among the only true art to ever come out of the world of video games. So I had played all the Totally Games Star Wars spaceflight sims, which are... That was never my genre, really. Like, you know, flight sim, combat flight sim, I was never any good at it. It was not necessarily the sort of game that I, you know, sought out. The problem is that those games were A, Star Wars, and B, so immaculately made, just viscerally well made. Like, they were AAA games, you know, in their day, and it was just yeah, you just looked at, they just radiated quality, and I had them all, and so I played them, right? And I also eventually got the demo of Dark Forces, but I don't remember exactly when that was. At some point prior to that, however, I found these Star Wars books. There were several trilogies of novels from the expanded universe, written by various people. None of them were the X-Wing series, which is good, because Michael Stackpole sucks. Not as a person, just his writing is awful. It's like real, just rancid Mary Sue fanfic type junk. But I later, like a week ago, found out that the books I had also sucked, but for very different reasons. In any case, among them, however, were the famous Timothy Zahn Thrawn trilogy, which was terrific. And there were elements of the books that I had that were good. Not holistically, but taken as a piece of a larger whole. One of the things that I really liked about the books that I had is that they all take place after the Republic Civil War, the Galactic Civil War. They take place during the era of the New Republic. And all of the authors agreed, apparently, on some subconscious level, that was not a time for a lot of crazy space battles and, you know, lightsaber swinging nearly so much as it was a great time to sit the reader down and say, hey, have you ever thought about what happens after a war? You love these characters, right? But, like, they're all warriors. What happens when the war is over? Well, maybe there's another war. What if there isn't? Well, maybe there's something. What if nothing happens? What if there is nothing for them to do? Now, right, exactly. Like, once you get past Return of the Jedi, it's going to all be about politics, right? Because they won. What does winning mean? It means the fascists are gone. But as we know, fascists always arise in response to existing real problems, which they then leverage for their own goals. That's sort of the problem. It's why they're so seductive, is because they're so frequently, they start out talking about real problems, but then they tell you that the wrong people are responsible. Or they simply say, there are real problems, we will fix them, you cannot be trusted to fix them yourself. Totalitarianism is the only option. This is largely what Star Wars, the expanded universe, paints the Empire as. They're not out-and-out Nazis. They were just absolutely certain that they should be the ones in charge, no matter what was needed to achieve that. And, of course, there was a lot of corruption, but that wasn't really the basis of the problem. The basis of the problem was that they believed they should be in charge of everyone. Next slide, right? Which, you know, that has happened, even if it's not usually how it happens. It's a fantasy. What can you do, right? Even the enemy, you know, doesn't need to work like the real thing. Anyway, so all of these books deal on at least some level with the problem of what do you do when there's no more wars to fight? And, you know, the books that I had start after the Jedi Academy arc, which I still haven't read, which I think several different authors worked on, but I can't recall for sure. But, you know, long story short, after the war, Han and Leia go off, get married, have kids. They have to raise those kids. So that's a problem. How do you do that? In a complex world and when you're busy starting a government from scratch, right? Because that's the thing. Why did the Empire happen? The Empire happened because there were real problems. Those real problems come back. And they're just as bad as they ever were. So, sure, there's no empire anymore, but there are political struggles. There are, you know, there are people... What the fuck? Well... they left. They had to go back to their... They had to go back to their planet, and they died on the way there. Anyway, there's political struggles. There's, you know, people who want the tariffs to go up 0.5%, but everybody else wants them to go up 1%. You know, all that. Oh my God, what? What? Do you think they still have as little health as they did before? I'm not going to bother to find out. So all that stuff is happening, and it's no easier to deal with than it was before. Right? The Empire and the struggles of the, you know, Galactic Republic are two different problems. And so those, you know, just come back immediately. And, okay, in some of the books, they, you know, those things are leveraged in order to create, you know, battles and wars and, you know, genuine violence. But in other cases, they're just political issues. You know, like usual, like we're used to, with all the things that implies. And come on. Oh, there we go. But I think there was still one behind me, though maybe he got knocked off. Anyway. Takeshi's Fortress. Very good. So, what I found out as a grown-up revisiting these stories is that they don't do as much of that as I thought. I remembered them being very contemplative and dealing with a lot of, like, much slower, much weightier issues. In reality, that's not entirely accurate. There are bits and pieces of that, and then there are also just... oh, right, that triggers even if you jump over it. Forgot about that. But then there's also just a lot of real basic, oops, this isn't where I wanted to be yet, but will he get rocked? Please get rocked. Oh, we take that. So oh, shit. If you touch the ball, even if it's not moving, it still fucks you. So yeah, like, the stuff that I remembered from those books was there, but there wasn't as much of it as I wish. They did, in fact, spend a lot of time on pretty stupid, well, for one thing, bad politics. Like, shitty politics that don't make any sense, was one thing. And then another is, okay, there we go. And then another is just, like, the politics are in a lot of cases just sort of off to the side, like a reason for everybody to be having a bad time, or a backdrop to a more conventional story of war and whatnot. So it's not everything that I wish it was. However, it's nonetheless really, really cool to see those characters and that universe explored in terms of what would happen after the famous events that we all think about, you know, because war is simple. You know, Star Wars was, some of the elements of Star Wars were heavily inspired by, like, World War I and World War II Air Force stories. You know, all these, like, freewheeling, you know, mid-air dogfights where you've just got, you know, the bad guys and the good... damn. I was doing pretty good until I wasn't. You got the bad guys and the good guys are just up there in the air, and one guy wins and one guy doesn't, and you know, it's baseball. You don't know what's going to happen until it does, you know. And the problem is that works when there's a declared war, and it works even better when there's an undeclared war. Like, there's an awful lot of terrible people who end up fighting in you know, irregular armies. But there's probably also a lot of people whose stories, even if they weren't intended, you know, even if they were not intending to do terrible things, their stories would not necessarily be couth compared to people who fought in, you know, World War II or, you know, Korea or whatever, you know, a declared war under the auspices of an established military, you know. In other words, I'm sure people have done some things during rebellions that they were not proud of, right? And so there's a certain element of that, but just, you know, on a larger scale, when you're busy having an out-and-out, you know, bullet-flying war, and especially if that war is not under the auspices of a formal government, you're not really thinking about the after, and you're not really thinking about, you know, I guess things like collateral damage, you know, aren't necessarily going to come up. And those are boring concepts, right? They're boring, heavy, complicated things, which are important, certainly, but you have the luxury of not really thinking about them when it's kill or be killed. And so, when you take all those trappings away, and you say, yeah, what happens afterwards? What happens once you go back to a world where you expect, if you do things, that you will be judged later on whether those things were the right thing to do and whether you did them the way you should have? There's an awful lot of meat on that bone. That is a really interesting subject to get into, especially with heroic characters. You know, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, I didn't actually expect to get this far, so I gotta remember, where do we go? Where do we go? We go up here, right, and then we beat feet up these stairs, we step off the side and get to the bonfire. That was the wrong turn. Anyway, all this is a long way of getting around to one of my favorite anecdotes. Wait, that's it, isn't it? Oh, I always fuck this up. There we go. Oh. Oops. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Let me sit, let me sit, let me sit. Nope, they're not going to. Son of a bitch. That has only happened to me like one time. Come on, dude, drop down. I can't believe I got that close and then fucked it up. I guess I could try to do a drop attack. But I don't know if he's going to be in the right spot or if it'll knock me off the fucking roof. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, thank Christ. Oh. Yeah, sorry, Dark Souls is very loud. There's not much that can be done about it. Oh, I forgot to upgrade my fucking axe. That's what I was supposed to be doing. Oh, well. Yeah, I wouldn't have known about this bonfire if someone hadn't told me. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Kira in DS9 is a great example of this. Like, it comes up a lot because the show is, you know, slower and more spread out than anything in the Star Wars oeuvre. They have the opportunity to, you know, to explore all that, and you know, not as much as we wish they did. You know, some things could have been done better or in greater depth or whatever. But the point is that there are quite a number of episodes of DS9 that address the question of, you know, how do you feel about once having been in the very simple situation of there's the enemy, go kill them, and now you have to ask, well, what happens to me if I do? What opportunities, you know, what parts of polite society will push me out because me doing that interfered with their plans, or they just don't, you know, they're willing to accept that I won, but if they knew the means by which I did it, they wouldn't be pleased about it. You know, that's something that, you know, you hope you never have to be in that situation, right? War is an ugly thing. It doesn't matter how righteous you are. There will be things that you're not proud of and that people do not want to know you did, even if it got them what they want. And so there's not a ton of that in the Star Wars books that I've read, although in one of them, the worst of the trilogies that I grew up with, actually, there is a character who is a avowed pacifist who absolutely will not accept any excuse for killing, who says to Luke Skywalker, if being a Jedi is supposed to be about peace and, you know, there we go, peace and life and whatnot, then how come you can live with having killed 1 million people? And, okay, so stories are fungible things, you know? So, if you say, wow, did you ever think about the fact there were 1 million people on the Death Star? No, there weren't. There were no people on the Death Star. It doesn't exist. However, if we... By the way, I don't know how to do the skip with this guy. Unfortunately, I would love to, but I think I got it once by accident, but that's it. So we're just going to fight him traditionally. Conventionally, I should say. Traditionally. In the style of our forefathers. It is, you know... No, we're fine. We're fine here. Wait, did I just accidentally did a speedrun exploit. I'm stuck in death cam. Holy shit. This has never happened before. I'm gonna have to quit out. I'm hoping, though, that there's some way I can glitch my way back up onto the ledge. If I run this way enough, maybe we can, because if I can get back up there in death cam, then I can just exploit this guy to death. Oh, yeah, let's, Homeward Bone is almost certainly going to reset it, but let's do it anyway. Ah, damn. Oh, well. Yeah, well, I mean, we do have to consider the Death Star, if it were a place, if it were an actual planetoid that was meant for living, then it would certainly have more than 1 million people on it. But given that we're led to believe that the state of the Star Wars universe involves an enormous amount of automation, probably a tremendous amount of work on the Death Star would have been done by droids or just plain old machinery. So that's, you know, plausible enough. Anyway, though, nobody, if you were in Luke Skywalker's position, knowing everything that he knows, if you were fully informed and told there are 1 million people on that space station, you would have done exactly what you did. What he did. It would not have been a difficult decision to make, I don't think. For a couple of reasons. One is that it's really, really hard to envision that many people and to really fully, you know, to really fully understand what it means, right? It's been established, by a lot of people, wiser than I, that we feel large numbers of deaths much less acutely than we do small numbers. And so I think it'd be very hard I think it'd be very hard for somebody in that position to really fully grok that, by firing this torpedo, 1 million unique lives with their, et cetera, all be... Now, it's also a little bit munged by the fact that, and this was not known at the time, but they're all clones who are ostensibly designed not to be complete people. But whatever, right? That none of that matters. So it's complicated, right? What would you do? Probably what he did, either because you hate the Empire that much, or because you just don't really understand what it is you're agreeing to, in the way that people in wars do. There are interviews with the guys who dropped the nuclear bombs on Japan, and they don't seem like philosophers. They're just people who were told to press a button and did so. And so I think it'd be more like that. I think, God, like I hadn't thought about it till now, but yeah, the parallel with dropping the bomb on Hiroshima, I think is very apt, in the sense that it was one huge loss of life that won a war that otherwise would have consumed an enormous number of lives. Now, some people still think that's not enough to justify the nuke. And I think that's a very reasonable point of view. But a lot of people don't feel that way, right? But then afterwards, you have to ask yourself, do I feel good about killing 60,000 people? Not in the abstract. I wasn't one of many troops who collectively killed that many. I'm not reading that the American Army, of which I was a member, killed that many. I pressed a button and 60,000 lives ended. That's heavy. And at some point, you're gonna have to face it if you did that thing, right? Luke Skywalker has not only done that thing, he has ostensibly gone off and founded a religion. Well, not founded, but you get what I mean. Founded a church, based on a religion that considers that an atrocity. What do? Right? There's a little bit of exploration of that. Not as much as maybe they should have done, but also there must have been limits to what LucasArts would have permitted. Or Lucasfilm. In any case, though, that's not really the thing I usually think about when I think about these books. Instead, I think about this really interesting passage in... I think it was one of the Timothy Zahn books, but I really don't remember. Where... So it's established that after the second battle of the Death Star, when the Emperor is dead and everything, that Luke leaves the military, right? Makes sense. He never wanted to be a soldier. He just had to be. Oh, is he going to throw me off the roof? Oh, almost. No way. No way. It happened again. No, it didn't. Okay. The big guy can actually fall off the roof, and that is the most common speedrun strat, is tricking him into just knocking himself off, but I was never able to make it reliable. Anyway, so after the war, Luke Skywalker leaves the military, but he was their best pilot. He won the war for them. They owe him everything, so he remains an honorary member. He retains a number of privileges, and they give him a starship. They let him keep his X-Wing, right? Makes sense. They're not supposed to need him anymore. There's a lot of stuff going on in the books about how the Republic started disarming because they didn't want to be... They didn't want to present the appearance of having a big military force that could be used for invasions, right? That's... Okay. Anyway, we won't dwell on that. And so there's a lot of talk about how they, mothball a bunch of the fleet or even start, demolishing it, because they're not supposed to need it anymore. They sold off a bunch of ships to be, turned into cargo vessels and that sort of thing. So they don't need all their X-Wings, and, he could use a ship for getting around. The thing is, though, this isn't a family sedan. This is, it's a P-38. It's a ultra high power military. Where are my souls? Where's my bloodstain? Did I miss it on the way up, or did it glitch? All right, well, whatever. Anyway, so a thing about military vehicles is, I don't believe there's any keys in a Humvee. Like, in addition to being, just like massively overpowered, they're not going to have reasonable limits on what you can do with them, right? So, oops. Oh, I thought he grabbed me. In the context of the books, it is established that you can't go to hyperspace within a certain number of, millions of kilometers of a planet. And the reason for that, this again is something that, the books turn what is very soft sci-fi into somewhat harder sci-fi, right? The reason for that is that hyperspace jumps, well, that's probably the end of that fight, are extremely precise. When you jump into hyperspace, when you begin the jump, you know where you're going to exit. You can drop out earlier, but you have no idea where you're going to end up unless you do all the calculations for that. And you can't see anything that's there until you do it. So, you enter the hyperspace tunnel. When you come out the other end, whatever's there, you're either going to displace or run into. If something is right where you're dropping out, then you crash into it and explode. So, the standard behavior of the, planetary, traffic, space traffic control is that you have to have a preordained location for jumping in, and you can't do it within X million miles of a planet. You have to jump in pretty far away and then trundle your way over at sublight speeds in order to give them time to, see where you are and tell you where to go and whatnot. There's some problems with this, because what stops you and somebody else from choosing the same spot to jump into? It's a mess, and indeed FTL is a mess as a concept. But anyway, the point is, this is not an unreasonable idea. This is not an unreasonable idea that they would not want you to just, go into or out of hyperspace within a certain distance of a planet, right? But there's no... your normal civilian craft have circuitry in them that detects whether they're in one of these planetary restriction areas and refuses to go to hyperspace. Luke's doesn't. It's a fighter that was put to... not only was it built as a military vehicle, but it was then modified by an irregular army that had every reason to ignore such limitations. So he can do whatever he wants. But if he does, then he's going to get a speeding ticket, which might not matter unless he wants to come back to that place someday. And since he now has to think about his future, not just the moment, that's a real problem. The same goes for their speed limits, right? Obviously, you're going to have... They got speed limits for planes, they got speed limits for boats. Obviously, there's going to be speed limits for spacecraft near a planet, right? Well, if you're used to getting in your X-Wing, like any time that Luke Skywalker got in his X-Wing during the war, there was an emergency. There was something going on that direly needed to be dealt with, right? No matter what it was. So the very first thing he would do is he'd get in, slam the throttles forward, and that's that, right? Can't do that if you're a civilian. You gotta watch your speed limit. You gotta install a speed limiter on your fucking military vessel, because it doesn't come with one, and you're not going to remember, right? And every single time you do it, you're going to remember, man, there was a time when what I was doing was always, son of a bitch, important enough that if nobody had any say in it, right? I was the one in charge, Shifting from that, however brief his experience in the military was, I think if we assume there was some time between the movies, it adds up to like, I don't know, a year, something like that. It's not much. That's long enough to get used to that sort of thing, especially because you got to remember the guy was a kid when he got into the army, right? So he never held a job with any normal person, any normal business, or hadn't really been out in the world any, and then to go directly to fighting in a rebellion where the rules are by definition not applicable to you because they're being applied by a government you don't recognize and are trying to destroy. That's going to fuck you up, right? Oh, is it 4 years? Okay. My bad. Still, that's the length of the Korean War. Just about. That's closer to 3. Anyway, so there's a non-negligible number of words paid to these issues in the novels. They not consistently, not always the same way. Different authors have different approaches to it, etc. But they all spend some amount of time talking about the realities of coming home from war and realizing your skills are no longer needed. Maybe being hated by some people who, weren't there and didn't see what you saw. The Vietnam thing, etc. But also just adjusting to not being in a state of emergency when your whole formative years were spent rushing from place to place. He went directly from being the least important person in the galaxy to one of the most. That's gotta fuck you up, right? And so you put all that together, and you've got a pretty rich world for storytelling, right? There's a lot of stories that you could tell with those characters and other characters. You could make 1 million OCs in that world who were touched by the war in some way. You can't make a Star Wars story that's not about the war. It's called Star Wars. I don't care how long it's been since cessation of hostilities. Every single thing was defined by this. Now, with that said, I think there is at least one book where the point is made that, there are some people who live out on the fringe of the Republic. They never saw the Empire. They were never affected by it directly. And if you try and tell them, these people were evil, they're like, well, you say that. I don't know. All I have is your word. They never bothered me. And the only answer is, well, they were going to. But you were low on their priority list. You didn't really have stuff they needed, and so they left you alone for the most part. But all you can do is tell them. There's no one around to confirm. And even then, they don't really have a visceral idea of what that would have looked like, And so that sort of thing does come up. The trying to deal with people where you're trading on your experience with this evil empire, literally, where you're used to that working. You're used to going I fought the Empire, and having that, if not make somebody respect you instantly, it does at least position you relative to them in the sense that they go, oh, okay, I know what you're all about, right? But if you don't have any dog in that race, if you don't feel strongly about the Empire, then all of a sudden that sort of, not necessarily, free pass, but certainly that it's a card. It's a card you can play for various purposes, right? And if you can't play that with somebody, that's weird, right? This also comes up. So I grew up with this, okay? This was... Did I just break my axe? What was that? Or maybe I tinked on the environment? Boy, this is a slow fight. I really should have upgraded my fucking axe. I will do it. Oh, let's see. Well, I can't warp yet. Oh boy. Well, if we make quick work of Anor Londo, then I should be able to do it with the Ah, shit. Well. Okay. We can still do this. Drink. Oh no! But I roll. But I did it! I had high frames. Oh my god! I'm so tired of this fight. I don't want to be here anymore. This is the slowest giant fight I have ever. My first giant fight was faster than this. My god! I'm not doing anything wrong. I just don't. I'm just not here. Let's do this. I think I got some gold pine resin. Okay, I think that works on this guy, and it'll increase my damage output just a little bit, just enough to. Well, I think Daria said you have to stagger him, and it's taking me so long to stagger him because I'm not using a hammer and I'm not set up for the Yep, Drannon, you're absolutely right. The go to Andre, upgrade the axe, and then bone out. Well, I'm out of homework bones, so I'd have to buy one. I'm out of souls, so I'd have to crush a bunch, and I'm almost done. Well, but then I'd have to go to Anor Londo without the upgrades. So let me think for a second. How many souls do I have that are crushable? Boy, that's not as many as I'd like. Wait, there's a short... Oh, right! Ah, fuck, I forgot about the cages. Okay, don't fall down. Don't fall down. I don't have the key. I think, do you have to run across the bridge to buy the key? Or is it over there? Does anybody remember where that key is? I think you get it from them. Need to unlock the top. Well, this is the top one. We're at the top. I'm just going to Google it real quick. It's at the base of the tower where the crestfallen merchant is located. Yes, so it is over there. Okay. I just simply have to make a jump in Dark Souls on the first try. That's easy. What's the problem? Y'all ready for this? Alright, we'll take that. Also, if this is Crestfallen Merchant, God, I have not actually been to them in a while. What do they sell? If you let anybody in this game talk, you're fucking up. Okay, so shards, large, they sell weed. Okay. Alright.
Nothing at all.
Dark Souls is a reliable game with no bugs. Anyway, yeah. So as Drannon I think was pointing out, yeah, Star Wars also has all these people like Han Solo for one, working for the rebellion who have a pretty long list of crimes. Now, something I think is really I remember noticing this, I think in my teens, this finally occurred to me for the first time, that a lot of the Star Wars novels, when they go to list off, you know, they want to be gritty, right? They want to be gritty and, you know, have all this texture the world is supposed to have. And so they'll go to list off, you know, various types of undesirables, criminals, you know, like Han Solo. And what do they always list? Smugglers, and frequently nothing else. And I can't decide if that's just because that's the only kind of criminal that really gets mentioned in the series, and it's also what Han Solo is, or if it's because all the other options are a little harder to cope with, because then you got to think about, well, are we gonna, you know, if we put other types of criminals in here, what do we do with that? Do we treat them like Well, you get what I'm driving at, right? It's a clean kind of. This is the wrong direction. It's a clean type of crime. It's one that's very easy to assign to a character that everybody loves, and so it's also very easy to just put in your world, so you don't have to address any of the much darker stuff, right? And yeah, I'm really curious how many people in the Star Wars fandom have made a joke for many years out of, smuggling, the only crime. Right, exactly. If Malcolm Reynolds is going to be, quote-unquote, a criminal, what crime can we give him that is not going to make him not just an anti-hero, but just entirely a villain, right? I'm trying to remember in the whole run of Firefly if we ever really hear about any crimes other than the theft of the Lassiter, which I think is that. Yeah, that was in one of the episodes. Well, I think that's the only out-and-out crime that they try to commit, right? I have no Titanite shards. Okay, let me see. What do we want to do here? Yeah, a smuggler or like an assassin, right? Anyway, so there's all this, right? I often think about the question of like, what blood is on Han Solo's hands? Who has he killed? Who has he literally killed that nobody in that fandom wants to think about? Because it would, well, some do, right? But let's not, all right? Can we just not think about that? But no, he definitely killed somebody who didn't deserve to die, somewhere, and that's a harsh toke, right? But it does get dealt with on some level. So anyway, I'm gonna go find some farming to do because I don't want to crush a whole bunch more of my my liquid souls or hard souls. Can't remember how many do these guys give you. It's only 100. Okay. All this is leading up to. So when I was a kid, I had these Star Wars books. Yep. Oh shit! Oh wow! I've been given a snack. Forgive me if you could hear that. I was eating an orange slice, which is good because I haven't really eaten very much today. I cannot do a Jar Jar Binks impression at all. I have never tried to do it, and so I am not going to attempt. I can't even really remember what the guy sounds like. Anyway, so I grew up reading these Star Wars books, and this is the stuff that I was thinking about. It's all the quiet moments after and between, dealing with, raising kids in the shadow of the Empire, as it were. No, that was a different series. And dealing with the ethics of being a Jedi and forming the Jedi Academy and then finishing that. And now what do you do? And all this other stuff. And so I'm, 10 and I'm reading this stuff. And I'm not getting all of it, but I'm getting enough, right? Okay, so now this is where my head has always been when it comes to science fiction and when it comes to beloved franchises. I am always looking at it and thinking, what could we do with this? Where could this go that is deeper? And what things can we talk about here that we'd prefer not to talk about but need to be discussed? And so, sorry, I think I can farm these guys by letting the Hydra kill them, right? Yeah. Because they really suck to fight, as I recall. But I'll get the souls when they die, and I'm trying to remember. Hydra, dude, you have to. You must. my dude. Every other time I've played this, it's just been incessant. I have not been able to get through here without these guys getting killed, even if I didn't want them to get killed. Here, I'm kiting them all together, and the Hydra's just fucking it up. There we go. All right. Ooh, wow, that wasn't worth it. That was not worth the time I spent on it. That was, what, 200 total? Alright, well, good enough, I suppose. It ain't nothing. 1,000. I'll take 1,000. I mean, it got me closer to my goal. So having I've not read Children of Time. they are crystal himbos. That's true. That's right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right. I watched Return of the Jedi recently, and I remember thinking, man, she just goes cold ice on Jabba. She sees an opportunity to kill this dude who has committed, an unspeakable crime against her and has done unspeakable things in front of her and is a murderer and all these other things. But also, she's she's not the head of a government yet. That happens after the war. But it's an extrajudicial killing. He's not at that moment presenting a clear and present danger. By our standards of manslaughter, somebody asked what a glowing flower was. It's a glowing flower. It is there in order to be bright. By our standards, in the real world, what she did is an unjustified killing. And it's interesting that in between the last time I watched that movie and, a couple of days ago when I watched it again for the first time in quite some time, that's where my thoughts started to go. That, wow, we could talk about how she's on a planet that has no functioning government at this point in time, and she's fighting by her life, and probably no jury would convict, and all this other stuff. All true, all valid, but it's also very weird as a member of this gentle society, having spent so long thinking of Star Wars not as a series of action movies where nothing matters, but as this deeper, richer world, to look at that and to have this, I guess, responsive, I don't know if I'd call it revulsion necessarily, but certainly of, well, that's not, they can't do that. That's not right, was a weird thing. Yeah, I mean, escaping slavery is always legitimate no matter what. And at the same time, it was jarring. It was really strange. So let's see, I need 1,600, 2,400. I don't have enough souls. I'm going to do some more farming. So I don't want to crush all my souls to achieve this. I also need to remember not to stop at the bonfire, so I can still use... Well, I guess it doesn't matter, because I have a quick ride right back to where I was, so I guess it doesn't really make any difference. Yeah, Jedi does have some production issues. I won't disagree with that. Anyway. To get to my point, which I spent literally an hour working my way around to, but then what do you come to these streams for? Having spent my whole life thinking about this stuff in these kind of terms, when I played through Halo, we're going back to Halo now. When I played through Halo, I was aghast at what they left on the table in this sense, right? You're just looking at, I'm looking at it and going like, how can you not, as a, if you have a writer in the room, anywhere, oops. If you have a writer anywhere near you, how on earth could you Oh, I guess I rested at this fire and just forgot about it. Well, that's really funny. How on earth could you look at all the stuff in Halo and not find some way to sneak in some of the more complicated elements of that world and the things that are happening in the first game? Whatever. The first game is just this military shooter, you know, it's a mix between rah-rah and, hey, did you know technology exists now and we have programmable shaders and all the other stuff that's typical accusations of video games of that era and this genre, right? Nothing new here, right? But you get to the second one, and they do the Arbiters fall from grace, and that says something about what the people who are making that game wanted to do with it. That I think if that had not happened, I wouldn't necessarily be saying any of this. If it was a bloodless, toyetic, you know, Starship Troopers, actually, which one? Would I say more the first or the second? Well, anyway, if there was, in fact, no personality, no authorship behind Halo, that would be one thing. The problem is that there is enough that it gives the game away. You can't, if anybody working on it said, "Oh, well, you know, we didn't care about any of that because we were just trying to make an entertaining video game, you know, to sell to, you know, bros, and we just needed, you need story as much as you need story in a porno." If they tried that, you'd just be standing there shaking your head like, no, that didn't happen. You're lying. That's not true. You wish that were true, but no, you believed in that. You wanted it to mean something. You gave it a life of its own, and then were prevented, or failed, or were or somehow it didn't end up being what you wanted it to be. But I could see what you wanted it to be. It's there. No matter how you try to hide it, it's there. The desire for that universe to have more depth to it was revealed in the second game, and there's no getting away from it. All right, finally. Jesus.
Go get it.
One moment. I need to eat some orange slices. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay, here we go. Sonar, it's the Arbiter's story. That's it. The thing that they're doing with the Arbiter is so rich. They have taken a character. The Arbiter is, if I were going to write a fanfic, it would be about the Arbiter. I've never written a fanfic in my life. I don't intend to start. But if I were going to, it would be about the Arbiter. Maybe other characters would sneak in, but he would be the focus. Because what a... I remember there's a quote from, God, I think it's a Law and Order episode, I want to say. That's, there we go. This author who's probably the killer, but maybe not, endeavors to get himself, he pleads guilty because he wants to go to prison, and somebody says that it's because prison is a metaphor that no writer can resist. I think it was in Law and Order, maybe it was something else. Anyway, I always think about that because, yeah, if you're a writer, and I'm a writer, and I absolutely, there are a million fictions I have never put to paper but I absolutely could have. Maybe I'll pivot someday, but I absolutely could have been a writer. And so I am always imagining. I cannot prevent it. It is always happening. It is unfortunate. It is inconvenient. If you're a writer, you know what's irresistible. A character who is not just a zealot, but a high-ranking zealot in a cult that spans an entire civilization and many others, who is then used as a scapegoat for the military's failure in achieving what is essentially a false rapture, as promised by however many doomsday cults, because the Covenant is a doomsday cult. They don't necessarily know it, though maybe they do. As always, when a cult leader says that the world is going to end on the 17th of June, and then it doesn't, it has to be someone's fault, right? It's the devil's fault. It's secular society's fault. It's something, right? Somebody has to be responsible for the second coming not happening. And so the Arbiter gets used for that. Now, I mean, there's a more plausible reason given. You know, he was a commander of a military unit that failed. But that was not supposed to happen. But what they failed to do was to bring about the second coming, to bring about the rapture, right? He feels genuinely mortified and humiliated, not just because he doesn't think that he deserves to be censured in this way, but because he failed to bring about the rapture. He still believes. Oh, that's going to kill me. So, you take this character who is being literally stripped before his entire, like, the religious leaders of the cult that consumes his entire life. He is not metaphorically, right, but literally stripped to the bone, paraded in front of them, branded a heretic, and then cast into the abyss. This is metaphor, right? Except it's actually happening. Any writer given the opportunity to take this biblical shit and to actually play it out with characters of their choosing, not limited by live action or the requirements of expectations of Hollywood, but given a blank slate, told draw whatever you want, and we'll puppet it. We'll give them whatever voice you like. And it's an alien, so they can be as weird as you want, right? Totally divorced from the expectations. When you put a humanoid character in a role, even Star Trek at its best is unable to completely eliminate the feeling that every alien you see is basically just a dude, right? But these guys are weird. So all of the expectations in your mind go straight out the window. This is also why furries are so popular with furries. But that's a separate subject. The ability to do melodrama, but with a character that the audience does not parse as a normal person, is a blank check that no author would give up an opportunity to get to work with. It is a fantasy beyond imagining to have that much latitude, right? And then to work with these deeply charged elements of the human, the human condition, to deal with cults and belief, and then to mix that with the military, and then to introduce the humans who are, just us, who are regular Joes, and then to bounce it off of their perceptions of things, you could spend an entire career there and never get bored, though your audience might, right? To be a novelist and to be allowed to play in this sandbox is a luxury beyond compare. And so that's why I don't need anything to actually have happened in the games to know that the writers who worked on them wanted to do more than they did. But unfortunately for them, they did have an opportunity to tip their hand, and they did. The Arbiter is a story that a writer would only write in the depths of ecstasy. It is a perfect story. It is Shakespeare, or at least it could have been. Except that it never gets room to breathe. He is given a quest, which I think is what a fascinating way to do it too. That's what a fascinating approach to this. To not just make him an outcast, but to make him an outcast of his cult and society and everyone he has ever known, who is then given an opportunity to redeem himself, but one that no one will ever know about. The Arbiter's story is that he is basically stripped of his identity and sent on a holy mission, right? No! Fuck! Holy shit! This is the worst giant fight I've ever done! How is this happening? I am like, I don't know, am I this bad, or did they change something? Or like, what? This is what, the 5th time that I've gotten him down to that little health? I should be done with Anorlando right now. I've been here for like an hour and a half. This is incredible. Like, I'm not even... Anyway. I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like I only put the game on for background noise while I talked about Halo. So I am finally achieving what I meant to earlier. I kept saying that I had said all I had to say, but no, I forgot. I just got distracted. This is what I came here to say. The Arbiter's story is one of the juiciest pieces of one of the juiciest prompts I have ever seen. And in another person's hands, I can't remember the name of the primary story writer on Halo, but that guy was licking his lips and rubbing his hands together. Guaranteed. There's no way he wasn't. And so I know that if they had given him latitude to do that justice, that what we would have in Halo would be a far richer story than we deserved, and one that very possibly would be remembered as one of the best science fiction narratives, not just in a video game, but at all. I think it is world-class material. The problem is, as I was saying earlier, what are the things that make this interesting? Where do you want to go with it? You want to look at things like what happens after. You want to look at things like how does this relate to the people that he hurt when he realizes, when the wool is pulled from his eyes and he realizes that he's been lied to. The thing that I desperately wanted to see in Halo 3 that never happened is a scene that is in the story, in the sense that if no one ever wrote it, that's only because it's unfinished. It is in the story. It is not debatable. This happened. There's a scene where the Arbiter is asked by Sergeant Johnson or whoever, why should we believe you? Why should we trust you? You've killed billions of our people. Why would we become friends with you? Why would we work together even towards a common enemy? It's not even a question of, do we trust you? It's a question of, how can we possibly take up arms alongside you after what you've done? The answer that he would give to that would be breathtaking. There would be no way, no way that anyone would get through that scene without tearing up. Maybe you wouldn't go all the way to crying, but you'd be misty-eyed. Now, that's a tough scene to write. I don't know that I could do it. The problem is that it did happen. It had to happen. It's not optional. There's no other way out of this scenario. So it is there, even though no one got around to writing it. It is implied by what else happens. I mourn for that scene. Wherever it is, it's in a notebook or it's in a mind. But it's in all of our minds, no matter what. If you played the game and you paid any attention, then it's there, somewhere. And yeah, I did it. That's how the fight should have gone the first time. It is so deeply frustrating to go from Halo 2 ending too early for you to find out what becomes of the Arbiter, to Halo 3 reducing him to nothing more than, another AI companion who occasionally gets a good line or two. There are a number. One thing I like about Halo 3 is that despite all of its flaws and despite their miscarriage of justice regarding to the Arbiter, when it comes down to it, he does get his moment. He gets to take revenge. And while it could have been played for more drama, the moment is there, and it deserved to be. And all right, hang on a second. Right, we gotta go to the bonfire. 41,000 souls. It's that many, huh? What's the aggro range on these guys? I think it's further out than this, right? Yes. Okay, cool. I guess the Chosen Undead does get picked up and flown a couple of times, huh? Also, yeah, hey, Xbox 360 doesn't look half bad, all things considered. So I have always imagined that character over there as oh, come on, help me out. The Dragoon from Final Fantasy IX. All right, what are we doing? I feel like I need to hit harder, so I'm going to go ahead and just get this right up to 30. Freya, thank you. That's a Freya over there. We are not on the Niveus Edge. We're on the Xbox One X. Anyway, well, I was lucky. Timing. If Freya isn't your fave, you're fucking up. She's in orbit right now, as we speak. Somewhere. Rat. Okay, let's see. The last time I fought these guys, just like for kicks during a just for fun run, I killed them embarrassingly fast. And I don't necessarily expect that to happen again, but it is cool that, sorry, let me just... Hitless. Okay, that's cool. Not that they're bosses, but I do remember when they were a real struggle for me, and now they're just nothing. Fuck you. All right, let's see. I believe you can't do anything until you go up to the, yeah, so you just immediately go drop off here, right? Right. Yes. Is this the one, or did I fuck up? I don't remember if I picked the right one. Yep, I picked the right one. Cool. Excellent. Oh, wow, that guy hadn't activated yet. That's weird. Yeah, Final Fantasy IX is extremely furry-coded. Yeah, the Series X is the newest. The Xbox One X is 2 models back. I don't know if this is actually running any better than it did on the Xbox 360. I mean, this is an emulation. So maybe it's cycle accurate, but most likely not. So yeah, maybe it's running better. I don't know. It's not supposed to be. Oops. But that doesn't mean it isn't. Oh no! That was so close! Ah, damn it! Somebody asked earlier what was the connection between everything I was talking about and furries, and I'm going to go ahead and tell you, not furries necessarily, not furries specifically, but anthropomorphic animals are used in storytelling because they provide a blank slate. Oh, that's right, yeah, Blighttown on the original 360 and PS3 was unplayably slow. Yeah, so this is a lot faster than on the 360, that's true. The reason that funny animals exist throughout history, going back to cave paintings, is because when you tell a story, if you put a human character in the story, every single person goes, oh, a human, I know what those are, and imposes a bunch of predetermined concepts and assumptions on them. All humans do certain things. The way I've always put it is, if you put a guy in a suit in a story, everyone assumes he's cheating on his wife, right? Or if not, you assume that he could. There are certain things you can't say about a character and have anybody believe you, right? But wouldn't it be nice if you could? Wouldn't it be nice if you could just tell any story and just say, no, it's okay, this character isn't like that. I know that it seems unbelievable, but they're just different. They're built different. There's only so much of that you can do with human characters. It just, it only goes so far because people cannot be dissuaded from making those assumptions, right? So when you use something that's not human, you can say whatever you want about them, and it's believable because they're not human. Now, they're close enough, however, that the story still holds water. It still has the weight, the gravity that you want. This is complicated. This is because a lot of people tell fairly conventional stories using anthropomorphic animals, and then also, people can get away with creating, human characters and things that are extremely unconventional, and also a lot of people just aren't really thinking about this while they're doing it, right? They may not. It's the sort of thing where, like, this is probably usually what's going on, but that doesn't mean that anybody doing it really thought about it when they started, right? They just thought, oh, it'd be great if this was a fox, So I feel pretty comfortable making this assertion, but again, and this is a thing that I've been thinking about a lot lately because Halo is interesting among science fiction properties because while the elites do not get the kind of attention that I wish they did, they don't enjoy the amount of fleshing out that they really should. There's still aliens who are given voices and are allowed to be weird. And I think there's a tremendous amount of value in that. That, yes, to wit... No, I'm going back to the bonfire in order to spend these souls. Because I think I have enough souls to level up, and I don't want to lose them in the fortress here. Or in the... Yeah, anyway. In the same way that... Right, yeah, as Adam said... anthropomorphic animals are also useful because we have culturally established stereotypes and cliches and personalities that are associated with various species. The reason that there is a talking cat in this game is because we think of cats as mercurial creatures. They seem mysterious to us. And so if you put a cat in something, a Cheshire one perhaps, and have them say cryptic things, the reader or gamer or viewer or whatever is able to. If you do that with a normal person, then the reader goes, okay, what are they hiding? When you do that with a cat, the reader goes, that's cats, baby. That's the way they are. They're just here in this world doing what they do. We want an explanation for human behaviors. Explanations often take the thrust away from a point that you're making, or they're simply distractions, right? If you have a character who is doing strange things and that influences how the main character, how the protagonist, progresses through whatever their journey is. If it's a human character, then the reader is sitting there the whole time going, okay, they're doing all this weird stuff. When are we going to find out why? When they're not human, it is much easier for the reader to simply never have that thought. To just go, okay, that's the way this world works. This goes even harder if they're aliens. This, by the way, this sequence right here is why I played this game. Whoops. Motherfucker. Very funny. Okay, I told you earlier that the last time I played this game, it was a stream on Discord for a friend I was trying to win an argument with, and the argument was whether it's worthwhile to fight the electric gargoyles out there. Or no, it wasn't that. It was how he had seen somebody on Reddit, I think, who had shared how they were on their first run through the game, they were trying to run past everything on the parapets to get up to the castle there, the palace there, and he just thought it was absurd that on their first run through the game they were not trying to kill every single enemy. And what I said to him was, I did on my first run through the game kill almost everything until I got to this area and had to run through that particular gauntlet. In the end, I refused to kill the gargoyles because they're just not worth it. Every time I tried to fight them, they would just juggle me, and I would end up stun-locked and then die. Eventually, I realized that if I juked very carefully and went through in a very specific pattern, I could get by without getting hit at all, or if I did, it would just be one electric bolt in the ass, and that was 5 fights. And remember, that's right. The big difficult thing after this is getting past the archer. A lot of people have a lot of trouble with the archer. If you can't stagger them, it's really hard not to get knocked off the balcony or knocked off the ridge by their huge arrows, right? And so I said I was having so much trouble with the archer that I had to do 40 runs here. And so by the end of it, I just wasn't even trying to fight these guys anymore because it just wasn't worth it. The real difficulty was the archer, and so I would just run past them like I'm doing here, just like that. I got really good at rolling at exactly the right moment to not get hit by that exact bolt. Nope, I'm probably fucked. See, again, I probably could fight them at this point in my life, but they're so irritating. They juggle you so easily. They stun lock you so easily that it's just not very fun. That was the problem. Is I'm just like, no, I don't want to do this. I just don't want to do this. And then when it's all done, when I've gone through 30 runs and finally killed all 5 gargoyles, to then run up and just get knocked off by the archer anyway? Because I had no strategy for the archer. And honestly, I still don't. The two approaches, the approaches to dealing with the archer are run up to him and just roll a whole bunch and hope he falls off. Run up to him and kick him, if you're fast enough and good enough, which I'm better than I used to be, or have a weapon so strong that you can stagger him. Or I guess one-shot him. You gonna hit me with that bat? Better make it count. Better kill me in one hit. And if you're not built for any of those things, like if you're a mage, it's a real motherfucker. It's a hard thing to do. And And yeah, exactly. Like, because things don't stay dead in this, if you fight those gargoyles until you're perfect at it, it doesn't necessarily get you anything versus just learning how. You could learn how to fight them and win, or you could learn how to run past them. And the second one is just as legitimate a strategy, and I personally find it a lot easier and more satisfying. Some people do use magic in this game. My recollection, I don't like magic, for one thing. Like, part of why I wanted to play Dark Souls in the first place is because it's a game with melee combat. I don't like bows, and I don't like magic in video games. I generally just prefer swords. That's my thing. I like hitting stuff. So it's sort of already up my alley. But then, oops, I probably just beefed this one. Well, we'll see. Nope. See, the problem is that once anything, it's a crossfire, and once anything has a bead on you up here, it tends to be hard to get out of the crossfire. But in this case, I got very lucky that they didn't kite. That's weird. Why did they not kite? All right. Now, because I have an axe, I might be able to stun lock this guy. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. First try, really? Holy shit. Okay, I'll take it. That's one of the reasons to use an axe, let me tell you. Woohoo! Alright, and then the bonfire is right here. That's like I was saying earlier, the reason that Dark Souls is not actually that hard once you understand what it's doing is this. If it were truly that bad, then these wouldn't be here. Alright, now, let's do... let's play this the only way that's worth playing it. Let's do stair skip. This is the one speedrun strat that I 100% do every single time and will always do. I love Anor Londo, but I do not wish to go through it. So, first fucking try, let's go! That's what we want to see. That is how you do that. Oh, fuck me, it is a blessed run. Holy hell. Oh, that normally takes me about 6 to 12 tries, usually. But just first fucking try, let's go. Get the return route, and now we're ready for the Blowjob Brothers. Fuck it, I'm not even going back to the bonfire. Let's go. I think that skips, what, like 40 minutes of level?
300.
Anor Londo is absolutely beautiful. I'm glad they made it, and I do not wish to ever play it. Okay, all right, here we go. I am about to get embarrassed by Ornstein Smough. Oh, man. Check it out. It's Freya. Pre-transition. All right. Really? Oh, wow, that's an opening I've never seen before. Oh my god, yeah, sure, no, why not? Just don't do anything you've ever done before. I don't see why you would. You're Ornstein Smough. Holy shit. This is hilarious. This is the funniest Ornstein fight I have ever seen. Okay, so like, for one thing, as soon as you get in, the very first thing he does, like 99%. Holy shit! Man! I am cackling so hard that I'm doing the Jungle Love laugh. Like, this is ridiculous. OEO. I really want to know ya. Oh man, I can't lay a hand on him. So, oh my god, that's 2 whiffs! Every time you whiff in this game, if you swing your sword and don't hit anything, it should just take 1 health away. Oh man. Look at that, they're at full health! I have never been juggled this. Oh my god, this is the funniest. Going from getting stair skip on first try straight to getting 100% just it's 3 p.m. honey, time for your nut flattening. Oh, and the best part is I didn't run back and tag the other bonfire, so we gotta do stair skip again. Cause you can't run back down the balcony, it's a one-way trip. Oh my god, that's hilarious. There's no way, right? You've got to be kidding me. 2 in a row. Are you serious right now? It's got to be the 30 FPS. I'm not that good. All right, let's, you know what? Part of me wants to go out and tag the other bonfire, and then part of me wants to just keep doing stair skip first try. So, yeah, it's got to be easier to do at 30. That is ridiculous. Okay, now, if God is real... Oh, interesting. Okay, so every other time that I have done this fight, 99% of the time, he opens...
Elden Ring World.
99% of the time, the opening move is that Ornstein comes flying at me, just straight up, I get in the door, and he just does that, right? The fact that both times now he has not opened with that is wild to me, and it makes me wonder if they changed it. Could they have changed it? There's no way, right? Oh my god, look, I hit him. I hit him once. That's very funny. To have hit him once is staggering, honestly. Oh, 2 hits! Oh, speaking of staggering, did I just get a stagger on him? Holy shit, this axe hits hard. Like, it doesn't do that much damage, but the poise impact on it is ridiculous. Oh, that was interesting. Okay, so I'm going to tell you the thing that frustrated me the most with Ornstein until I figured it out. He's got an attack, it's the one he just did, where he rears back and then he launches himself at you. There's 2 problems with that attack that made it really hard to adapt to. The first is that it looks like he just does one big zip. But in reality, he has a certain amount of either time or distance. I'm not sure what it is. And until he's spent it all, he can keep doing it. So it's not one thrust. It is a certain amount of distance, or it's like he's got 5 seconds and then he's good, right? So that part fucked me up. Because it can look like he's done, and then all of a sudden, he just does more, right? And the other thing, although you figure this out pretty much immediately, is that, come on, separate, you assholes. The other thing is that he can, when he runs into obstacles, instead of stopping, he pops around them. And that part, you figure that out really fast. The first time it happens, you're like, oh, that's got to be a bug. No, it's not a bug. Oh my god, I'm already out of Estus? I'm going to have to kindle that bonfire if I'm going to finish this thing. But then the other thing is, his wind-up sequence is not a promise. So when you see him rear back, that means he's going to do it. But it doesn't mean he has to do it immediately. He can absolutely charge it up, wait, and then pay it off later. I've seen him do it 3, 4, 5 seconds later. So this too feels like bullshit. But once you're ready for it, once you know that just because you saw him rear back, it doesn't mean that he's coming. That you have to actually see him finish it before it means anything. It gets a lot easier to predict. Oh, yeah. If these bosses could damage each other, this would be, just peanuts, right? It'd be nothing. All right, let's see. I'm gonna have to kindle one of these fires. Okay, I got a twin humanity. I'll do it here.
I live again.
I revived to human. Right. No, I know. Like, I'm not playing them the way I want to because their opening move is not what I'm used to, and that throws off my whole cadence. But also, every time I do Ornstein Smough, I have to remember how they move. So, I'm working on it. I'll get there. Don't worry, don't worry. Keep your shirt on. Yep, there we go. That's our first failure. All right, I'm going to donate $50 for every failed stair skip. All right, that's $50 to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. For anybody who's not aware, by the way, that the big door that I opened the first time I came through here is a return path that allows you to enter from the other bonfire, which every single time I played this before, that's how I did it. But it's only because you're not supposed to be able to skip skip the whole level by going up the stairs like that. Oh, come on! Okay, so the first 2 times, I was like, okay, the reason he's not doing the spear thrust is because they had him spawn behind smoke. So I'm like, oh, that's what's going on. But no, that's not it. All right, well, at least I got a hit in, and they missed me, okay. Yeah, every single time I do Ornstein, every single time I do the Blowjob Brothers, I start out turtling for a bit until I figure out their cadence, and then I get aggressive. And usually once I do that, I'm able to clear it in a couple of tries. But oh no! Yeah, by the way, the columns, yeah, they don't do anything. They're decoration. Which is of course funny because you're like, well then won't the ceiling fall in? Well, it's a balcony, but anyway. Oh, okay. Nope. Don't know why I thought that would work. Okay, so that right there is another example of why lock-on with bosses is problematic. If you're locked on and you try to circle strafe, you will circle around them rather than just relative to your camera. And that doesn't actually take you out of range of a lot of their attacks. So you gotta do it without locking on, and woof! Woof! No, I don't have the time to learn a speed run to if you will, professional level. Yeah, the column bases stay there, thank Christ. The reason for that, I think, is that I'm not going to say the only way to do that fight, but certainly by far the most reasonable way. Oh, shit. There, I did it! Alright, now we're fucked because the knight's up there. So I made things much worse for myself, but we're going to try it anyway. The only really reasonable way to do that fight is... There we go. Did you notice, by the way, the stairs are not loaded in at first, so you just see some like forest out there? The only real practical way to do that fight is to let Smough get stuck behind the columns in order to pull the two apart. Because if you're fighting them side by side, they're gonna just juggle you every single time. Okay, that's the first time that's happened. Holy shit! Wow. Trying to think if I said everything I have to say about Halo yet, or if there's still something to it. Like, I said I was done earlier, and I realized I wasn't. Jesus, that's what, five out of 6. Let me think. Let me go through. So I covered the fact that the Arbiter story is deeply compelling, upsettingly so. The one thing I'll say is, finally, the correct opening, which I then missed. I failed to take advantage of it, although at least I didn't get hammered. Oops. I did not mean to do that. Wow. All right. I like how sometimes he just does a bad stab that makes no sense. Phew. I was saying earlier that I think that
Don't do that.
I think part of the problem with the did you mean the Thrawn Star Wars trilogy? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this is. Oh, I remember what I was saying. That's right. So I was talking about furries. So the reason that anthropomorphic animals are popular as fictional characters is because you can do stuff with them that you could never do with a human because it would not come across as believable, and because you can use cultural concepts of animals and their personalities to play with people's preconceptions, right? This is all true of aliens as well, except it goes even further. You can give an alien a completely ridiculous life, one that makes no sense by our standards, but it still scans because they're an alien. They're from somewhere else. They're not based on the same stuff as us. Maybe their blood isn't even red, you know. How different? Maybe they're not based on carbon, you know. How different could things be? Maybe they don't eat. Maybe they absorb energy. You know, maybe they're fucking solar powered. What does that do? And more importantly, how does that affect relations between a species that works like us and one that simply has no concept of eating or sex or, you know? Now, this, I think, is not the same kind of blank check as the stuff I was talking about earlier, because when you get far enough away from the human condition, you can no longer tell stories that interest humans. When it comes down to it, science fiction has as its purpose, almost its sole purpose, telling stories about humanity by reflecting us through the light of impossible situations, but unlike fantasy, cloaking it in the notion that these things could happen. Star Trek, for instance, asks the question, if we were in a galaxy full of spacefaring races that could all speak the same language and had more or less the same morals and motives, what would that be like? How would we react to that? It's not about them, it's about us, right? Well, I think, actually, one of the two Star Wars trilogies that I was talking about having read, the one that I realized was very, very bad, it's bad, but one of the better things about it is that it does propose the idea of a alien race that's like sort of not insectoid in shape, but insectoid in nature, you know, like in the sense that they don't put as much emphasis on individuality, and you know, they function as not a hive mind, but as a hive culture where, you know, the queen basically makes all the decisions and everybody else just follows them. And yet they're more humanoid than not, and they can pass as a race that would have something in common with us, but in fact they don't. They are in fact totally and completely alien, and they can never be understood. Thank you, Elsie. Oh, damn it. Okay, this is actually going really well until this point. So if I can just get away from them long enough to Estes, then maybe I can recover. Okay. If I can just get them separated. Come on, Ornstein, go for the dash. Go for the dash. Not the dosh. Not like that. You're supposed to go earlier. Right? Dash. Woo! I might, maybe have a chance here. Oh no! I flubbed it! Oh! Iframes, baby. What the fuck? That shouldn't have worked. Okay, come on. Do the scoot. Do the scoot. Not the scoop. I said the scoot. This is a battle of scoops and scoots. Okay. Oh, I was hoping to stun lock him. And I did. I staggered him, but too late. Okay, just drink. Either die or I won't. Okay. I need some juice left for the fucking Smough fight is the problem. And at this point, I'm not going to have any. Because I know I'm not going to flatten that guy in 2 Estises. But we're still going to try. All right. Come on, Ornstein. Come on. Let's do it. Let's do it, bro. Come on. Oh, no. No, that tears it. Yep, I knew it. Look, I wasn't going to give up. But at the same time. So, the Star Wars book, which was the Black Fleet trilogy, the Black Fleet Crisis trilogy, which I don't recommend. It has a really terrible Leia, which, like, as a kid, I remember, you know, not knowing anything about politics, etc. I remember just thinking, like, wow, you know, she's in a really tough situation and doesn't make any of the right decisions. Well, that could happen. Politics, they're hard. No, she's awful. She makes no sense, and her character's decisions are bizarre. And if she had just acted like a normal human being, most of the politics in the book wouldn't have happened. It's weird in retrospect reading this. And she's also just kind of terrible. Just like as a person, she just kind of sucks. Like in terms of just being a dour, flat kind of nobody. So that sucks. And because of that, a lot of other things in the book don't really get the hello, Yepperoni. Welcome. A lot of the other stuff in the book just sort of suffers from being connected to all of that, right? So it's all sort of bad news. But the basic conceit is that the bad guys, whose name I've already forgotten, are these sort of bug-like things that they live in a star system that, for reasons, they have always had basically a religious belief is theirs to, you know, own and control forever. And it turns out that, like, they don't value life at all. It's very normal to just get executed in their culture for by the nobility for no reason at all, and that sort of thing. Just like pretty dorky stuff in a lot of ways. But hey, again, they're aliens, right? So if you want to say they do this, oops, well, that was the worst outcome. If you want to say they do this, then you can, right? And it works, even though it makes no, you know, quote unquote, no sense, right? Well, essentially, they're played as absolute fanatics for a cult. For all intents and purposes, that's the story we're telling, except fanaticism only goes so far unless you're like a real hoorah, hoorah, America first doofus. You cannot write a story about fanatics that genuinely treats them as having no sense of... Sorry, Sonar, let me explain. It is considered normal for the nobility to, walking down the street, just grab a peasant and cut their throat. Everybody just keeps walking. They don't treat this as if anything happened, and nobody is depressed over it. You can't tell that story with humans. It doesn't work. You just can't. You have to be made out of different stuff. You have to have green blood, otherwise your story is schlock. Black Raven, I have no idea. Very deeply unbelievable culture. The thing about aliens is, maybe it happened somewhere. Who knows, right? So, What ends up happening, I'm going to go ahead and spoil this this series because you shouldn't read it, and if you do, it'll just be to make fun of it. So, the basic story is that the aliens in question have managed to get a hold of an old Imperial Starfleet, which they intend to use to purge all of the undesirable alien life from their star system. They're going to go out and just glass every single planet that isn't just them. This is okay. All right, we can connect this to a lot of genocides. A very unfortunately very understandable human practice. The trouble is that at some point, the people doing the genocide have an ulterior motive for it. Nobody really believes that hard. They just want things, and they cover up their wants by claiming one thing or the other. Or, at best, if they do more or less believe, they would like to believe because it's convenient. It gets them what they already want. Land and power and whatnot, right? What if that wasn't the story? What if the actual story is that they're just like this? There's no logic to it, and they will never stop, ever, no matter what the stakes are. Not like a rebellion, but like once the war starts, they're just going to begin smashing themselves against you and never stop until every single one of them is dead. Or they win. Those are the two outcomes. This is not something that has ever happened in real life, nor would it ever. All animals in this world have a survival instinct, which, no matter what, always takes precedence over everything else, with exceptions. A lot of people think that there are groups of people in history who didn't have a survival instinct or could easily override it. But the reality is, if you go look into the stories of, say, the kamikaze, a lot of them didn't want to do it. A lot of them had to be threatened with things that fate's worse than death, basically, in order to be forced into it. And a lot of the military thought it was a really bad idea. Now, I don't think I need to stand here and tell you that the Japanese are not, in fact, subhuman. I don't think any of us needed that lesson. But my point is that you don't have to look far to find proof that that situation was not nearly as simple as it appeared. The idea that the Japanese were so committed to this plan that when they ran out of viable military strategies, they all just started flying into us and exploding, that didn't happen. What really happened is that a small portion of the military began doing that when the brass, who did not have to do it, saw no other way out that was not inconvenient for them. They didn't want to lose, or if they did, they didn't want to lose except on their terms. So that situation was a lot more complicated than it seems. Now, suicide bombers, I know nothing about that. I have no insight into that whatsoever. I don't know what any of the people who've done that are like, or I know nothing about it, right? But I will say this, I guarantee you, it is also not as simple as just mindlessly walking into, blowing themselves up to be fodder because it was easier or, more practical than getting an RPG or a IED or a mine or whatever. It's not that simple. There was more going on. Every person who has ever done that has some rich personal story about why they did it. One that matters only to them. But the point is, it wasn't just, you, go blow up over there. That has never happened. Maybe they got bamboozled into seeing it that simply, but there's still a story. Now picture a species where no convincing was necessary. Boss says, 2,000 of you, go blow yourselves up. Okay. That is not something we're prepared to deal with. And indeed, one of the interesting elements of the story, from my perspective, though not from the authors, is what a bad story it is in terms of being a Star Wars story and in terms of being what it claims to be. What I mean by that is, first off, so this is a trilogy, right? Except I found out the entire trilogy was written and released in 1 year, and there's no, like, when you read each book, it doesn't begin by getting you back up to speed on what happened. Each book, page 1, is the next page after the end of the last book. Meaning, the author didn't write 3 books. He wrote 1 book, split it into 3 text files, and released it. I mean, not literally, right? More likely what happened is he had 1 text file, and every time he got up to his deadline, he would take what he had, send it to the publisher, and that was that. Right? And just move on. The problem is, that sucks. That really sucks. Like, that is not a good way to do a trilogy. And probably not a good way to write to begin with. Ideally, your 3 books would be 3 different stories that are connected to a larger arc, rather than just, you know, in this case, what I later realized, spending 3 times as many words to tell 1 book worth of story than you had to. So, yeah, again, I really think this series sucks. But there's some Deus Ex Machina. In fact, I'll tell you that the... well, yeah, that's actually the whole point of what I'm driving at. So, at the end of the story, while it's not treated as, you know, the end of A New Hope, right? It's not like everybody gets their medals and we all hug and you know, or the end of Jedi, God forbid. It's not as simple as that, right? But there is a sense that, like, wow, we weathered another storm as the New Republic, and your heroes, you know, overcame their... They failed. Every single character in the story failed. That's actually what you end up realizing if you pay attention to it, is that everybody who tried to do something in this fucked up and accomplished nothing. Wow, that was lucky. So I could spend 45 minutes recounting all the very bad politics in this story, but like I said, Leia sucks. She only makes bad decisions, and oops, got shoveled. And all of her justifications are terrible, and so it's, you know, it's not surprising at all that her military decisions in regards to this whole situation with the Yvetha, I think is the alien name. Oh, he had some problems right there. Holy shit. Every single decision she makes in regards to the Yvetha crisis is bad. One of those decisions ends up being, even though the New Republic has no jurisdiction to interfere in this situation at all, none of the affected worlds are member worlds of the Republic, and their charter doesn't allow them to go, you know, fuck with this situation, and they're, you know, recovering from a huge war, and everybody, you know, all their constituents don't want them to do this and everything. And then finally, it is presented as an act of, you know, courage that Leia overrides them all, allows a whole bunch of the planets that have already been slated for destruction, basically, to join the New Republic solely as a pretext to giving them military aid. Morally, that may have been the right thing to do. The problem is, they're trying to write this as a realistic political situation. She'd be put in prison for that. Like, that, no. You can't, I'm pretty sure that no, like, UN-style body would allow people to sign up for membership when they are obviously just doing it at the last second because they don't have a military of their own. I could be wrong about this, but it's weird, okay? It's weird. And it ultimately doesn't work because she doesn't actually have enough of a Starfleet to defend these places. And so what ends up happening, the Denois, the whole thing, is they go off to have their big battle, and Okay, there we go. Ah, shit! I tried to unlock and then roll, and it ate the second input. Okay. I don't have quite enough oomph to stagger him in one hit is the problem. Oh, damn it. Boy, I am bad at Ornstein Smough. I think I've been here for like an hour and a half. Ignoring like the political, messiness of it. So there's this whole story going on with Luke. For this whole series. Yep. Oh, hang on a second. Okay. I'm going to have to go do dinner in a few minutes here. $1,100. That's ridiculous. They printed like 1 million copies of it. Oops. I went too far. Shit. Sorry, I was being told that dinner was ready, and so I lost track of what I was doing. No, I'm sorry. Like, this book is ridiculous, okay? Trust me. So, there's this whole ridiculous story going on with Luke that seems sort of reasonable at first, and then just really goes south the longer it goes on. And in short, what ends up happening is, in the first book, he's like listlessly just sort of moping around, not sure what to do with himself. And then this woman comes out of nowhere. I can't make this up. They do the most ridiculous thing you can imagine doing with a Star Wars book. She shows up and reveals herself to be a different kind of space wizard who does not use the Force, but uses something called the White Current that is better than the Force, and Luke is actually just a little baby. In the narrative of the book, it is made pretty clear that she doesn't think this, the author thinks this. The author of a Star Wars novel decided to invent Force 2, the sequel to the Force, and then assert that it is a better version, and then lets the protagonist, Luke Skywalker, begin learning it. And it's not like at the end he like, oops, the white current crystals all broke and now there's no more white current. No, he establishes this as a living component of the world and just walks away. He's power gaming. Somebody allowed this author to power game in an official licensed novel. It is wild, right? A footnote to this that I think is even funnier is that after it got decanonized, which nobody would have noticed because it only existed in these 3 terrible books that nobody ever read, some comic book author in like 2018 dug it up and took the name of the people who use it, the Falinasi, and the name of the art itself, the White Current, puts them back into canon, but then says it's just the Force by a different name, which is a thing that she outright says is not the case in the book. And it is established pretty firmly in the metaphysical, ruminations of the omniscient, narrator, that no, it is not the Force. It is its own thing. Why do this? What is the value of reintroducing this very strange thing that never should have existed and that nobody knew about back into the canon? Who was asking for this? I almost want to go read the comic and find out, except honestly, if I'm perfectly frank, it sounds like one of those things that happens in third-tier licensed media. Like, if you go read like Memory Alpha, the Star Trek wiki, there's all these things that are like, oh yeah, Janeway did blah. And then you look into it and you find out that it was like an offhand mention in an episode of Lower Decks, which they can keep saying it's canon, but we all know it's not. What it is a whole bunch of like Ready Player One, like, hey, remember when this happened? That's just for some reason licensed. I don't know why every single franchise has something like this, but like no one takes those seriously. It's a joke show. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, the idea that somebody would put that on the wiki and just be like, yeah, no, this is a durable part of the canon is wild to me. And that's how I feel about most of the comic books that I see associated with Star Wars, is I'm like, oh, there's no way. There's no way, if you actually read those, that they can really be taken seriously as components of the larger mythos. It couldn't happen. They are, because so frequently not that I don't respect comic books as a medium, it's just that so frequently what you're looking at is some author whose qualification was that they work for, that they've been published under Image before, was given the opportunity to write one floppy comic set in the Star Wars world. They're never going to do it again, and God damn it, I was doing so well. Like, they're going to come, they're going to do whatever it is they're going to do, and then they're going to leave. And they're going to move on to something else. And they're probably not going to think too hard about it. And if you have somebody sitting at Lucasfilm going through every one of these things, going like, oh, can't do that, then no one's ever going to meet their deadlines. So I have no doubt, that a lot of these comic books are they're just whatever. They're fanfic, right? And so, I don't doubt for a second that there's an enormous number of things that, quote, unquote, happened in comics that, come on. Yes, I know this thing was just in a novel, but also, nobody read that novel. I think I'm the only person who ever did. So, on the one hand, is incredibly weird for a comic author to pull something out of a forgotten novel that nobody read and that, like, patently sucks, and to transmute it back into something that's part of the universe, and then, from what I could see on the wiki page, to do nothing with it. Like, from how little information is on there, and, like, having read a lot of fan wikis, I know how people write when it's something that just got an offhand mention in Lower Decks or a comic book, but never really happened, never really affected the universe. To do all that, to bother bringing this back, and then just go, oh, it's just a thing that's happening over there, and move on, is bizarre. It's bizarre. All right, I need to go investigate dinner. I'll be back in a few minutes. Strap on! Okay, sorry if you ran out of music there. Well, anyway, dinner was chili Colorado, which I was going to make, but Daria offered to make, and it ended up taking a lot more work than expected. So it's a good thing that it's absolutely delicious, and I'm very grateful to her, and I will make it up with some sushi in the very near future for her hard work. Thank you, hon. I did make that no smoking sign myself. It's one of the best pieces of art I've ever made. All right. I think I'm remembering the strategy for Ornstein as... But I'm going to keep talking about Star Wars. So, what happens in this book is Princess, now President Leia Organa, has this whole set of ideas about how she's going to deal with the Black Fleet crisis that basically come down to, we're going to go fight them. While this is going on, and she's mostly just hiding in her room and refusing to talk to anyone instead of actually, like, dealing with the issue, but that's a separate matter. Luke is off with this Falinassi woman who, like, is very much power gaming. All of her shit has to do with, like, oh, well, this stuff that would be impossible for you with the Force is effortless for me, but I can't teach it to you because you're a bad man. Basically, it's really very thin. She's obviously manipulating him the whole time, and it's really frustrating to read. Like, not just because you're sympathetic to this character, but because you're like, God, what could be going on? What is her game? Okay, so her game at the outset is she claims to know what became of Luke's mother, claims that she's a member of the Falinassi, and that she knows where she might be. Yeah, the countdown timer is just the countdown to next New Year's. Chile, Colorado is it's probably not accurate to how we make it, but it's basically just a roast that's done in chili sauce. I put it on I had a torta. I put it on a roll with some sautéed onions and peppers. Anyway, god damn it. What are you doing over here? Killing this guy's like chopping firewood. Oh, really? It doesn't matter because I'm going to go on fire anyway, but just like... So, Luke goes gallivanting all over the galaxy, chasing, after shadows, trying to find this woman's, like, clan. And at the very end, what ends up happening is she just basically turns to him and said, I don't know anything about your mom. I was just using you. And that's it. And that's the end. Except that there's a little tag scene thrown in after that is, for no reason that I can understand, supposed to make us feel more sympathetic to this person, but, like, doesn't really give a reason that we should. Oh, there's two of them. That's what happened. Oh, okay. And so, like, that was weird, right? But the question is, what is she doing in this book? What is the purpose of this plot line alongside everything else that's going on? And eventually it turns out there isn't one. It doesn't dovetail. Yeah, she gets away with it. She gets everything she wants. He gets nothing. End of plot, right? Except for one thing. Two things. One, you know what? I don't even want to get into the third plot. It's such a mess. There's 5 plots in this book, and most of them are really dumb and broken. But anyway, Luke ends up, like, learning a pigeon version of the white current just enough to do one little Deus Ex Machina thing to wrap up a story that Lando is involved in over on the other side of the galaxy in a really hokey way. I'll just put it that way. It's not even worth discussing. It's so bad and dead end. It's not even worth the time. But what ends up happening with the Yvetha conflict with the Black Fleet is the Republic does not have enough ships to fight them, and they've learned that probably it's going to take a lot to cow these people into giving up. They're very fanatical. So this woman that Luke has met is a master of disguise. That's the whole thing with the white current, is that you can manipulate reality. Mostly just in terms of appearances, but it's suggested that the Falinassi might be able to make a fake army appear. A whole bunch of non-existent ships that will nonetheless react to the Yvetha as if they're real vessels. They won't do any damage, but they'll seem to, right? And in this way, they will not only prevent the conflict from, not only will they convince the Yvetha to give up, but hopefully without any bloodshed. They'll just show up, and the aliens will realize they're beaten, and that's that. Here's what happens. They show up, they summon the huge fleet that's like hundreds of fake ships. The Yvetha absolutely believe it. They buy it completely from all appearances, and then they just throw themselves at them anyway. And so after 20 minutes of fighting, when the Falinasi can no longer maintain the illusion, all the fake ships disappear. The Yavetha just carry on fighting, despite being destroyed at an equal pace to the real New Republic ships. They just keep on fighting. And then all of the ex-Imperial ships that they'd captured that constitute the titular Black Fleet of the Black Fleet Crisis, that is the name of the series. Yeah, in the last maybe 100 pages of this 3-book trilogy, the author decides to introduce, having clearly not figured out how they were going to resolve this situation, they decide to introduce the idea of an Imperial prison camp that has existed this entire time, that has all of the officers that used to command these ships that have been working as slaves for the last 18 years. And for some reason, the Yavetha, despite being written as having a deep-set instinctual revulsion for everything that is not of their own stuff, have kept them alive and allowed them to serve on the ships as slaves. So of course they commandeer all the ships, murder their masters, and then turn the whole fleet around and leave with it. This leaves a whole bunch of Yavetha ships, which are still a problem. Once they realize they have no backup from the more serious Imperial Navy, they begin just suicide bombing into all the Republic ships. And so there's a couple things to take away here. First, the author suggests that Leia made these courageous decisions and did the right thing, and that we should be in some way proud of her. She doomed the entire Republic. She sent these ships off on a fool's errand for which they were definitely going to be completely demolished. They were not decimated. The aliens were going to continue attacking them until there was nothing left. And they would have succeeded because they're better and there's more of them. So, she failed, and for all intents and purposes, destroyed the entire Space Force of the New Republic, as well as starting a total war with an alien species that had not been planning on making war with them, had at no point said they were going to do anything outside of their own star system, which, you know, you could argue they had sovereign rights to. Who are we to say, right? Oh, whoops, I'm still alive. So that's a mess, right? So obviously this is going to result in the downfall of the entire New Republic. There's no way it's not going to. The only reason this doesn't happen is, first, because of the intervention of the Falinasi, who she knows nothing about other than Luke's say-so are actually real, which also fails, but does buy them a little bit of time. And then the completely unpredictable mutiny of a hidden force of Imperial agents at the last second, which still does not end the battle. And had they gone into it with their original fleet and none of the illusions that bought them time to destroy a few of the Yavetha ships, still would have resulted in a total defeat, the destruction of all their forces. This is an awful story. None of that is addressed. I think the author maybe doesn't realize that every single character in the book failed direly. And also, the Imperial Army, the Imperial Navy saved the day. This is like one of the worst Star Wars books you could write. It's not just that it's one of the worst that exists that I'm aware of. That's probably Darth Maul Lockdown, which looks like a UFC tie-in, and I think might be. But like, just in a theoretical sense, if you were to try to come up with the worst possible Star Wars book, like on every topic, like in terms of being good literature, but also being like in terms of being satisfying for Star Wars fans, this fails on every single level. I mean, I liked it when I was 10. That is perhaps the most damning thing about it. I keep forgetting that I cannot stun him on the first hit. I have to let him get past me. Let's see if we can drink here. Nope! Let's see if we can drink here. Oh my god, I love this fight. Can we drink here? Oh my god. Holy shit. Remember earlier when I was talking as if I actually know how to play Dark Souls? This really just shows you who you were listening to, doesn't it? No, seriously, like, this is not just the worst Ornstein fight you've ever seen. This is my worst Ornstein fight. I don't think I was this bad when I was new. I don't even know what's going on right now. Like, I just can't do anything. I'm not stopping until I win this. I'm going to win this fight. I don't care if I'm here till fucking 2 in the morning. I'm gonna win this fight. It's just bizarre. This just isn't that hard. Okay, it is that hard, but like, I'm better than this. Anyway, in the right, but it's not the weapon that's the problem. I'm doing a decent amount of damage. If I could just stop getting hit, if I could just stop getting juggled, this fight would have been over 3 hours ago. It's just that, like, yeah, everybody agrees that Ornstein and Smough are the blowjob brothers. Everybody hates them. Nobody likes this fight. It is a hard fight. However, I should not be doing this poorly. This is an astonishingly bad run for me. Like, I'm misjudging all of my attacks. This is happening, you know, I don't seem to be able to remember how to do anything, which is weird because I didn't have any problem with the rest of the game. I was good at Gargoyles. That's comparable, right? Like, what it comes down to is that the trick in this fight is you need to bait Smough into an attack so that while he's attacking, you can hit his brother. That is how this fight works. Why I can't seem to do that, I don't know. I'm trying, but like... It's just, like, nothing's happening. Every single time I think I see an opening, I blink, and it didn't happen. I'm just lying there dead, and I don't remember what happened in between. None of this can be explained by me also talking about Star Wars novels the whole time. I don't see how that's relevant, and you should stop mentioning it. Okay, I think I'm aware that you could take out Smough first, but, like... I've never heard of anyone doing it. Also, is it the powered up Ornstein fight like mind-blowingly hard? I mean, the reason it's the common script is that I'm pretty sure that he'll just stomp you immediately. I think a lot of the problem is just that I keep getting... That keeps happening, and then I just get thrown off. You know, I just end up off my game because it's so unsettling. Like, if Smough catches you once, it's just so embarrassing that it's really hard to recover from. In terms of, like, casual gameness, you know? Like, if I'm... Oops! Oh, I didn't think he had range. Still, oops. I didn't mean to do that. Ow! Oh! I forgot he had the shovel! Alright, let's just... No, I just need to get good. Like, if I had been paying more attention, I'd be done with this fight a long time ago. The strategy is fine. I just need to actually execute on it. And I haven't been doing that, so... Oops. Oh. Probably ran out the clock on that. Oh, no. Okay, cool. By the way, I was going to talk about this earlier. So, the thing I think is funny about Dark Souls, the first game, is that the plot is diegetically just literal. Like, so the story of the game, as I understand it, I might be mixing some things up here, but I think this is what I remember correctly. The story of the game is that, you know, there's the whole business with you're at the end of the universe, right? And people keep dying and becoming undead, right? Instead of going away. Zombies, right? Everyone is eventually going to go that way, and the world will, you know, cease to be something. Whatever darkness is, it'll be that, right? You are the chosen undead. Someone who has... You've died, you have not, you know, you have not become one of them, but... you have been chosen by someone to be the undead that relights the first flame and keeps the world from going dark. However, you're not the first one. You're like the millionth. This has been going on for a long time. You are one of many, 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 many chosen undead who... you know, and your story is supposed to be you're the one who didn't get defeated on their path to rekindling the first flame. And so a common thing in you know, dorky, you know, fantasy video games is to look at, say, the fortress full of traps and ask, why did someone make this? What is the function of this place other than to be a puzzle room, you know, to be the thing that it is, a puzzle room in order, you know, to slow down a player and give them a challenge to overcome? The answer is, it's a puzzle room that's meant to slow down the player and give them a chance, a challenge to overcome. Diegetically, that is what it's supposed to be. The purpose of Sen's Fortress, probably, is to make sure that you aren't one of the failures who isn't going to be able to actually do the job. Everything up until meeting... Like, the whole reason you're ringing the bells of awakening, those don't do anything. They're just bells. All they do is they tell, I can't remember his name, but they tell the serpent, whose name I can't remember, Frampt, they tell Frampt, oh, one of the, like, after hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of failures, one of them has finally made it far enough that I should pay attention and see if he actually makes it this time. You're not the first person who's done any of this. You're not even the 50th. This keeps happening over and over and over, and everything you encounter up until you meet Frampt is a filter meant to find out if you're the one who can actually pull it off this time. And it's interesting because these guys aren't, right? Theoretically, we're past the point where... well, actually, no, I'm sorry. That's not true either, because the whole... Guinevere thing is, all of this is bullshit. None of this is actually here. Anor Londo does not actually look like this. It's all an illusion for your benefit. None of this is actually happening. It's a simulation, basically, that's just here to find out if you're actually the chosen one or not. The real Dark Souls does not begin until you meet Frampt. Theoretically, that is where the real story begins. And, I think that's a really funny way to do the story. To just take the video game concept and go, no, actually, we're doing exactly what we appear to be doing. It's really wild to me that this whole section consistently fails to load until you... I guess you're not supposed... Well, but you can see it from the stairs. So, well, anyway. I actually find it really entertaining how all the times I've done this before, I did this run by coming from the further bonfire and going in through the palace doors, and I'm now realizing like I really should have just gotten good at the stair skip. This is a much nicer run back. All right, I'm gonna lock in now. I'm gonna actually try now, so everybody watch out. Oh! Okay, I can't tell if there was another attack in here I didn't see, or if the hitbox on his mallet is just there all the time. See, the frustrating thing about this fight, right, is even when you play it the way you're supposed to, you know, it's this whole series of, yeah, I did it, followed by, oh no, the other guy just punished me for doing it, right? You have to dodge Smough, and then when you successfully do that, maybe you get what you want, or maybe Ornstein just fucks you over anyway, right? And of course, the old Dark Souls complaint, if only I could see anything! I'm in here somewhere. I swear I've beaten these guys on vibes before, and that's why, like, I'm not that good when I try to lock in and do it. But boy, howdy. I think this speedrun might be a reset. Though I'm never going to get tired of just nailing the fucking stair skip every single time. Like, I don't remember the last time I went to the top of Anor Londo, right? Like, I can't recall what's up there. Right, I think you get up there, and then there's a rooftop with a couple of knights on it, and then I think you got to go down through some rooms that got a bunch of random bad guys in them, or if you know the critical path, you can kind of just wander through it. But I seem to recall that it's really tough to get past that area on the roof without taking any damage. Oh man, that's his worst attack. That fucking sliding shovel thing he does. I don't know what the counter for that is. I have no idea. Yeah, that thing, like, because he just turns. He just turns to follow you. So I've never figured out what you're supposed to do about it. I suspect the answer is don't let it happen. That's the thing, is like a lot of strategies with these games are, if you get this far away, he'll do this attack. Don't get that far away. Problem solved. Yeah, like, where's Ornstein? Oh, there he is. The real final boss is the camera. I wonder if part of the problem is just that I'm so used to the short wind-up on the sword that I just cannot get it out of my system. And yeah, that's really it, right? Like the basic principle that you think you learn in this game is once an enemy is attacking, they're attacking and they can't change where they're going to hit. And then you get an enemy that can do that, and you're like, wait, that's illegal. They can't do that. That's a crime. And it is a crime. However, Like, it's got to look ridiculous to anybody who doesn't, have the reflexes for this game. It's got to look fucking ridiculous seeing me just walk forward into one of them, just wander into them. Like, what are you trying to do, man? And the answer is, if you walk between them, they'll both attack you. And that gives you an opening to hit one of them while the other one is busy. But if you don't roll at the right moment, if you misjudge when their attack begins, or that, then you're just standing there, either slashing at air, or you just walk into an attack, and that's that. And it's really embarrassing, right? But like, this is it. Like, this is how you play the game. You just have to get the timing perfect every single time. And notice that when you're always up in their grill like this, when you never give them any space, you're just constantly like getting next to them. This guy mostly doesn't do his big dash attack. But I just... Oh, no, about to get smooged. There it is. Like, in order to be good at this, I would have had to put a lot of hours into just doing this fight over and over until I figured out exactly when their attack windups were complete. And I've just never had the patience for it. And it just sucks because, like, again, I don't know if maybe it's just because it's at 30 FPS and so all my reflexes are off, but like, I've just never had to actually lock in this much to finish this fight. Halo 3 voice. It's frustrating too because, like, I know what to do. I know what I need to do, and if I could just get my hands to do it, right? The real Dark Souls is, as always, yourself. That and greed, like that's the old saying is don't get greedy. A lot of this is like, oh, I have a fucking bead on Ornstein, I should hit him. But if Smough is not nearby and winding up, you should be asking where's Smough. If you have not set him up for I know that the correct way to think about this is if I didn't set Smough up for an attack, why am I attacking? That should never happen. Have a good night, Matthew. No, definitely. Talking about the bad books is precisely what I want to be doing right now. You're lucky I'm not talking about Fall of Reach, okay? Things could be so much worse. Like... Pardon me. Want to tell me what you're doing, sir? Well, you know what? I can never remember the snow clone. I'm going to stop trying to do the snow clone. I've done it 3 times, and every time I just abandon it because I can never remember the fucking snow clone. Ow! You never do that. There's a theory. I think it's a theory. I don't think it's known. I don't think anybody actually knows how any of the code in this game works, but there's a theory that this game contains no RNG at all, that every single thing in it is perfectly deterministic, and it's just that there's so much going on that it's super easy for the tiniest little twitch of the player's joystick to cause all the enemies to react totally differently. And so every time you come in here, it feels like every single time I come in here, every time I played this game, Ornstein has the same setup, except when he doesn't. And I always wonder, is that because I came in 1 pixel to the left, and that just, his AI just triggers a little bit differently that way? Oh, nope. Oh, okay. Oh, come on now. It's because I dodged away from him instead of towards. Whew! I should have gotten scooped by that. Oh, no! Yep, there it is. Well, here's the thing. As far as the RNG thing, once you do something enough in this game, if you're like on your 50th run, I think you can actually have your muscle memory locked in so tight that you really are doing at least parts of it totally exactly the same. And there's also ways that you can, whether you intend to or not, cause yourself to do things precisely the same. Like, if you were to always approach this boss door at the left edge, precisely at the left edge, if that just happened to be the way that you approached it, then it might be the case that it always locks you to a precise X coordinate that just causes him to consistently do that. You know, I wonder if I should go back to my strategy of locking on him more. I think... God, are there task runs of this? I'm trying to remember. I know there's no task runs of getting over it with Bennett Foddy. Because apparently that game does have RNG, which I didn't know. So, just like, there apparently are not and never will be. But, I can't think of a technical reason this couldn't have one, but I feel like I've never seen one. Alright, well, that's a reset. Well, it depends how the RNG works. Sometimes it can be manipulated, and then other times, it's too complex. Still shocked that I get that 9 times out of 10. I mean, games haven't had a limited number of lives since forever. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, RNG manipulation stems from a time when the PRNG had to be built by the game itself. Oh, god damn it. And, yeah, I strongly suspect that they all just use the system random number generator now, which, yeah, good luck. I'm kind of amazed at how I'm getting worse. I was actually doing better earlier. Well, that's not exactly true, but... Has anybody been keeping track of how many runs this has been? It's got to be, what, my 40th? Nope. That's a reset. I really did not accept... The last time I did this, when I was doing it, well, I mean, the last time I did this, I'd cleared this, you know, I was past this fight 4 hours after I started the game, right? So, but I think I finished this fight in, like, 8 tries, something like that. God, yeah. Imagine Dark Souls, but the RNG, assuming it has RNG, has been replaced with a static number, so it's always the same every time. Oof. Uncomfortable. I mean, if there is RNG, the only thing I think it would affect would be... Because, like, enemy placement is absolutely consistent. Item drops are consistent. I guess there's RNG... Oh, I'm sorry. There's RNG for item drops, not item placement, but... I keep wondering exactly how the stagger system in this works, because I've had some times when I hit him, and then I hit him again, like, quite some time later, and he staggered. So I'm like, is that a bar that's slowly regenerating? It's gotta be, right? Ah, damn it. You know what? I think that's really what it comes down to, what we were saying earlier. This is the first fight in the game, and maybe one of the only fights, where most of their attacks can retarget after they've launched, or their roundabouts. They're like 360s. Right? So, like, almost every other fight in this entire game, once they start attacking, they're locked in that direction. But Ornstein can jump into the air, then retarget once he's up there. Once he starts his lunge attack, he can retarget while he's doing it. Smough follows you with the hammer scoop. Like, it's all... none of these follow the usual Dark Souls pattern. And honestly, I wonder how many other bosses in the entire series are this rude. Because, like, I don't think Dancer is this rude. Oh, that's a good point. I hadn't thought about that. Maybe I'm medium rolling, huh? Is that a light roll? That's a light roll, right? Much of the philosophy of... The reason you see so many naked people in Dark Souls is because much of the philosophy is if you only need to wear armor if you intend to get hit. Yeah, okay. I wonder if that's part of it. Probably the last time I did this, I was light rolling, because I usually either go with a really light equipment set, or I go with a much heavier one. So I think maybe I've been playing this like it's light. Well, the other option is to just get bodied and it doesn't matter. Yeah, problem solved. See, it doesn't make any difference how you roll if you just immediately get killed. One of my other things that's great about this fight is, can Ornstein pass through Smough? Sometimes. Sometimes he can, sometimes he can't. There's not really any logic to it. Good luck, loser. Don't jump away from me when I'm hitting you, asshole. God, maybe the light rolling is making a difference. You're seeing this, right? Dies. Maybe I'll put in some gold pine resin. That'll fix it. I think that actually might have been how I did that. How I did this the first time. The first time through is I ended up on my successful run. I did end up using the gold pine resin. Skellington go very fast. That's never going to stop titillating me. Part of the problem, by the way, with using the pine resin is like figuring out when to apply it. Because if you apply it out here, then what tends to happen is you get inside and you get rocked before you ever have a chance to hit, like land a single hit. You've run out of the stuff. But if you try to apply it inside, you're just going to get rocked anyway. So, just for fun, let's see if I manage to hit them even once. Nope. This is every single time that somebody on Reddit is like, oh, just use consumables. This is why nobody takes your advice. Get good, dude. The consumables, the time when you finally try consumables is going to be one of the runs where you don't land a single hit. Oops. Now, you may ask yourself, doesn't Ornstein have lightning? So isn't he probably lightning resistant? And I think the answer is, maybe. Glug. Let's glug again. Oops. You see, if I double tapped it, we wouldn't be here. Wow. Remember that gold pine resin that was going to win the fight for me? Here's where he is now. I really wonder if maybe the last time I did this, I was still locking on. And maybe that's part of the problem, because I am whiffing so many shots, it's ridiculous. Like, locking, it really has its downsides, but man. The number of times that I've simply lost track of Ornstein when I could have hit him is like most of them. Mostly, though, I'm just like, man, I think the first time I played this, I was using a poke sword. I was using a rapier or something as my primary. And so all my light attacks were super, super, super fast. And that's my story. Yeah, I need to lock in and lock on. No, I don't know. Like, the lock on seems deeply self-defeating in this specific fight. Like, man, I can't fathom how that would make things better. Like, yeah, maybe I'll hit him, but I'm going to lose track of Smough, and I won't be able to dodge effectively because of the fucking directional locking. So, just feels like a bad idea, but I don't know. Oh. You know, third option, lock on, don't lock on, doesn't matter because you just fucking don't do it at all. Yeah, I'm getting worse at this. I'm not quitting, though. I refuse. I'm going to beat Ornstein Smough. Wait, did I didn't aggro him. He didn't aggro. I ran up the stairs so fast that he didn't see me. No, Steve, really, it's not. This fight is not that hard. It really isn't. You can't imagine how bad I'm doing. I should not be this bad. I don't know why I'm this bad. Like, all I have to do is stop doing, like, stupid shit that makes no sense. Like, I understand the strategy. All I have to do is actually do it. I don't know what's going on right now. Man, I have never gotten anywhere with the assists in this fight. Like, I think they usually just get killed immediately. But also, I don't think I can. Because don't I have to do Solaire's... Don't I have to do some sort of quest to get Solaire? I don't think he's here. What the hell? It dropped my roll input again. Come to find out, the Xbox 360 version has fucking bugs. Some number starts overflowing and it begins dropping inputs after a few hours. Man! Fuck it, let's hit Smoke. I've never tried doing Smoke first, so I'm just going to try and kill Smoke, because, like, for some reason I just cannot land any hits on Ornstein today. I've been through this fight plenty of times. I've never been this bad before. Like, I know I could upgrade my axe too, but, like, what difference would that make if I'm not hitting him? You know? I'm just not landing any hits, so having a stronger weapon wouldn't make any difference. I'll just hit Smoke this time. Oh no. Oh no! Oh! Wow! I got hit by the back of the lightning bolt. I cannot upgrade my axe bigger so it hit more big, though there are larger axes. The problem is you pay for it. Wow, actually, now that I think about it, I feel like the first time I ever beat this guy, I did it using the Crystal Halberd, I think is what it was. Yeah, I also didn't think the hitbox on the lightning was that long. This is one of those things like when people are doing speedruns and they play the game literally 3,000 times and nobody else has ever done that, so they find RNG behavior that's just like non-existent, just like nobody else would ever encounter. Boy, how do you avoid that scoop? How do you do it? I don't think I've ever done it. If he starts doing that, I just have to stand there and wait. What is the strategy? How do you do it? Does anybody know? I've tried dodging toward it. I've tried dodging to the side. I've tried everything. This is the one thing in the entirety of Dark Souls 1 that genuinely feels broken to me, is that one attack. I have no idea what to do about it. And I've beaten them a bunch of times without needing a solution for it. But, like, it's one of those things where if he chooses to do it, you're just like, okay, well, all right, so I have to do the rest of the fight with 20% less health. Okay, all right, move on. Just accept it. Like, is there a way? Can it be done? No, I've finished this. I have finished this many times before. I will finish it today. I have work to do. I cannot come back to this. So I have to do it now or not at all. I should be done with the game right now. There's no reason I should be at this point right now. The funny thing is, like, his whole moveset changes, or at least it feels that way, once he gets upgraded, and he's just way less threatening. Like, his attacks hit harder when they hit, but they're just, like, much easier to avoid. I know I'm rolling too soon on that, but also, like, I rolled under it earlier and still got hit. All right, let me Google this. Redditor, the way this works is, regarding the shovel attack, the way this works is, if you get within 2 feet of distance between you and his center of mass, he's gonna spam that shit to Kingdom Come. That's weird. People are saying to roll backwards? Yeah, circle strafing works great on him. That's why you kill Ornstein first. Because without Ornstein, Smough is usually a first try or second try, even though he's upgraded on the second phase. The problem is just that on the second phase, he hits so hard that you need a lot of Estus available, because he will hit you at least once, and it's going to take like 3/4 of your health. So you can't go into it with no Estus, which is why once I get down to about 6, I just sort of stop trying, because I'm not going to get through this upgraded Smough fight with only 5 Estus. It's not going to happen. All right. Well, attacking him obviously isn't working. So, okay, maybe locking on is the shit. Maybe that's what I'm fucking up. Look at that. I did so much better that time. So, locks onto the wrong guy. Okay. Bait. Okay. So far, this is, like, not bad. All things considered, not bad. Come on, one more. Oh, he caught me with the tip. Yeah, either of these, like, the whole point of Ornstein and Smough is that neither of these bosses would really be a big deal if you fought them by themselves. The problem is that it's like playing a piano where you got to get your left hand and your right hand to both work simultaneously, but on different material, right? You've got 2 different bosses. You have to react to both of them simultaneously. You have to be constantly thinking, what is Ornstein doing? What is Smough doing? At the same time, if you drop the ball, if you forget about either one of them for even a fucking millisecond, you're dead.
300
and
megabytes.
Neither one of them has behavior that complex. The problem is just that it's Dark Souls, so everything is incredibly loud. And when you mess up, you get punished so badly for it. Okay, so this didn't start out the way I wanted, because it immediately... Okay, very bad immediately. Damn it! Didn't get the fucking stun in. Okay, let's see if we can chug a potion. Very good. well, at least I got the hit in, but... Already down 2 fucking... Oh, I thought he was behind the pillar. Alright, well, that's a wash. That's a reset. Fuck! I'm getting worse. I'm actually getting worse. This is the most embarrassing Ornstein Smough anybody has ever done. Streamer asked to delete Dark Souls. Request refund. Can't believe that's so consistent. It's still like every time I do it, it makes the entire situation with the bosses just not nearly as bad. Yeah, exactly. When we're done, we'll just go ahead and cut this down to my successful fight, and then 2 or 3 failures just for verisimilitude. Hey, now, I lined that up, you bastard. Oh, no! Chugging. Chugging this Estus, sir. No! It's got such a long fucking wind down. No, it's the shovel. No. It always feels, when you're doing badly, like they start doing attacks you've never seen before and using timing you've never seen before, right? And like probably it's just because you're doing stuff you don't normally do, but it doesn't feel that way. Oh. Alright, let's drink another Estus. At this point I probably don't have enough for the powered up smoke fight, but especially now. Okay.
I live again.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is that everything in Dark Souls does you dirty. That's sort of the point. Wow. Dark Souls player fails stair skip, asked to... God damn it. I'm busy, sir. Alright. Oh my god. Oh, is he gonna follow me in here so the fire stops working? Or, again... Man, I'm glad to hear that, Black Raven. Again... Is it only the first fire in the... Is it only the fire at Firelink Shrine that won't work if enemies are nearby? Because I don't think it's true of any other bonfire in the game. Like... Or is it even like... Or is it even... Is that even... No, that is how it works, right? Because I've kited enemies over there several times after beginning of the game, so it's not just like the first time you encounter the shrine bonfire, it doesn't work for the first few seconds. No, it is reacting to enemies being nearby, but I think it's the only fire in the game that does it. Okay, so... Okay, so the The lock-on is definitely, I think, working. Just gonna panic roll here, don't mind me. Not gonna take any risks on that fucking bolt. Okay. Oh no! Timing! Come on, hit me. That was funny. He pushed him out of the way, but not badly enough to fuck up my strategy. So, we take that. And that, honestly. Oh, I didn't know Ornstein could break the columns. Turns out, he's a big man too, just not as big. Oops. Oh, got hecked by that one. Okay. Oops. Done goofed. I'm just gonna take a risk on a drink there. Probably paid off. No! The shovel! The shovel! You cannot avoid the shovel! You can't do it! It can't be done! Like... Just had it happen at the Sen's Fortress bonfire. What do you mean? Happened when? I don't remember that. Oh, right! That did happen! Yeah. That was the second... Sorry, I forgot where Sen's Fortress was. Sen's Fortress... Yeah, that's the first time I've ever seen that happen outside of Firelink. That was weird. I almost wonder if it didn't happen. Like, maybe I just didn't fucking hit A in the right spot. But, like... Yeah. It's so weird, though, right? Because, like, I've definitely kited guys into the same room as bonfires several times in this stream. And it's never gone out except that one time.
Who is it?
Oh shit, I thought I was out of range. Well, darksouls.jpeg.png, frankly. That's the story of Dark Souls. I thought I was out of range. That and, god damn it, I didn't know he was doing the 360. Which I guess you could say of this stream. Okay, gotta heal. This probably is not a safe spot. No?
Don't do that.
Oh no! Oh, the interrupted roll. Nope. Fuck you. Fuck you. Stagger, asshole. He staggered me. I will not be beating the game this stream. Holy shit, are you kidding? I'll be lucky if I finish these guys by 2 in the morning. Let's see. After these, I have to go fight. Fuck. Like, all... Oh, God. Yeah. No. I'm not doing 4 kings tonight. There's, like, a non-zero chance I'll do a stream next Sunday. Where I attempt that. But, honestly, the idea of being that embarrassed... trying to do 4 kings. Actually, you know, now that I think about it, Yeah, no, sorry. I just, like, no, definitely. I will not be finishing this tonight. We're not even halfway through the game. Yeah, the last time that I did Four Kings, I was on New Game Plus, and they just, like, didn't play test that. Like, this is not a me thing. This is, like, a universally agreed upon thing. Four Kings on New Game Plus is broken. Completely broken. The only way to do it, because it's timing based and they just didn't QA it after changing the timing with the New Game Plus tweaks, the only way to do it is to go in with, like, super broken, a super broken build, like a challenge run build, where you've got, like, oh, you know, what if we just basically, so Four Kings is a fight in this game that is designed as a DPS check, basically. It's like, did you build your character correctly so they have the amount of strength that you need at this point in the game? No? Well, then you'll never finish Four Kings, because the way that fight works is you start out, this great big motherfucker spawns. He has a bunch of really irritating attacks, whatever. He's not that hard. The problem is that I've lost Ornstein completely. Where the fuck is he? There he is. The problem is, once you've been fighting that guy for a while, another one spawns. Same dude, same set of attacks, and then no matter how quickly, no matter how you're doing with him, if you wait a certain length of time, another one spawns. Now, if you do this fight correctly, then you should be able to kill 4 of these things, hence the name, and finish the fight like Halo 3. If you do not do it correctly, you can fight 8 kings. You can fight 12 kings. There's no limit. It just keeps making kings. God damn it, I was doing really well. So if you're good enough, you can finish the fight in only 3. Yes, I can't remember how. I think it's like if you do enough damage, it rolls over to the... Yeah, that's right. It rolls over to the next one. Because there's actually one shared life bar, and then each one has an individual life bar. And if you do it right, you could basically overflow some damage off of the end of one bar, and it takes out part of the next, for all intents and purposes. When I played Three Kings, I was pretty frustrated the first time through. I mean, I'd already played Ornstein Smough, so I wasn't that frustrated. It is a bullshit fight, don't get me wrong. Like, not that Dark Souls was likely to have been, developed in order of play, right? But for some reason, it is a thing that, like, as you play, the game gets worse. So I don't know, maybe they did. Maybe they actually did just develop it chronologically. Doesn't seem likely, but maybe. However, as you play, the game just gets worse and worse in the sense that it's widely... Oh, god damn it. Why did he get me? The first area, perfect, great. Nothing wrong with this. Nothing wrong with it. There's like everything just fits together perfectly. The enemy placement, all this, the number of enemies, it's all exactly what it should be. Once you really get into the game, you're going to shit like Lost Izalith, which is just simply like there's nothing there. It's just basically empty. There's nothing to do because they just didn't have time to finish it. And so Lost Izalith is widely agreed to be the worst part of the game because it's this isn't unfair. You just have to understand what the game is asking you to do. The game is not unfair. There are tons and tons of people out there who would have gotten this fight on the first try. The problem is that I am not playing by its rules. If you don't want to play it, that's fine, but it's not unfair. It's just a game you don't know how to play. Anyway, there's a whole bunch of parts of this game that are unfinished, at best unpolished, but in a lot of cases just there's nothing there. They're not playable. They're not done. And for the most part, it's stuff that, like, is at a point in the game where it's not really a... It's not too frustrating because you already know what you signed up for. All right, go ahead. That's a reset. Boy, that was a bad setup. Yeah, Lost Izalith famously has a bunch of dragon asses walking around in it. That's not a joke. It's the ass of a dragon. They cut the back end, the ass end, off of a dragon model, including the legs, and there's just a bunch of them wandering around in a lake of fire. They don't do anything. You can attack them if you want, but there's no reason to. And they're literally... They're asses. They're just asses. They're butts. There's no sugarcoating this. They're asses. Anyway, so... that's like... I don't remember if it's near the end of the game, but it's pretty considerably into the game. But, like, the parts that we've played, they're pretty polished, like, all things considered. After this, it starts getting rough. I think that New Londo is a disaster. I don't know how many people agree with me, but I don't really like it. I think that... God, I'm actually trying to remember the other... I'm so brain burnt from this. I'm trying to remember the later stages of this game. Oh, anyway, there's a bunch of shit in this game that's just completely unfinished, and nobody disagrees on it. And for some reason, it seems to get more and more prevalent as you progress through the game. It's like the unfinished parts seem to be near the end for some reason. So, oh my God, that wasn't even my fault. So, Four Kings is like pretty far in there, and that is a bullshit fight. I don't mind Gravelord Nito nearly as much, actually. I think the first time I played through, Gravelord Nito, that's his name, right? Just killed me. Literally, but also, like, figuratively in the real world. It was so deeply frustrating because I just couldn't understand what I was supposed to do. I didn't know what it wanted from me. Like, I kept going in there and I would just get murked. Just out of the blue, I'd just be fighting the guy, everything's going fine, then I just get killed. And I'm like, what? What did I do? And it turned out that there was a bit of sound design that I thought was just environmental. I thought it was part of the music. And it turns out it's the tell for his most powerful attack. And I was ignoring it. Once I realized that and I knew what to listen for, I clear Nito in 1 or 2 tries. It's trivial. Once you know that. Not trivial. Again, you have to be good. You have to be willing to play the game the way they want you to play it. But it's just not really that hard once you realize what it is it wants you to do. But boy, is that a subtle audio cue. Still, though, I like that fight now, right? Fuck Four Kings. Four Kings is a bullshit fight. It is one of the worst boss fights in the whole series. I'd rather do Dancer 4 times. Like, fuck me. No! Okay, well, at least I landed the 3rd fucking hit on him. Like, I'll take that. Ah, shit, I thought Smough was stuck behind a pillar. It's just so hard because you can't see where the other guy is. I mean, that's the whole fight. That's the whole thing that makes it hard, right? You know, this fight would be so easy if it weren't hard. Oh, what? No, you fucker, I was behind you! Asshole! God, I can't remember. Oh, yeah, Bed of Chaos. Bed of Chaos is weird. Hey, Nathaniel, thank you. Yeah, I need the luck. I don't know what's going on here. The other three lords they're fine. You know, like they're weird, but you know, they got their gimmicks, but you figure them out. Four Kings is just busted. All of the attacks suck. It's impossible to tell where you are in the fight due to the lack of you know, because you're fighting in the void. The run back is miserable. Just one of the worst run backs of this series. Not in terms of it being difficult, but in terms of the impact that it has on that fight and your psyche, where you're going to be when you have to do it. The fact that you've got to do this long, complicated run through all these fucking ghosts. Yeah, no fucking bonfires. It's just, it's awful. And then you get to the guy, and every time it's just like, you do everything right, but then the dude just decides to chain that stupid fucking projectile attack 4 times in a row. It's undodgeable. You can't dodge it. It just keeps going around and around. So if it happens, you just have to go, okay, that's a whole Estus. I guess I just don't have that Estus now. And I'm going to have to find a time to do it because he's not going to give me an opportunity, you know. And so it's just deeply frustrating. And, oh my god, is that why the King model is so confusing? Wow. And he's got that fucking explosion attack that's also really hard to predict and dodge and like all this shit. And it's just, it's a bad fight, right? So then you play New Game Plus. Holy shit. It's just broken. It's completely broken. And like, no one disagrees on this. Everybody, like even people who love the game, are like, no, that just doesn't work. It's not playable unless you cheese it, unless you do stuff that's like way beyond typical Dark Souls, you know, play mechanics. It's just broken. Because what they did is, in New Game Plus, the way that New Game Plus works in pretty much everything is, you know, they open up basically the CSV file that has all the enemy strengths and weaknesses and damage amounts and everything, and they just adjust them. They just turn the numbers up and down, right? And so in New Game Plus, it's the same game, the levels are the same and everything, the enemy placement's identical, they just do more or less, or they do more damage and they, you know, move faster or whatever the fuck, you know, it's like, it's the exact same thing, they've just naively tweaked the numbers. Now, in a good game, because the latter part of Dark Souls in places is not a good game anymore. In a good game, New Game Plus is tested as thoroughly as the original game, or at least they make adjustments that are, you know, unimportant, right? If you're making a New Game Plus, you're like, okay, all the standard zombies have 25% more HP. That's just going to make the game harder, right? It's not going to change it mechanically. But with Four Kings, they decided to increase the spawn rate. And the problem is they increase the spawn rate and the amount of damage that it requires. That's fucked up because the original fight is a finely tuned machine. You can't just do that. It doesn't work. So what ends up happening is in the new fight, unless you do like top percentile damage, unless you have one of the strongest possible builds in the entire game, you're going to end up with 9 kings before you can kill the first one. It's awful. And so that's where I tapped out of New Game Plus. I actually got a lot further than I expected. I am not a New Game Pluser. Like I don't play games like that really. You know, I might play a game multiple times, but I don't I don't want to play the harder version and the faster version, you know? That's just not me. So typically that wouldn't be my thing, but I really like Dark Souls. So the last time I finished a normal game, I decided to go New Game Plus. And for the most part, I did okay. To my, shock. But then I hit Four Kings, and I was just sitting there going, this can't be done. This is actually unplayable. And I looked it up, and people were like, yes, it's unplayable. You can't get past it. The only way to do it is by, a lot of people play this game by staring at wikis the whole time, and I think that is a perfectly reasonable way to play the game. I sort of split the difference. I don't necessarily use, other people's information to make all my decisions, but I do frequently go, okay, what's the best sword that I can make right now? Where would I go get the shards for that? And what materials do I need? And what are the final numbers for that? That's interesting enough, especially if it's not your first run, right? If you're playing the game again, I think that's a perfectly reasonable way to play it. And to a certain extent, well, there are secrets of this game that you need to know in order to make any progress in it. There are secrets that you can discover yourself, or they can be imparted on you fairly briefly by a friend or internet person. It's not, a multi-hour lecture, right? Basically, Steve, yes. So when you play through New Game Plus of Dark Souls, for the most part, you don't need to go stare at the wiki in order to inform all your decisions, right? If you got through the game originally, mostly on vibes, you'll be able to get through it on vibes probably again until you get to Four Kings, at which point you need someone to tell you where to go, what weapon to build, and what skills to reroll your character to, because from what I can tell, if you don't have a specific build and weapon, you can't complete that fight. It's just, mathematically, it's not possible, because it's a DPS check, right? It's not about how much damage you can do while dodging, like the rest of the game. It is, very simply, how much damage can you do in a given interval of time? That is the only question being asked. And the only way to answer that is with... Okay, I'm telling you, he's doing stuff he's never done before, right? Right? It's not just me? So, while people will say, oh, you can't beat such and such boss or, accomplish such and such thing without, somebody telling you how to do it, they're mostly wrong if they say that about almost anything in this game. But I would say that Four Kings New Game Plus, I actually think you can't beat it without being told the precise mathematical solution. So, that sucks. And then there's New Game Plus Plus. I think there's, 3 or 4 levels, and they get faster yet. And, yeah, the people on the wiki are just it is comically broken. And it's the sort of thing you'd think they would have patched out, but apparently they never did. Because I think I ran into this in 7. There are 7 levels. Okay. 7 levels of New Game Plus. Oh, come on, man. Oh, no! His stamina recovered! Oh, no! So, one of the other strategies for playing this game is forget about the whole omnidirectional rolling thing and just get used to doing all your rolling as a combination of side and forward rolls, and you can do it. And I think that's how I usually do Ornstein here. Yeah, I don't think they fixed it in the remaster. I'm pretty sure they left most of the numbers alone. I apologize if you can hear me eating. There's still some orange slices on my desk. I never played I Want to Be the Guy. I had a boyfriend who was really into it. And I watched him play it, and I've seen other people play it a bit. It is a fascinating game. But the trouble with it is that it gets a little too far into the Simon Says for my tastes. Like, literally the only way to play it is to remember precisely what happens in every single room, because, you know, there's no tells and there's no logic. Like, it's, you know, it's a thing where the strategy is die and then remember what happened last time. Part of me is like, God, I think I probably don't even have the strength to use this. I think when I was struggling with this the first time through, yeah, I don't have the strength for this. When I was struggling with this the first time through, I think what I did is I switched to a halberd, but I don't have the, yeah, I don't have the strength for it. Are the strength requirements different? Not that I like. Oh, yeah. Wait. 16 and 12. Oh, it's 12 decks. Okay, so that's 3 levels. Yeah, no. So that's the thing, like, it's not pure Simon Says in the sense that you have to learn an unlimited number, like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of distinct things. It's, okay, we're fighting this boss right now. Each one does 3 things. Just learn those 3 things. This is true of, like, every boss in every modern video game. Like, that's how they all work. It's, like, part of the standard language of games. And it's just, this particular one is the only one that I really find difficult at all. At this point, like, difficult in the sense that, like, I don't foresee, like, when this is going to stop, when I'm going to beat this, and this is the only boss really in this game at this point where I feel that way about it, and it's just because it's complicated. It's not unfair, it's not complex, it's just that there's 2 things going on at once. There's not a lot of things, there's just 2. Yeah, no, as far as I know, they did not fix Four Kings New Game Plus in Remastered. But honestly, I'm not the person to ask. I can't recall whether I was... I can't recall whether I was playing Remastered or not when I ran into this. I could have sworn I was, though. Star Fox 64? No. Not my kind of game at all. I feel like a lot of the problem I'm running into is just that my attack has so much backswing. Wait. Can't wield that effectively? Oh, that one's magic. That's the problem. Oh my god, I can't even wield that effectively. Jesus. This is what I get for putting absolutely everything into, strength. And of course, I can't warp yet. So... like, the decision to not add fast travel until you finish this specific fight is very funny on the part of FromSoft. What a hilarious thing to do. You know, just for the sake of it. Here, let's see. That's still a light roll, like, right? I like doing armor edging. I should have done this earlier. Right, like, it's not going to give me that much defense, but it's something instead of nothing. Might make a tiny bit of difference. Probably not. I mean, honestly, like, when this game came out, Wasn't fast travel kind of a new concept? Like they were sort of pioneering it to begin with? That is not the same as fast travel in the context that we're discussing, Steve. Unavoidable shovel. I think I may have figured out the trick. If I could just avoid Smough a little bit more, I think I know what I've been doing wrong. What the fuck? Maybe. Probably not. Should not be alive right now. Okay. Smough! You fucker! Don't do this to me. Not on the eve of my greatest triumph! Holy shit. Just.
Yeah.
Whoa! Did you see that? He interrupted his own attack. He just like ADD'd his way into like, maybe I'll do this attack instead. Fuck it. Okay, drink this shit. Okay, now.
Yeah.
No! Not the whiff! Oh, I was so close, but on two Estises, I cannot do this. However, I think I might have figured out the strategy. And it's a really stupid sounding one. Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah, that's the other problem is that he can animation cancel. Yeah, maybe by 2010 it was normal. I'm a genius. Oh no! Oops. So, no, if the strat works, I'll tell you about it. Oh, you're right. Symphony of the Night did have fast travel. That was 1994. I feel like if he gets you with a single shovel, that just means your run is over. You're never going to win a run if he hit you with the shovel once. Ornstein, you okay over there? There's no way to avoid it. It can't be done. It's impossible. Oh, no. I had a fucking buffered, roll. That should have worked. Oh, my God. Okay, every game had fast travel. Okay. I get it. All games ever made. I get it. That was not real irritation. I just, like, I should have known that. Fucking Crystallis for the NES has fast travel. I played that when I was like 8. Slow fast. It feels incredibly bad. What does it do? All the time. There's the shovel. That means I won't win this time. 2 shovels. Good Lord.
Goodbye.
All right, have a good night, Kyra.
Audio Jungle.
My strategy that I thought I had figured out before was only applicable because Ornstein was doing behavior that he has not done since. Wow. It's the first time he's gotten me with that attack, like, ever. Yeah, I think it might be the case that they like, yes, there comes a point in Dark Souls where you do not want to explore the world anymore, but you need to explore the world to some extent, and if they gave you fast travel from the get-go, then you wouldn't bother. However, I don't think that fucked up the following 2 games, so they should have just tried it. They should have known what the future held. That was the real mistake as a company. The thing I'm trying to figure out is, why is it that sometimes I can hit him twice, and then other times he just sort of like, I don't know, just kind of drifts backwards? Right? You've seen this, right? He doesn't really have an animation. He just sort of soaks backwards a couple of inches. Like Homer Simpson melting into the bushes. Run number 143 begins. Average run length, 23 seconds. I don't remember hearing a sad horn recently. Maybe. Maybe I should go back and get 300 pine resins. That'll fix it. Maybe the fix is that I need to start talking about Halo again. So here's the thing. I have not read most of the Halo books. I've only read one, Fall of Reach. It is the worst book I have ever seen published. I am astonished that this book actually exists on paper. It is incredible to me. It is such a bad book. It reads like a combination of like fanfic and just like weird edgelordism. And it's weird too because a lot of people seem to like this book, and I don't know where that's coming from. Wait, Sadhorn and Excise don't work. There's no connection between those two. Do any of the redeems work? Did something fall over? Hey, I think something fell over. Hang on. Let me refresh the alerts page here. Okay. Right. Huh. Clive is higher definition than he used to be. Okay, there we go. I think maybe the,
Weapon!
I live again. Where is it?
Okay, yeah, everything's working.
300
Audio Jungle.
megabytes.
Don't do that.
I guess I should have expected everyone to press all the buttons. I don't know why Excise isn't working, and I don't have time to figure it out right now. Boy, that's a lot of sound effects. Also, it is funny that I played long enough for the Smough attack to become a relevant react. Because holy shit. By the way, in order to do that, in order to make that work, I had to extract Smough's model from the game and manually rig it. So... golf claps, everyone. No, I dodged that. No, I staggered you. Don't act like I didn't. Maybe I should be doing more heavy attacks. Maybe that's the trick. The shovel is unavoidable. It can't be done. Yeah, I mean, a problem I had the first million times that I played this game is I was only using heavy attacks because it felt like one heavy attack would, because I had such a hard time lining up attacks in the first place, when I got in, I wanted it to count. At the time, I was not willing to accept I was not willing to accept the philosophy that light attacks leave you less exposed and give you more, more flexibility. However, in this case, because it is so hard to land even a single light attack, maybe it would be better if that was a heavy one instead, and I stopped trying to get 2 whole light attacks in. Then I just die the next 14 runs, and it's moot anyway. That's usually how this works. Or that is the other thing. It's like, oh, I'll use a heavy attack. By the time it lands, he's gone. Honestly, I do wonder. I do wonder if part of the problem is, for me at least, is genuinely the fucking frame rate. Because I keep getting my roll inputs eaten, but it might be that I'm just simply hitting them too late. Well, I mean, obviously that's what's happening, right? But it is, of course, funny to think that no matter how long I spend on this, it's still probably less time than I spent on, the second boss in the game the first time I played it. Who was the second boss in the game? That would be, oh, no time to think about that now. Oh, that's the other problem, is that for the same amount of damage, it doesn't stagger him, though. Which is weird. Well, I mean, assuming it's the same amount of damage, but the point is, the 2 light attacks were getting me twice the damage and a stagger, which had its advantages, none of which matters if I'm dead. Well, okay. Would you like to stare at this large man's crotch while his brother beats the shit out of you? I do think a lot about the fact that, everybody who played this game in the first, 10 years that it existed was doing it with weights on and still beat it, right? I think the first time I played through it all the way, I'm pretty sure it was on the remastered and it was 60 FPS. I don't know now that I think about it. I wonder if it was. I guess I could go back and, let's see. Does Steam record when you got achievements? I don't think it does. Tired, 1 heavy instead of 2 light. Wired, 2 heavy. I mean, that's a lot of damage, frankly. If I could do that again, that'd be great. Oh, okay. All right. Now that's good. God, that's what we want to see. Oh, is that a roundhouse? Yep, it sure is. usually when you don't see Ornstein for a while, it means he's getting ready to do one of his big dash attacks. Do it. So I'm always amazed every time it doesn't happen. Whoa! Damn, that was reach. Like, the real philosophy is don't commit to heavy or light. Just hit him when you can hit him. Woo. Whoa! Not even entirely sure what happened there, but okay. Oh boy. Oh shit! Oh, I jumped out from behind the pillar when I should have jumped behind the pillar. But yeah, I mean, I guess, like... Oh. That encapsulates my feeling on all of this, is like, the whole thing that you have to learn, I think, with this fight, is that there isn't a single strategy. You just have to do the right thing. No, Steve, I'm saying you don't see the appeal of this game because it's not your type of game, which is perfectly fine. If it's not your thing, then it's not your thing. The reason that I learned how to play it is because I kept looking at it and wanting to play it. Like... There is no secret, there is no... I mean, there's lots of secrets, but when it comes down to it, the secret is to just want to play it enough that you do what it takes to play it. Like, you have to get good at any game if you want to play it. It's just that what that means for this one is specific to this game. A very funny situation. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like there was a time when I couldn't play this game and I wanted to, and then there was a time when I could just barely play this game, that was a situation I wanted as well. And now I can also just barely play this game. You know, at first, the only thing I wanted was to have finished it on my own accord, you know, not having somebody, you know, beat some of the bosses for me or anything, once. And once I did that, I'm like, oh, okay, I can do that if I want. That's a cool feeling. I leveraged that feeling later on when I decided that I wanted to be better at it. And to do things that, again, felt like stuff other people could do, but not me. I wanted to feel like it was not an exclusive club. And so I made it not an exclusive club. But it's entirely because I wanted to do it in the first place. Oh no, that miss was dire! I mean, I appear like I died anyway, so... Yeah, no, I love playing this game. Like, I'm having a frustrating time right now because... I'm having a frustrating time right now, and also, maybe, it's hard to say, because this is not my preferred version of the game. Like, there's a couple things worth pointing out here. This is not necessarily patched. It may have severe bugs that even most Xbox players never experienced, and it's running at 30 FPS, and it may just have changes that were not present in the versions that I learned to play the game on, right? But the thing is, those versions have been out for over a decade and are the definitive versions of the game at this point. Nobody plays this version. So, just like any other game that gets patched or changed over time, this just may not be the thing I develop my skills on, right? So, boy, that's a good way to open this fight, by getting 2 fucking heavy attacks in on him. That's what I want to do. But my point is that I always wanted to play this game. Like, I looked at it and I'm like, damn, that's cool. I wish I was enjoying that. And a lot of people just like, the specific thing that it is doesn't look fun to them. That's fine. You don't need to change that. And, you know, to a certain extent, to more than some extent, I wanted to be part of the club. You know, don't discount that at all. It mattered to me to be one of those people who can play this game and enjoy it. That sort of thing. Shit. That sort of thing is important to me as somebody who always felt left out of video games for most of my life. I always felt like video games were something that other people got to do and I didn't. And so I had existing reasons to want to get good at a difficult game. And I mean, as you can see, I think, I'm doing so right now. You could probably, over the course of this, you've seen that I have made improvements. I have figured out how to do stuff that I couldn't do at the beginning of this attempt. So, like, the fact that I've had a frustrating time of it is a complicated thing having to do with several factors outside of the game itself. Come on, get unstuck, Ornstein. There you go. Okay. Now, if I can just get him stuck on that post there a little bit. Oh, no! Well, that's probably torn it. My cadence is all off. My hocus is all crocused. Okay, I have 6 left. I can afford to burn an Estus just in case. Okay. Come on, Ornstein, dash. Come on, man. Dash. Dash, you asshole. That's not a dash. Okay, GDQ focus time. Come on. Ah, shit! It's impossible to tell when he's going to complete the dash if he interrupts it. So that's one thing that I just don't have a strat for. I don't think there is a strat for it. It's just like he'll do it when he's ready, when he's damn good and ready. Okay, that was not ideal, but can we drink? Ugh, no! Alright, that's probably torn it. I don't have enough Estises to survive the smoke fight at this point. Only 3, yeah, it'll never happen. But we're still gonna go. All right, well, that's Ornstein. So that's how we do that. Yeah, I do still think that Dark Souls should have a difficulty slider. It's just that something that has happened a lot with the... honestly, like, no, just unequivocally, I don't have a problem. I think it'd be a great idea. I think there are people who would love to enjoy this game and would get something out of this game, even if it had, you know, an easy mode. However, I would never have been one of them, and to that end, most accessibility features, like difficulty-based accessibility features that have been added to games come with a disclaimer that says, you could do this, that's fine, but this is not what we intended. And the experience will be different. I agree with that in the context of this game. I genuinely think that, well, I will say that I think that Dark Souls itself is a very thin game. If you take out the difficulty, there's not that much here. It'd be an incredibly short game if you didn't have to do, you know, this. I don't think that's even in dispute, right? I think that's just a fact. It's a pretty straightforward, pretty short game, except for the, you know, like, the complicated boss fights and whatnot. And so I think that a lot of what gives it its texture and personality is the, you know, quote unquote unreasonable difficulty. I think that overcoming that was a huge part of the narrative for me. It sold me on the idea that, you know, the feeling that this is in fact a very difficult quest that I'm on, and made me part of the game by making it my quest too. Shit! Oh man, I can't survive another one of those. This is why I need all the Estus, which I have just consumed. Because periodically he does those electric attacks, and you saw the tail is so short that it's nearly impossible to avoid. Yep, there it is. I don't think it can be avoided. So you just have to tank your way through it. Oh. Yeah, if you're saying that the accessibility modes turn off achievements, that's complicated. That is a complicated mess of a topic that I think, on the one hand, do you really want an achievement that has an asterisk next to it? Like if it literally did? You know, if they made a... Right, exactly. Jamwas. Precisely. If someone wants to consume... It's not about... I'm not talking about shaming people for doing it differently. What I'm saying is that if I had been offered an easy mode for this game and I had taken it, I would never know what I had missed. I got a lot out of this game because it did not have an easy mode. Now, if the game had told me this is going to change the experience in ways that we don't think makes it, you know, as impactful as you know, the unmodified version, I think I would have at least tried it without the easy options. Now, there's a lot of yeah, I mean, I guess dude, I'm busy. The helmet increases my def some tiny amount. I don't know how much, but it doesn't increase my load enough to make me heavy roll. Plus, it looks better. Anyway. The way I would put it is this. I think from the developer standpoint, they should absolutely put it in. It is then a cultural issue for people to communicate to each other, hey man, look, friend of mine, I know you. I don't think that you would be happy if you only played this game on easy. I think you want the whole experience. That is something that's not the developer's job to tell you, in my opinion. Now, we could try to compare this to other forms of media, but there aren't any other forms of media that compare to it. Video games are unique. So, all we can really do is say, here we are. What have we done? You know, what has come before? What do we think? You know, let's try some stuff. A lot of games have these features now, and I have not heard any discourse about them. Not that I'm necessarily in the places to hear that discourse anyway, but my point is, like, an awful lot of games that came with these features stock, such as, you know, Doom, which has an easy mode, there's no beef about it. So, when this comes up, it tends to be in the context of Dark Souls, and the question always is, should the Dark Souls developers be expected to add a mode like this, and does it in some way ruin the game? And my take is the option should be there, and in my opinion, you should not use it. Because I personally think that there is just not that much to this game without that element of the experience. And I don't think that that's some sort of value judgment. I'm saying this isn't a very good game without that element. Like, all the things that, like, most of the texture of the game is in its difficulty, in that the difficulty is simply a product of the way the game mechanics work. I don't see how you can take it out and still have the same game, or really any game. You know, you would just sort of march right through all the enemies and nothing would really happen. The bosses would take a minute or two, and then you'd realize there's just not very much here. And so, like, my take is that at that point, why not just watch a fucking YouTube video? It's going to be more interesting than this game without any of the mechanics you're seeing here. Now, I guess we could talk about what exactly would constitute an easy mode. You know, maybe something along the lines of just more health, more damage. I don't know. The problem is that that's still not really going to solve the problem of this fight being mechanically incredibly complicated. Or if my weapon did 10 times as much damage as it does, I would still walk in here and get rocked 9 times out of 10 without ever landing a single shot. So what would that really fix, right? And you could talk about sliding scale and whatnot, but again, I think by the time you're done, you more or less just have to get them to stand there and take it, because it's not a matter of numbers, it's a matter of the way these guys move sucks. And that suckitude and overcoming it, like, the experience is finally getting to the end and screaming, "Fuck you, I won!" against an incredibly intimidating opponent. Without that, I don't think these guys count for shit. They have no lore. Well, I mean, that, god damn it, they do, but I was so close. The heavy attack is the way to do it. The thing is, like, I haven't seen this discourse about anything other than Dark Souls. And I think the reason for that nobody is really able to put words to is exactly what I said, that when you finish the game, all you really take away from it that isn't a product of your own struggle to get through it is a vague notion of the world looking pretty interesting. There's almost no story. Like, all the story that's there, like, oh yeah, I mean, there's the sort of weird, haunting nature of the item descriptions and whatnot that add up to an intriguing but ultimately unfleshed out world that you can only really understand by reading the fucking wiki, where people have tried to assemble it all into something that makes sense. And if they had put all that in the game, it would be boring. It'd be terrible. And then there's this. You know? And so I think that's why people have so much trouble with this game specifically having this conversation, is that they don't really want to say it, but there's very little here. Like, I don't mind saying that at all. The Dark Souls lore is really cool, but unfinished and deeply inaccessible in the game itself. Now, if they'd made a totally different game, that would be one thing, but they didn't, so... Ultimately, I guess I just have to see it, you know? If they made a Dark Souls easy mode, I would play the game on that mode, and that's the only way I could ever really know the answer to this question. And see other people play the game on this mode. Because, for me, the things that made it appealing to me are not the same things that make fucking Dragon Quest XII appealing to people. It just simply isn't serving the same function for me. I'm not here for a cool story. I was, in fact, here to make myself feel capable in a metagame type way. That was the appeal for me. That is the game. I don't know, you know, if you ask me like, nope. When he does one of those buffered dashes, it really fucks up the timing. It's really hard to be ready for it when he resumes it. Oh god, he's doing it again. You can dodge it once, but you can dodge it when it's a normal one, but boy is it hard when it's delayed. Yeah, like the fucking... See, it's interesting because I was talking earlier about how Halo is infuriating if you care about stories at all, storytelling, because of what it leaves desperately and infuriatingly unsaid that must be said. Dark Souls is fascinating because, from a lore perspective, there's a relatively large amount going on here. Like, there's some stuff that's not fully known. Like, I think the nature of the First Flame is not, you know, fully understood by anybody. And, hey, look, it's magic, so whatever, right? And there are a number of characters and stories in the world that are, like, specifically unknown, right? Where they never, you know, they wrote it as being lost information. But there's an awful lot of stuff that is known about this world that I think is pretty cool fantasy. And, you know, it was definitely like a seminal work of dark fantasy, you know, a genre that I did not used to be all that, you know, familiar with. It is... So, as I recall, if you put all the lore stuff together, what you end up with is a story about a character who has been chosen to restore the status quo. The world has always worked a particular way. Your job is to keep it working that way. Why do they need you to do it? Don't worry about it, right? It's a basic hero's journey. Don't worry about it. But your job is, look, every once in a while, we need somebody to rekindle the First Flame. This time, it was your job to do that, so go do it. And then you, as the player, because you're in a video game, or if you want, because you were given a quest, you go off and do it, right? Now, one of the weirder things about this game compared to a lot of, RPGs and action RPGs is the fact that they don't really tell you what you're doing explicitly or why you're doing it. However, that in itself is sort of a riff on the genre. Basically, I don't know. I might play DS2 on stream. I love that. I don't have any plans to do anything on stream. I don't know what I'll do for my next stream. It could be more of this. It could be another game. I have no idea. So, maybe. I like Dark Souls 2, so I might. Anyway, so one of the one of the weird things about the game is just that it is so I feel like you could easily wander around in this game for 3 days and never figure out where you were supposed to go, or what you were supposed to do, or where. Like, the game never has a objectives, screen that says, go ring the first bell of awakening, right? I don't know how you're supposed to find out that you're supposed to do that. I was told, right? So I never had a pure experience with this game. What is the going in cold experience of playing Dark Souls? I have no idea. It seems like it would be deeply baffling, right? But putting that to one side, you start out, you're in a jail cell, and there is a hallway that goes out. So, you go down the hallway, and you start hitting things. Wait, does the guy tell you to ring the bells? Does he actually? If so, I've never noticed it. Oh, wait, are you referring to the guy, I guess, at the Estes? Or is it it's the Forlorn Knight, isn't it? In any case, though, you're not really given any information on what that means, like how you're supposed to accomplish it, and the path to get there is not obvious. Like, should you go down through the graveyard? Should you... I mean, I remember the first time I played the game, I felt really attracted to that graveyard. You're not supposed to go there until really late in the game, right? I think, doesn't that take... Or no, I'm sorry, it's not the graveyard I'm thinking of. Is it? Well, anyway, there's places you can go in this game that you just don't need to go or can't do anything useful in yet. And you'll have no idea. And so I imagine an awful lot of... Okay, I'm just going to let them kill me. I imagine a lot of people just didn't know what to do. Just wandered around for hours and hours and hours and never figured out what the first step was, because you're just given this sprawling mass of roads you can take and no instructions. And Dark Souls 2 takes it even more literally, right? And so at any given moment, you're just like, is this the way I'm supposed to be going? Is this what I'm supposed to be doing? And if I had not known, if I had not been told, long enough ago that I don't remember having to learn it, then I don't know that I would know. So there's that, right? But beyond that, ignoring the basic confusion of where to go and what to do, what you know is that you are supposed to kill everything you encounter, take everything you find, talk to everyone you meet, buy everything you can afford, right? And that's just your basic, that's how you accomplish a quest in an RPG. You do those things in every game, right? How you do them, that's weird in this one, but you know that you're going to do whatever you're supposed to do, right? Then, diegetically, it's the same thing. Why are you doing these? Well, because there's monsters. Why are you fighting these bosses? They have health bars. They're in the way. They're aggressive towards me, right? Well, there is a moment, if you play this game the right way, you can discover an ending where you don't do what you're supposed to. You are supposed to rekindle the first flame, and I don't remember if that makes you god of the universe or anything like that, but either way, it's what you're supposed to do. And if you just play through the game normally, and follow the most obvious paths, insofar as they are at all, that's what will happen. You will rekindle the first flame, and everything continues goodly. Many such stories. Or you can meet somebody who disagrees that that's what should happen. Says that maybe we should stop rekindling the flame. Maybe the way things have been going isn't great. Maybe another way is better. Maybe the Age of Darkness is good, actually. And you can choose his path, right? And this is, again, this is not... I don't think that Serpent 2, the sequel to Serpent, I don't think he really says it that explicitly, but he does make it clear that he is giving you the option to not do what you were asked to do by... It might as well be the king, you know? You didn't get a quest from a member of the nobility in this one, but nonetheless, you're still given a quest, right? From orthodoxy, from those who are in charge and those who are the default, the incumbents, right? And this is, of course, what you're doing in most RPGs. The king wants you to go rescue the fucking princess. Well, okay, if we think about where these stories came from, what is the purpose of that? So that they can continue being a dynasty, right? Because, like, otherwise somebody else will have to be there after the king dies. You know, he needs heirs. Basic shit, right? Somebody with a lot of power takes one of their retainers and says, go do what I want. So, you know, this game gets a little spicy by giving you the option to not do the obvious thing. But that's about it. And you can very easily miss that's the other thing, right, is that the alternate ending is really fucking well hidden. I've seen people disagree on this point. I don't understand how you can. It is, let's see, you have to, let me remember this. After you do the first 5 hours, if you're lucky, of stuff that you're obviously supposed to, you get the Lord Vessel, but instead of placing it on the Lord Vessel altar, you instead go to New Londo. I think you go into a fireplace and talk to a fellow in there who gives you like a key that opens a door that lets you go talk to a guy, and this all ends up with you talking to a fellow who tells you how you can end the world instead of saving it. And I don't think anybody discovered it without somebody telling them it was there. There's just no reason you would do those things in that order. It would never happen. Like, I mean, again, the game is confusing enough that I'm sure somebody did, but you get my point, right? Like, that is... It's a pretty weird set of checks to pass. So... Oh, geez, barely avoided that. Woof. Damn it! See, my mistake was just not getting the full way behind him. Alright, well, that's it. Nope. Okay, I'm just gonna let them kill me. I finally got the cadence down for these guys, but I cannot do the latter phase without more Estus than that. So, like, I'm trying to remember, what other elements of Dark Souls lore are interesting? There's just a whole bunch of, like, sort of, kind of, like, solid dark fantasy stuff in there, you know, a bunch of... We've invented new ways for people to suffer that's not the Torment Nexus type stuff. But yeah, mostly I think it's just the basic frame story. The essential elements of why you're doing all this are extremely strange compared to virtually every other game out there. In terms of sure, the basic plot, the basic mission that you're on is one of the king is in trouble, rescue the king, but you could characterize it that way, but it's reductive. It's a oh god damn it. Well, all right, well, that was a decent beginning, honestly, even if I had to drink an Estus really fast. That's not so good, though. I mean, at least I didn't get double fucked, but... Oh! Well. Jesus. Now... God. The Dark Souls story. The green glowing blob is all the souls that I lost on the last run, which I think is 0, right? I don't think yeah, well, I had 0 there, so... the basic Dark Souls... the basic Dark Souls loop, if you're not aware, which I assume if you don't know that, then you're probably not aware, so I'll just summarize. The basic Dark Souls loop is that every time you kill an enemy, they drop a certain amount of souls, which are combination XP and money. You can either spend them to level up, or you can spend them to buy things. If you die, you drop all your souls, and if you're able to get back to where you were and grab your bloodstain, which is the green thing, then you can recover all your souls. Well, I'm just going to let them kill me, because no point going in there now. But if you die before you recover your souls, then they're gone forever. So, this was, I remember, I mentioned this earlier, a while back, me and Daria pulled up the Giant Bomb Quick Look of Demon Souls. And it has a bunch of the same mechanics and then a bunch of different ones. So it's a little more, I think Demon Souls is considerably more off-putting than Dark Souls. I think it is much harder, it is much more punishing, much less forgiving, and much less satisfying. I think it is not a bad game, but not nearly as good as this. And I think most people would agree with me. Demon Souls is a fucking mess and very intimidating in ways that don't get better after you're told what you should be doing. You get told what you should be doing, and you're like, oh, wait, it's that hard? You just have to... Yeah. To wit, I did not know this, that Demon Souls is the origin of the phrase, the real Souls starts here. I thought that came from Dark Souls. No, the real Demon Souls starts here is the original joke. Okay, well, you guys just go ahead and do what you're gonna do. So, pardon me. So they, Giant Bomb played Demon Souls some. Hey, Zero. Yeah, I've been on Ornstein Smough for I think 3 hours, maybe 3.5 hours. It's been pretty bad. This is the worst Ornstein Smough I've ever done in my life. I've been asked to delete the game and refund it, but I think I'm over the limit, so we're just stuck here. Anyway. Well, now I have to decide whether I want to bother going in there. No, I don't want to bother going in there. There's no point. Wait, I guess I'm just going to have to run in here and get myself aced, because I don't otherwise have a... Oh, it's one of these guys. I didn't know they were in here. Hey, bud. There we go. Oh, wait, I'm still alive. Bro, I asked for a quick death. Wait, am I just doing no damage? I'm just doing no damage to him. Okay, that was a really funny way to die. Meow, the joke is about how I've had this game for like 10, 15 years, whatever it is. I cannot refund it at this point. Anyway, so the giant bomb guys were playing Demon Souls and like viscerally not hating it, but like confused and really mids on their opinion of it. I don't remember if Jeff Gerstmann was on that one or not, but I think he came in and was just like, yeah, I kind of think this is a pile of shit and that people are really stuck up about, you know, people really, you know, people keep saying it's great and I think they're just being, you know, something or other. I think he was abrasive about it. Anyway, but the whole time, everybody who's on this quick look is just like, even the one who's been playing the game for several hours and is supposedly like leading the preview, he's just like, yeah, I don't know if I get this. You know, he's really uncertain. And they're all just, so is that how it works? So you die and you drop out your souls? Is it souls? Right? It's all very uncertain. A couple years later, Dark Souls comes out, and they do a quick look. And it just starts out with something like, I don't know, it's like Jeff is there, he's just chilling, he's like, Vinny, how's it going? Has the real Dark Souls started yet? It's like the first words out of his mouth, or whoever else was co-hosting that episode. And the next thing he says is like the very next thing that happens is he just starts quoting chapter and verse on like established Souls gameplay tropes. Like, in between the time the first and second game came out, the level of, you know, this game went from like, oh, here's this weird thing that some people over here are playing that's sort of its own thing, to an awful lot of people knowing the basic loop that makes these games strange. Yeah, I would say that Demon Souls would be really hard to play nowadays, certainly, if you had not played Dark Souls. Playing Dark Souls like gives you a reason to play it, for one thing, and also sort of gives you some ideas of what the makers were thinking. Because I really genuinely believe that when they made Demon Souls, this is what they were trying to make. This is the finished product, and that was the prototype. And they really, really wanted to make that and just didn't know how to do it. They were trying, and they failed. That is my opinion. But this is what they had in mind. Just nobody had invented it yet, so they didn't know how to do it. Right? Holy shit. I really thought I was out of range on that. Another thing I think I'm realizing is that all you have to do if you want to heal is bait out an attack from Ornstein, and you're pretty much good. Because his attacks are long enough to drink an Estus. Whoa! Well, not ideal. Come on, dude. Oh, no! I say, come on. He comes on. Not like that. Nope. Anyway, I'm not saying that like everybody who's anybody knew what Souls was after the first game popped off, or even after the second game popped off, or even now. What I am saying though is that once you get it, once you understand like the basic tenets of the series, okay, all right, yeah, okay, all right, fine, I'll go back down. Once you understand the basic tenets of the series, man, it really does just feel like a genre in a way that you wouldn't have thought would happen. Like, there's a reason that we have Souls-likes now, because there's just a really specific texture to that basic loop of combination souls and, combination money and XP, refillable healing potion, no healing pickups out in the world, and mild to major punishments for dying, but not permadeath, and it's not a roguelike, right? In a certain sense, you could almost accuse Dark Souls of being a roguelite, in the sense that you run out, you do progress, and then it is possible to keep your progress between runs, but all the enemies respawn, right? I don't think that's necessarily oh, god damn it, not again. I don't think that's necessarily an accurate way of looking at it, but I don't think anybody would crucify you for deciding to die on that hill. It'd be great if we got to actually go try fighting the boss at some point. Also, boy, howdy, I wish this axe was better. The thing is, like, I know I could go fight through the depths. I could come up with the ember, but one, I fucking hate the depths. I hate the depths, and two, pardon me, and two, no, Souls can't be a Metroidvania because you never gain any new movement techniques. That's absolutely essential to a Metroidvania. There we go. Oop. I got columned. No, that's the thing, is that Dark Souls really managed to create a new genre. It's really difficult to compare it to anything else, in the sense that the closest comparable idea is the action RPG, where, you know, the combat is not turn-based. Action implies a certain amount of, you know, well, in this case, quite a lot of twitch reflex dependency. Whoops. There we go. The RPG element refers to primarily the game being heavily based on stats and experience, right? But the elements that make it what it is are weirdly specific. You really can't have Dark Souls without the Estus Flask. It doesn't work. It's so essential, because you can't overpower a difficult fight by just having 1,000 healing items. You can't go out, grind for money, buy 100, fucking healing potions, and make the fight easier. You just can't. Now, there are upgrades in the game, but what's interesting about it is that the Estus Flask is, in essence, a character upgrade that you have to get. If you're, well, you don't have to, but, in the same way that hypothetically, you could finish Super Metroid without collecting a single E-Tank, but, you shouldn't. It's a really bad idea. You really want the extra health, because the game, otherwise would get too punishing, because enemies do a lot more damage, and it gets harder to, tank your way through stuff, it gets harder to farm for health pickups and whatnot. And so getting the extra health tanks is pretty important. Likewise, you have to get more missile upgrades in Metroidvania. But there's not really anything precisely comparable in this. I said Metroidvania, in Super Metroid. But I don't think there's anything quite precisely comparable in this game, right? Definitely should upgrade your weapon, but if you want to, you can do the whole game on your starting sword, and it's not yeah, I mean, just like, I don't know. I guess I feel like a lot of RPGs don't make leveling up optional in the way that this one does. You absolutely should level up, but it doesn't happen at a fixed rate. I think that's a lot of what makes this what it is. Was there anything before this? I'm not saying there wasn't, I just offhand can't think of anything. Was there anything before this where you could get experience and then lose it? Or choose not to use it? You can play this game for 30 hours and be level 1, not because you haven't been killing things or anything, but because you spent every single soul you got on purple poison moss. Like, yeah, in Dark Souls, or sorry, in Demon Souls, you could buy healing items, and I seem to recall they were like super expensive, or only came from one place, or something weird like that. There's some sort of limitation that keeps you from just, well, I mean, other than just inventory maxes. I feel like I remember there being some sort of limitation that generally keeps you from just brute forcing your way through encounters by using the healing items. But in this game, like, it's weird how the Estus Flask is so defining insofar as the option of just not getting hit that often is not generally available to most players who are not very high tier, right? So it's simply assumed that you're going to get hit pretty frequently and that you can't really choose not to do that. And so the Estus Flask becomes defining because, you know, healing is so essential in the game, right? And I mean, healing items are essential in every RPG and action RPG. I don't know, it's weird how it seems so defining. It's kind of hard to put your finger on why it feels so essential that this element be there. No! I targeted the wrong one! Run over. I mean, genuinely, like, run the fuck over. I cannot recover from that. Here, kill me. I don't remember the grass dropping that frequently. Alright, well, in any case, well, actually, wait. Is that in the remaster? Because I played the original PS3 version, for what it's worth. I don't know if they changed that to make the game more palatable on the remaster. But, in any case, there we go. That and, like, the lack of bonfires makes that game way more intimidating. And that's the other thing, right? Like, RPGs and action RPGs had checkpoints and they had fast travel, you know? So what makes the bonfires that remarkable? You know, the enemies respawn. That's something, I guess. And yet, I know it when I see it, you know? Wow. Probably gonna get rocked. Not even sure how he did that. Remake changes nothing? Okay. Yeah, I can believe it. No, I remember those being a lot harder to get. You're lying to me maliciously. You're trying to bamboozle me. That's the only answer. Okay, so I think I finally figured out what the secret is with the shovel. You just run away from it. Just run away from it as fast as you can. I think that's the strategy. I think that's why I couldn't figure it out. It's the only attack in the entire game where the correct strategy is turn around and run really fast. I have made it so close to the end of this, it is ridiculous. And then just to get pushed back. Oops. Real winners quit. It's really weird how this is such a chill run back. Like, I really would not have expected this to be such a, yeah, I didn't expect it to be such an advantage to doing it this way. I have definitely played this too many times at this point, because I'm starting to hear similarities to the chord progression from Propane Nightmares by what's the name of that drum and bass group? The stair skip is not intended. No, that is an exploit. That's a speed. It's the only speedrun strat I know for this game, unless you count like 15% of the way that I play it in general. And it's just that it is such an easy one to do once you figure it out that there's really no reason not to. Unless you're looking for loot, I guess, but I never bother. Most of the stuff you can pick up in this game is like armor, and I look at it and I'm like, well, I'm not a caster, and I'm not like doing some weird dex build or something like that, so that's useless to me. If I want armor, I'll just use the knight armor. Or it's like, oh, here's shit for multiplayer mode. Okay, completely uninterested, sorry. Here's shit for, here's consumables. Okay, I'm never going to use any of those. Here's shit for, yeah, I don't know. It's like most of the items in this game are interesting to somebody else, not me. And so I don't really need to explore every nook and cranny everywhere. And so I just, started skipping most of the game, which I guess maybe if I played a different build, that would be less of a thing. But that was a miserable whiff right there. A miserable whiff. It's like that, same cadence as that Alt J album, A Beautiful Wave. A miserable whiff. God, their dodges are just... Ornstein's dodges are infuriating, because he just hop, hop, hop. It's not a dodge roll. He just sort of goes where he wants. See, again, the strategy there is so backwards from the rest of this game. It's just back up. All right. Go ahead and die. Let's do it again. This boss fight would be a lot easier if I had the plasma grenades. I keep going in there with the regular grenades, and like the problem is I just can't seem to land them under the bosses and get the timing right. Like I need to just throw from further back so they have time to cook off. But man, the plasma grenades would make it so much easier. I could just stick them. Or like Smough is such a big target that I wouldn't mind having to fight Ornstein individually, even powered up, if it meant that I could just go in there and throw 3 plasma grenades on Smough and call it good, right? Like, I think Bungie's decision to... Like, it's patently obvious that they chose to make sure you could not get any plasma grenades in here. There's no Covenant nearby. It's just a whole bunch of Flood and dead humans. There's just no way to pull it off unless you're exploiting. And I know it's because they looked at it and said, if we put plasma grenades in the Ornstein and Smough room, everybody's just going to go nuts for them, and it won't be much of a fight at all. Some shit's just Sometimes you can just look at a game and tell exactly what the developers were thinking. It's just like they jump straight out of the screen and go, no, you can't do that. There is a real DS Halo mod, and apparently it is for, I think it's for the, I think it's for Prepare to Die, I want to say. Give me 1 second. I had not intended on playing 10 hours of Dark Souls today, but this isn't really... I don't really have any choice in the matter. My throat's going to be all raw tomorrow, though. Pendulum! That's who did Propane Nightmares. Yeah, every time I'm just hearing... I'm not doing it in time, but you'll listen to the song. You'll get what I mean. It's a good song, by the way. I miss when I had room for Pendulum in my life. It used to serve a purpose. It's because I used to drive a much worse car, is the thing. That's music that's a lot more useful if you have a bad car. Yeah, sometimes you get in and they just decide that, you know, fuck you this time. Man, I know I've done at least 100 runs at this point. This is like... Again, this is the worst Ornstein Smough in the history of the game. Nobody has done this bad a job. It's just... I'll say this. Lots of people have. Nobody has done this bad a job on stream, and certainly not after blowing through several of the bosses on the first try, including fucking Capra Demon. I think the Capra Demon to Ornstein ratio of this stream is unbeatable. I'm the only person who's ever done this. It's really funny that I not only first tried Capra Demon, but I almost did it hitless. I absolutely could have done it hitless if I had just locked it just a tiny bit more and not been talking about like Halo or something. That could have been hitless. Like, this is a fish story, but I'm still right. Something's pulling me down and down. I haven't listened to that song in ages. Wow. Can't believe I just walked that one. Nope. Nope. Can't do that. Can't ever do that. Alright, go ahead and kill me. Did he just miss? That was really funny. Oh my god! Okay, it seems I live longer not moving than I do moving. So, we got a new strategy here. We're just gonna walk in and not move. That's gonna be the new strategy. Yeah, the fucking 1 HP. That's like the 4th or 5th 1 HP during a boss fight in this fucking stream. You know, somebody asked earlier if the stair skip is intended, and you know, I gotta say, maybe. Knowing a lot of other things about this game, it almost seems like if I found out that they were like, oh yeah, we realized you could do that, and we decided to leave it in, I wouldn't be shocked at all. Like I said earlier, I'm convinced that the reason that you can throw dung pies over the wall into Capra Demon's chamber and kill him is because you're supposed to be able to. Or rather, they didn't stop you from doing it because they thought it was funny. You know, I think the last time I was having this much trouble, I did go off in power level or like rank up my weapon a bunch. It's just that I don't feel like I should need to. I feel like I'm doing good enough that I really don't have to do that, and also I don't have time to do it on the stream. I was really hoping to finish this. Not the game, but the fight at least. Halo 3, boys, finish the fight. No, wrong target. That is, of course, the motherfucker with targeting in this game. Yeah, the individual levels don't do that much. And like if I had fast travel, I would probably. I've been on this fight for like 3.5 hours. It's the longest time anyone's ever been bogged down on this fight. If I had fast travel, I probably would go off and try and upgrade my weapons some. But and this is something that I've done in this game before. Switch to a sword and then power level that really quickly. Just like farm out, 5,000 or 6,000 souls, get it up to a +5, and just go that way. But we don't have time for any of that, so. Damn it! Sometimes he turns in air, sometimes he doesn't. Like, there are people who could just 100% consistently do this fight, so I know there's nothing random about it. But that's the thing, right? Is that, like, what you can do, a thing you can do in this game is go like, ah, shit, I can't do this fight. Go off, do 2 hours of grinding, come back, have a good night, Steve. Come back 10 levels higher, and they just wipe the floor with you again. I mean, again, what difference does it make how strong my sword is if I'm not landing hits? It's irrelevant. The problem is not a weak weapon. The problem is that I am not, like, there's the theory, like, oh, maybe if you could kill them and just, if you could kill them faster, but, like, it only takes, like, what, 9 hits to kill Ornstein? If I can't land 9 hits, like, I'm fucked anyway, Plus, I did it earlier. Oh, I proved you can do it. So yeah, like, I could go off, I could do everything in my power to make my character stronger, but there's people who can walk through this fight at level 2. There's no reason I can't be one of them. If I could just do play like that, right? Oh, here he comes. Wow, that's the first time, I think, that he has done one of those interrupted strikes and not ended up fucking me super hard. Yeah. Oh my god. That was good. That was good. Give me 1 second. All right. Sorry. Continuing. Oh no.
Goodbye.
It's not going to go. I don't think it's going to go for 11 hours because I'm probably going to stop before then if it's that stupid. Like, I know people say, like, oh, then I got up the next day and I beat it in 3 tries, but, like, that doesn't really happen for me. I get up the next day and then I still have the same problem and I just need to actually, like, do the thing I need to do the night before. Again, I'm not doing anything wrong other than not doing the right things, so... And a lot of it is like, okay, I would have 50% more health right now if I had not, for some godforsaken reason, queued up a fucking second heavy attack that I knew could never land. It could never happen. It was absolutely impossible. Why did I do that, right? And the answer is just, you gotta have self-control, right? The whole thing is just a big challenge of not panicking. And so, I'll prevail. Well, that's not what I intended to do. I locked at the wrong moment, so my roll didn't go the right way. Get it twisted. If you lock in, you can do anything. Oh man, he's got that fucking 360. It's probably more like a 270 and maybe even then, but so much of it is just don't get greedy. It's the old don't fucking get greedy. Because, like here, this is free real estate. But not the second one. If I hadn't hit that second one, I'd be free right now. Instead, I'm probably dead. Oh, some stuff is just in the air there now. Don't worry about it. Nope. I shouldn't have moved. I should have let him just go into the column. Now I don't have enough Estus for the second phase. Could have done it. Probably could have done it on this run. Can't do it now. Definitely can't do it now. No health and fucking 2 Estus? Yeah, no. Nope! Nope! Yeah, I mean, like, Bromonsky, that's the thing people say. When you say a team can't win for losing, that's, you can look that up. The dictionary definition is that it refers to, when a team would win if they didn't keep losing. So, you know, that is precisely what's going on here. I would win if not for the fact that I keep losing. Yeah, I'm hoping to beat this in the next 40 minutes. That's sort of my current goal. Have a good night, Mick. My current target. Why on earth would it target the guy who I was not pointing towards and was like 20 feet further away? Dark Souls. The thing I was saying earlier about Dark Souls lore is that, like, it's cool to read on the wiki, but man, I always wonder, if you put that together into a book, would it really be any good at all? And if it were in the game explicitly, would it be any good at all? And I don't know, like, I've always sort of, I think everybody has thought about this before, the idea of a story that, like, is only good because you don't have the whole thing, right? It's mysterious and intriguing, and that makes you want to know more, but if you really knew more, it would probably ruin it. If you knew everything, it would probably be shitty. You know, and I don't just mean everything like, you know, well, every story has its, you know. I mean, like, if you were ever told... If you were ever allowed to read, you know, the fucking story Bible that was written for this, would it actually be enjoyable, or would it kind of take all the fun out of it? And I sort of feel like it's the second one, because so much of it is just predicated on sort of this woo-woo mystery of boy, things are so strange in this world. Oh! He pivoted in midair. He's not allowed to do that. Yeah, it's loads and loads of atmosphere, and if you read the wiki, you're like, okay, I can see how you put all that together from the little bits and pieces, but it's almost like the fact that it had to be assembled from bits and pieces is... Even once you read the whole thing, knowing that it had to be put together from all these little bits and pieces, I think gives it a certain energy that would not be there otherwise. Knowing that this story is still so fragmentary that it's literally only available in fragments, you know? Not just because the developers made it that way, but because implicitly there are no written histories of this world that put it all together in those terms. It's something you can only know through, you know, okay, he is, yes. No! No! I probably had it. I probably had it up until that point. Oh, yeah, okay. God, yeah, exactly. The game's made entirely of MTG cards. I think, I can't remember the name of it. Maybe, I don't know if Daria's still watching. Maybe she can remember the channel that does this. But there's a channel we watch periodically that does these essays on, you know, the internal lore of Magic the Gathering, which I always wonder where they're getting the, these finished ideas from, right? Because I don't think that... Right, Cohen, yeah, exactly. I 100%. I don't know for sure, right? I've never looked into this, but my assumption is that Magic the Gathering, for instance, has, like, the people who come up with the story have notebooks that contain the story written in plain text, just plain English, just very straightforward. This happened, then this happened, then this happened. This is what this word means. Then the challenge is to turn that into a bunch of mysterious sounding tidbits on these cards without giving the game away, right? And so in order to do that, you need to know what you're hiding. And also there's that old adage in God, I don't remember where this originated. I know it gets cited in spy movies a lot, but basically no, I think this is an actual honest-to-God adage. Anyway, if you lie, you have to remember what your lies were, right? And since storytelling is just complicated lying, if you're going to tell a long lie consisting of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of different little ones, then you've got to know what the big... You've got to write down somewhere what the big lie is, right? Oh, well, so somewhere there is a book. It might be a notebook. It might be something more formal. It might be an RTF file that explains precisely what is going on in Magic the Gathering. But I don't think any normal mortal has access to that, right? That's something that the writing staff have, and that's it. And so there's this fellow on Ristic Studies. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so there are novels and whatnot. Okay, fascinating. Man, I kind of want to read a Magic the Gathering novel. But for instance, there's the whole Phyrexia set and all the stuff attached to that, which apparently has an incredibly complex and extremely dark world built around it. And this guy does a fantastic job of explaining it all, at least, you know, what is known. And despite putting it all together, despite putting it all in one long run-on sentence, the guy's actually a good writer. Love his videos. Ristic Studies, fantastic channel. Can't recommend it enough. Despite putting it all together, it still has this deep air of mystery. And it's because, I think, you know that this is all coming from bits and pieces where we don't know all the answers, but it's been cobbled together. You're hearing the words of the sages who spent untold years in the decaying libraries reading bits and pieces of, you know, books in a foreign tongue to assemble this story. And I think that comes across. I don't know how much is because the guy is doing it on purpose and how much of it is your own, you know, knowledge that this is coming from no kind of coherent source. There is no definitive text, I don't think, on a lot of this stuff. I think a lot of the Phyrexia stuff in particular, the guy was citing, you know, flavor text on cards, right? And so it's a fascinating story, but I don't know if there are any books of it, and if there are, I don't know if they're any good. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're not bad necessarily, but just don't have that special something that makes the summary of their story exciting to me. I think maybe it's the fact that rather than a dry retelling of events, it's, again, sort of like it's as if you're being told about something that really happened, right? It's that same sort of like, here's my paraphrasing of what happened. It's not a precise quote. There is no source to quote. This is an attempt to synthesize a history from what we know. And that has the same flavor as real, actual history, or at least pop history. Though all history is a product of not just the known facts, or what we believe we know as the facts, but the interpretations of historians, because not everything is ever on the page. There's always stuff you don't know and can't know, and there's always stuff that has to be interpreted. We always have to ask. I'll give you a great case in point. So I was reading about. I've always been fascinated by the question of how do we know how people used to talk? There's no way that everyone used to talk like fucking Shakespeare, and the reason is it's complicated. It's hard. Like, yes, they talked more like Shakespeare, but an awful lot of stuff that you read in even like Victorian era books, you're like, no, nobody ever used that many words to say this because it's just too many fucking words. It's just a really complicated sentence. Maybe somebody somewhere went out of their way to sometimes speak this floridly, but under most circumstances, you are not going to ask somebody to pass you the butter with a 16-word sentence. So, I've always wondered to what extent we know when did people start saying fuck, and when did they start saying it the way they do now. This is something that, give me a second, I need to close my window, it's really cold in here. Something that's always fascinated me is the nature of war movies, or rather the tone of war movies has changed over time. And when World War II movies started getting made, World War II was still going on. This was a weird thing to me. I never put two and two together. There are movies about World War II. Well, I mean, obviously there's like Casablanca, which I think came out in the 30s, right? So, I don't even think the war was happening yet. As far as we were concerned, right? But also in large part as far as the world was concerned. And then there were a bunch of like, naval and Air Force and spy movies that were all made in the early 40s when America was actively involved in the war, right? Now, all of those were made according to the usual Hollywood standards. And so nobody acts like a human being, right? Not at all. Well, then we move forward to, your Band of Brothers and whatnot, where this is a World War II movie, but it's being made in like the late 90s and 2000s. What had we done in the meantime? We'd made fucking Apocalypse Now, right? The American understanding of what war is like got, just run roughshod over by Vietnam, which was this very, everybody there was not just vulgar, I always heard this phrase, swears like a sailor, right? Well, that's a phrase that goes back centuries. That's a concept, I should say, that goes back centuries. So, how did sailors used to swear? Would a sailor call you a motherfucker in like 1780? The words existed, and that was an offensive concept, but would anybody actually say that? And if they did, would they say it in that cadence, in that way, right? Because we've invented new ways to say swears we've had forever. You motherfucker. You motherfucker. There are ways we say things that nobody used to say them, even if they said the words. So, and not only that, but the way that we cuss, the frequency that we cuss have changed, right? So I watch, a World War II movie made in the 90s or 2000s, and I think, okay, in Vietnam, a guy would have said, all right, get rid of all this bullshit, you don't fucking need it. Do I think that somebody would have said that in 1942? I don't know that I believe that, but I don't know. Now, somebody probably does, but here's the thing. There's a lot of people who feel that it was their job to not report that accurately back in the day. Oh, I'm sorry, was Casablanca 42? I thought it was earlier. Shit. Okay, well, anyway. So, did people say fuck in World War II? Absolutely. Did they say it as freely and as openly as they did in Vietnam? I doubt it. Probably not. Probably not the same way. Just because shit was different back then. And you also have to remember, that we're talking about the term mother. Why would you ask why we're talking about the term motherfucker? I don't even understand why you'd ask. That's always a relevant topic of discussion. And it's less the question of did people say this at all, and more, what was the typical way that people talked, and did it come off the same way, or if a random soldier said, you motherfucker, in World War II on the American side in 1942, what did his CO have to say about that? You'd think nothing, but I don't know. People were fucking different back then, not that long ago. So, anyway, my point is, that sort of thing always makes me wonder, do we 100% know? And to some extent we do, because there must have been somebody out there with a tape recorder just running. We had those, right? Those were around. So, anyway, all this to say that I always wonder how we knew, how things sounded. And so when I started looking into this sometime last year on, I don't remember what the subject was, but there was something I got really curious about. I started looking into it. Oh, I think I know what it was. I think it was, I was reading about the Victorian Crime and Punishment, as you do, just like a normal. This is in no way sarcasm. Reading about Victorian Crime and Punishment is one of the most normal things you can possibly do. I think this is one of the default subjects in culture, right? Anyway, so I was reading about this, and what I learned at one point, I found something that was a transcript of a courtroom session, right? It was like a stenographer's transcript. And what was interesting about it is that the caption on the website where I found it explicitly said, what made this one interesting is that it was not written in plain English. In other words, it was not edited, because it turns out that most stenographers' records never made it into the permanent record. Instead, they would get transcribed by somebody who would paraphrase the words into the kind of language that you were expected to use in formal conversation. So this, after years and years and years of suspecting it, I had confirmation. There were a lot of people who went out of their way to lie about how people used to talk because they had their ulterior motives for pretending that people didn't talk the way they did. I've never forgotten about this, and I'm now never going to. It is so damning that, it's one of those things where somebody might have at some point been able to say, oh, no one would ever do that, that's wild. But now I know for a fact that people did do that. And so now I assume that it happened all the time, everywhere. Now, I will say, there are certain things we do know, for sure. Let's see. Let me find this. Okay, here we go. One of the reasons that if you dig enough, you can find absolute confirmation of some of this stuff. For instance, that Victorian court transcript, where the reason they knew that it was legit is that were pretty sure, is that they had recorded the voices not quite phonetically, but in terms of natural language. So when someone said or ah or repeated a word or stuttered, that was all written down. It had not been parsed into clean language. So it was a pretty good bet that that is basically, maybe they left out something, but they were not, had they been going out of their way to clean up the language, it would have been very obvious. Because the first thing they would have done is deleted all these little bits and pieces that definitely weren't supposed to be there, right? So then, a while back, I was reading about George S. Patton, and there is a well-known record of a speech he gave to the Third Army before they deployed to Europe, I believe. And the whole thing was just incredibly foul. Let me see. Here we go. I'm going to quote you a passage from George Patton's speech to the Third Army. All through your Army career, you men have bitched about what you call this chicken shit drilling. That's all for a purpose, to ensure instant obedience to orders and to create constant alertness. This must be bred into every soldier. I don't give a fuck for a man who's not always on his toes. The drilling has made veterans of you all. You are ready. A man has to be alert all the time if he expects to keep on breathing. If not, some German son of a bitch will sneak up behind him and beat him to death with a sock full of shit. Now, after the fact, he got yelled at for saying it like that, but he also wrote a letter to his wife and told her that he had done exactly this, and that the reason he did it is that he realized that if he talked like that, it would stick. These guys were going to walk around. Not only were they going to pay attention to his words, this was no, droning monologue. You can imagine how he was delivering this, right? Probably a lot more intensely than me on my 10th hour of talking. But not only that, but these guys were then going to go back and talk to each other about it. Oh, did you hear that? Did you see, do you believe it? These would have been, 18-year-olds, right? They would have been, some of them were 17. Some of them were 16. The Army didn't know that, quote unquote, but they were. This would have been the foulest language they had ever heard in their lives. This would have been more intense than anything. There was not a single movie that talked like this. Maybe their dads, might have said a cuss here or there, but very few of them would have ever heard anything on this level. Stuff that's just the way I talk normally during a stream would have been riveted to their fucking seats. What is this guy about to say, right? So this would have worked, right? And so yeah, he found this exceptional too, and so did the brass. The brass thought it was too much, and they asked him not to do that, and he didn't care because it worked, So the point is, that's not the best, cussing I've ever heard, Now, is that because Patton was sort of a square in that sense, or is it because people cussed differently back then? I'm not sure. But the point is, he did say, a German will beat you to death with a sock full of shit, which is, that's good enough, right? That counts. That's a pretty up-to-date way to cuss. So then the question, you just go like, well, how far back do we go? And I'm curious what the oldest record of modernistic swearing is. Oh, god damn it. This is, obviously it's a titillating question, but I think it's also, it's a titillating question, but I also think it's an important one. I think that cussing has changed so much over the course of my life. I remember being astonished to find out some of the other jobs that George Carlin had before and during his comedy career, and thinking about how they gelled with the way that he acted. There's one of his lines, one of his bits where he's saying something about kids, and he says, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm Mr. Conductor. And thinking how did some of those jobs that he got, despite everything, happen? And part of it, I think, is that the guy had grown up in the 50s and knew how to comport himself when desired as like a fairly you know, a fairly gentle sounding kind of guy. It's just that he also had this other mode, you know, that he used for his comedy. That was, and the reason he started doing it is because he'd started out doing, you know, he was a radio. I think he had a radio show, or he was DJing or something like that, back in like the late 50s, early 60s. And I think he'd done either some comedy or something, but just decided, like, you know, this just, you know, everybody's doing this. You know, what are my other options? And, you know, I think heard about some of the, was it Lenny Bruce who got the big obscenity thing about his routine, I think, and that inspired a whole bunch of people. And I think that was the sort of thing that Carlin was going off of, was seeing people like that and thinking, oh, okay, we can do this. This can work. Well, I mean, like, you know, I can't think of a context since I became an adult where anybody around me other than my parents had any beef with me using, you know, with me swearing. There's a reason I don't do it on my main channel videos, and it's just because it adds an edge to them that I don't like. I don't want to, But the thing is that cuss isn't even, if you're wondering, cuss isn't even like a euphemism. It's just a dialect form of the word curse, right? Yeah, man, Sonar, that is a curiously modern cuss. Yeah. On the other hand, like I think I've heard some examples of swears throughout the centuries, and like I think people used to just sort of invent things. I don't know that there were standard swears for a while. I think that because of the lack of literacy, among other things, there wasn't really, you know, there wasn't necessarily anybody to establish, you know, canon swears the way we have them now. And so I think motherfucker, the word motherfucker, is the product of, I think the word motherfucker specifically is the product of, you know, the written word and the recorded, you know, word. And so it's interesting because somebody made the comment earlier that probably throughout time there have always been words that had the power that these ones do. However, I wonder if that's actually true. I think that once we started to establish canon swears, I think that the fact that motherfucker is known to be one of the strongest cusses. You know, when you're, you know, obviously, like, you're not going to be impressed every time you hear it. But we know that there's a difference between saying you asshole, you shithead, and you motherfucker. That's a different level of insulting somebody, right? And if you had to come up with a bunch of different, you know, if every time you insulted somebody you came up with a different set of words to do it, then when that's used on or near you, you have to think, okay, well, what level of cuss is this? What level of invective is this? I mean, children swearing is not a uniquely Australian invention. A lot of kids swear here, pretty much most of them. However, there's a time and place for every kind of language. This is not a culturally unique thing. I realize it's a little less specific there, but God damn it. Okay, the stun is nice. I like the stun. I don't know what you mean by quaint euphemism. I'm sorry. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Cuss is just the word. Like, you do have a concept of swear words and curses. I promise you. Like, those words do mean something in Australian English. Like, you're not going to tell me that fuck and the word bread occupy the same space. Everybody there knows what a swear word is. You're not going to tell me that's not true, right? Like, cause I won't believe you. And if it were, then you'd be the only nation on the entire earth to lack such a concept. So, like, man, I've been so close to beating these guys for the last hour. I wasn't doing so great for the first 3, but then I figured out what I'm supposed to do. I mean, like, curse is one of the words you can use for it. I mean, swear is also derived from religion. And I mean, we all came from Britain, so... Damn it! Well, that's the run. Okay. Not sure why that happened. Or didn't happen, as the case may be. Alright, there we go. Well, that shouldn't have worked. That didn't. God, yeah, oaths. Yep, this is Smough and Ornstein. Like, I think there are ways to make this fight go faster, but again, the last time I did this, I was through here in less than half an hour. Maybe it was half an hour. It just, you know, that was on remastered. It was faster. I had a different weapon loadout. Like, it might be the case. You know, I might go over to the Dark Souls wiki and just, like, there's a whole bunch of people saying, you just can't beat these motherfuckers on axe. It's not true. You can beat anything with anything in this, but boy, this is a reminder of why I'm never going to do a broken sword hilt run, you know? Oh, damn it. You know, I feel like that's the one Smough attack that I really consider unreasonable. Because the hitbox is so very visibly not accurate. You know what I mean? Like, I got hit, like, a good 3 feet outside where that hammer landed. Plain and simple. No two ways about it. He didn't hit me, but I got hit. I very nearly fucking got wasted there. Oops. Every time they get me into this corner, they just fuck me up really, really, really fast. If you end up back there, it's really easy for that to just be the end of it. No, 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 I told you to drink twice, asshole. Oh boy. Man, the coitus interruptus situation on his fucking dash attack is so busted. Like, it just doesn't work right. I'm sure they didn't intend for it to behave like that. Imagine a Dark Souls but patched. That would be nuts. No. That was the run. That was so close. That's that one thing. Holy shit. No, he has the stones. His name is about how he has testicles. If you ever roll twice in a row, you're panic rolling and you fucked up. However, I reserve the right. Okay. Oh, shit! Well, it was going well. Nope. Yep. Yep. I mean, frankly, I you know, people always talk about the camera being bad, but I'm like, how else could it work? It's a third-person game. I'm not really sure what else he could do. I mean, I guess it could be like, I guess it could be like Devil May Cry, and it's just like a fucking Resident Evil camera locked up in the corner of the room. In which case I wouldn't play it. Okay, but that I admit is a problem. He wasn't in range until his brother knocked him into range. You know what's funny is I used to really hate those lightning bolts, and now I just never get hit by them. I don't know why I used to I don't know why I used to dislike them. They're really, like, they are a little frustrating when you get hit by one because they hit, like, kind of hard. But, I mean, I've gotten hit all of, you know, once per round on average. If that. Gets hit by one. Very funny. Oh no! Oh, I'm in the corner. I'm probably fucked. Oh, okay. See, I think, I'll tell you the truth, I think that almost every other time that I have played this game, I have been playing with a weapon where the light attack gave me time to get up close, hit him, and then roll away. And, like, yeah, so I literally, I don't have a single, here, hang on a second. Let me.
Weapon.
I don't know if that's actually a faster attack. I don't actually intend to go through the battle with any of these things, but for the sake of conversation, I want to get in there and like, I can't do any effective damage with this weapon because I'm not spec'd for it, but, and it's also just like 1/3 the damage of my other one. But I want to see what it does movement-wise. There are lots of people who can beat this guy with axe. However, I wonder if the reason my strats are not working is because I'm trying to do strats that work with a weapon that just moves faster. See, almost every time that I've had a thought like that, it has then been immediately I've gotten in and tested and been like, no, the problem is I just can't hit them. Okay, well that definitely wasn't it. Huh. Am I, like, getting stunned when I hit him? I think I am. Ah, okay. Honestly, at this point, like, as I said, I should be better than this. I'm not sure why I'm not better than this. I should probably stop trying. And reapproach this later. Though... Oh, wait, no, but I do have... I mean, it's a broken straight sword, but still, I do, in fact, have the skills for that weapon. But it's just really slow. Alright, hang on a second. There's other weapons in this building. Right? Oh boy, this isn't what I wanted. Oh wait, it's just this guy? Oh, okay, he's not hard. I thought this was a different kind of creature. Alright, what do we got here? That's a sunlight metal. I feel like there's a weapon or two in here. Let me just Google this. Okay, so... Oh, well... There is a blacksmith here. But I don't think I can do any upgrades. Right, let me think for a second. Yeah, I need the large ember, and the only place to get that at this point is... Oh, wait. Oh, right! The large ember is just at the butcher's table. Oh, that's not hard at all. That's not in the shitty part of the depths. Fuck it! Let's go get it! I don't care if we're gonna have fast travel, it doesn't take that long. Weapon. Okay, so... We're gonna... You know, the funny thing, though, is that then I won't have this great spot to start the run from. Unless I redo the entire parapet run. Which is an extremely funny problem to have. Or I guess I could just go back up the stairs backwards, but... It doesn't sound very fun. Yeah, you can warp back to Sens. If you go back to the place where they drop you off, they'll take you back. Yeah, the only real type of gaming is metagaming. But yeah, like, I'm at a point where I'm not... Like, yeah, I'm not playing great, but I'm not playing that badly either. I know I'm not this bad. Like, I know that I did not... I 100% know the last 5 times I beat these guys, I did not do it by using strategies as precise as the ones that I'm trying to line up here. There's absolutely no way. I'm working way too hard for this, so something's up. And I'm going to go back, crush a Lord Soul if I need to, and upgrade this fucking weapon. It's not like I ever used the Lord Souls for their intended purpose. I don't want an ultra great hammer or wherever the fuck they get you. Love this extremely reasonable elevator. Boy, this game looks nice. You know, despite everything, this game looks pretty nice. I guess I could take a look at whether... Well, I don't think there's any armor I could wear that would prevent me from medium rolling, and medium rolling is, I think, going to... Well, isn't this axe what I took through the game the first time I played it? Like, it's not great scaling, no, but I mean, it works. Here's the extremely rare returning from Anor Londo animation. Very few players have seen this.
Where is it?
No, I thought I took the battle axe. I could have sworn. Here, we're metagaming now, so let's go ahead and take a look on Fextra Life. Okay, what axes are available? Battle axe, golem axe. No, it was absolutely the battle axe because it's the only one. There's only 5 axes in this game. It definitely wasn't the crescent axe. So, no, I played through the whole game on this axe. I mean, it doesn't have great scaling, but at this point, if I want to switch to something else, I'm going to have to switch weapon categories entirely. Well, it might not be a good weapon, but I still finished the game on it. Okay, so fuck it. All right. What do you think I should do? Yeah, I mean, I am sort of... I think I agree. I think I agree with you. I remember liking it the first time through. You want to know what it does have? It has stagger, which I think is a property of the weapon itself. I don't think if I was using a sword, I'd be staggering this much. But if I'm wrong, I'm fucking wrong. Okay, the Zweihander. Okay, all right, fuck it. Wait a minute. Yeah, I gotta go down from here, right? Oh, don't fall. Man, moving at my fastest, how quickly could I possibly get one of those and get it upgraded to +5, let alone +10? God damn it. God damn it. Hey, bud. What's up? Somebody hit the, somebody just hit the button at exactly the right moment for... Or wait, was that sound effect in game? Now I'm not sure. All right. Well, okay. So, yeah, the energy sword causes Smough to come out and kill me, as if he hasn't done that 1,000 times in-game. So, alright. What does this guy sell, weapon-wise? Does he? Alright, longsword, broadsword, bastard. Okay, so you can't get either of those, because isn't the claymore in a weird place? And the Zweihander? Man, that thing has even more wind up. I mean, it does have reach, though. I'll give you that. So, it's on a corpse in Undeadburg, near the bridge, guarded by the Hellkite Wyvern. Really? Oh, is this where you gotta run to the other end of... You gotta run to the other end of the bridge before you get torched? Yeah, and then Zweilander is that, that movie. It's a Zoolander joke. Okay, so look at this Zweihander. Alright, let's see. Okay, so which moveset? Ultra Great Sword, and then the Claymore is just a Great Sword. I'm gonna go for the Great Sword.
I'll be seeing you then.
I'll be Prithee, be careful. Oh, boy. Alright, alright. What is the quickest route? So... I think it's actually faster to go back this way through to get to the bridge rather than to go up through Undead Burg. Not sure. Either way, it's how I'm doing it. I don't remember whether I've actually done this with the whether I've done a run with the Claymore before, so that's what we'll do. Pig. Oops. Oh, why do I have 1,600 souls? What did I kill? Doesn't matter. Okay. Let's go grab this bonfire. Resting in a bonfire for a half second has the same energy as downing a shot of liquor. Big mood, yeah. This reminds me that one of my friends has theories about the benches in Hollow Knight. Oh, I should have started from where I was instead of doing it the other way around. Or wait, does he only do the full bridge on your first trip down it? Well, we're going to find out. I am going to get toasted. Is it on one of those bodies? I think it is. So we can give him a minute, see if he makes fire. Then hook it. Oh, no. Oh, okay. It's not so bad. Okay, there's the Claymore. And, wow, it's much worse the second time. Wow, the alpha blending on those smoke sprites, not great. Okay, the first problem I'm going to run into, and I've already realized this, is I'm not going to have the specs for this thing, am I? Okay, well, it only needs 10 in order to get started. So, to that end, I need 9,000 souls. Fuck me. Okay. That's fine. Again, I claimed I didn't care about these. So, Dark Souls, Lord Souls, value. Okay. I have Quelaag. That would give me 8,000 souls. Iron Golem would give me 12,000. Or it can produce a Golem axe. No. Fuck that. So I'm just going to eat Iron Golem and use it to buy this level. It's terrible waste. However, expediency. Alright, level up. And we want to put... Oh, let's not fuck this up. Let me go back and look at which thing I need. It is... Dex. I need to push Dex. Yeah, we did fight other bosses. It has happened. It has been known to many such stories. Alright. I am now capable of using swords. Alright, let's go see how much I hate this fucking thing. Yeah, that's not so bad. It's got a lot more reach. So, granted. Alright. The only reason I went with the axe is because I had had a good time with the axe before. I assumed I could have a good time again. I was wrong. Alright, so now what we need to do is we're going to have to pump another, like, 6,000 souls into this thing in order to get it up to spec. To get it up to 5. Because we got to buy a bunch of Titanite shards. Because I don't think I have any. Though, I guess I'll have to go check. Maybe I do. Okay, I don't like the fact that it's an overhead slash. I really prefer to have a swing. Okay, I guess I've got that on the alt. I got that on the heavy. Okay. But the heavy doesn't have very much range. Still. But that is a roundhouse, so okay, we'll take it, we'll take it, we'll take it. Oh, so it is. I mean, it's slow, but yeah, that's a good point. I could one-hand it for clearing rooms, and then two-hand it for bosses, etc. That's tolerable. Okay, wooden shield. I'm trying to remember. I think the only selling you can do in this game is for very specific types and types of items, right? I think you can sell stuff to. I mean, there's the bird, and then there's I think one of them sort of lets you sell things, sort of, kinda. But yeah, I don't think I can recover anything pretty much the times I have. I'm trying to think, what are my options for quickly getting souls right now? Oh, one-hand heavy attack gives you a stab. Ooh, that's... I did not know that. It's unfortunate that it's one hand, but that is a better move set. I will admit this. So let's go up here. Let's see if we get rocked by these guys. Well, I got rocked by that one. Got rocked by that one. Got rocked by that one. Wow! But the reach on it is good. I will admit this. Right, yeah, Framped will buy stuff. That's true. Can I fight the Black Knight? Am I strong enough to do that yet?
Weapon.
Only one way to find out. I can't remember how many souls he gives. Well, I staggered his ass. That's nice. Well, there's always cheesing. With this much range, there's... Oh, shit! I thought that might happen. Oh, no, I rolled the wrong way because I was locked. I did not mean to be locked. Alright, we gotta get out of here. This is a bad fucking scene. Go in here. I closed the door. Wait, you can? Oh, I was joking. This is not an ideal situation. I've made an absolute mess of things, and if I was not specifically trying to farm fucking souls right now, I would not be doing this. Alright. Okay, I was thinking that was going to be a one-hitter quitter. Pleased about that. Not so much on that one. Okay, that's good. Okay. Jesus, I am making a hash of this. This is like the worst fucking, Oh, he has a chunk? Oh, that is exciting, yeah. Oh my god, I'm just dragging him into worse and worse situations to be in. Because now, we're being fucking bombed. Let's get back in here. I hate parrying. I don't want to do it. I know it's the right thing to do, but I don't want to do it. Come on, again? There we go. Easy as pie, nothing to it. Okay, yeah, that Titanite chunk is huge. That's true. I mean, it's literally huge, but also. Okay, so we're up to 5,000. We can definitely start making some progress based on that. So, if I go back to... Let me think for a second here. I can't do... God! You know what I could do? I could do the Darkroot Garden cheese. Because I have enough hard souls on hand, I think, that I could probably... Oh, no, I think Soul of Quelaag won't quite get me there. Ah, man. I don't have an easy way to get 20,000 souls right now. Otherwise, I could do the Darkroot Garden Cheese and just fix all my problems at once. Yeah, it's 20,000 souls for that, and all I can summon at the moment from items is about 12,000. And farming is, of course, risky. So let me think for a second. Let me think. What are my options here? Well, definitely want to get back to Andre and start upgrading this thing. God, is there... I don't think there's any, like... Oh, wait, no, right. I need to go get the Ember. Yeah, that's probably the right call. Let's go ahead and... Wait, but if I get the Ember... But if I go through... Did I rest at the fire? I don't remember resting at the fire. I must have done it. Right, but I want to go start upgrading this thing before I start losing... before I start dying and losing my shit. So, let me think for a moment. Sorry, the quickest way to get to Andre is to go through Undead. Well, that sucks. I forgot they could do that. Sorry, I'm being racked by indecisiveness. But I think I know what to do. I think I know what I want to do. Okay, so we're just going to book it. Not that way. Boy, I don't usually go this way. Man, it really is like I used to live at a. I remember I used to live in a different part of Seattle years ago, and I hated it because it was equidistant from two different freeways, and both of them were just a little bit further than I wanted to go. And so every time I was going on any kind of trip to another part of town. Oh no, we're right here. Why did I think we were further away than we were? Every time I wanted to go to a trip to another part of town, as it were, it always involved this, like, 15-minute drive to one of the two freeways. And it always bugged me. It's like, man, couldn't one be 15 minutes and then the other one is only 5, you know? But it was just this flawlessly bad location to be in. You know what? Fuck this. I'm just going to go up the elevator. I don't need to fight these guys. Yo, what's up? So go up the elevator, run over, spend my shit at Andre, and then we'll continue on our way. But anyway, this feels like that, where it's like the place I need to go is always precisely at the midpoint of two bonfires, so it's never convenient to get to. And of course, this stops being a problem as soon as you get fast travel, but, well, we're already talking about that problem. I haven't even looked at the damage scaling on this thing to see when it's going to get to where I need it to be. Because I need to at least put out a similar amount of damage to the axe. Though I have to be honest, it sort of feels like it already does. If this thing's just, like, a massively better weapon to the point where a +1 is as good as the +5 I was toting around, I'm going to be really embarrassed. Let's see, what do we got? Oops. No, not quite. Yeah, so it was up by 140. All right. Anyway, all right, let's go do this thing. Let's upgrade this squad. Hello.
Well, you need...
Alright, we're doing Claymore, +1. Purchase item. Can't remember how this maths out. Okay, so I need... Oops. I'm just buying one of these at a time because I don't want to end up... Well, anyway. Okay, there's 2 more shards.
Don't get yourself... Neither of...
Okay, let's just crush a... This one will get me what I need. Yes.
Well, you need...
accidentally upgrades the wrong thing. Oh my god, I'm short by fucking 30.
Well,
Alright, so I need 3, which is going to be 2,400 souls. What is my current damage at? Damn it. Okay, alright, so this is... The scaling is better, because at this point, this thing is better than... toggle status. There, toggle display. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, at this point, this is doing more damage than the axe was. So... wait. The scaling is only marginally better, so it's just a better weapon. Huh. Alright, well... Seems like an upgrade. Let's see if we can farm these, snake guys. They probably give some souls, right? Hell, maybe that's why they're here. I'm gonna hit one. I'm gonna kill one that's gonna give me, like, 400 souls. Sen's Fortress sounds like the name of a pirate BBS. Holy shit. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that reach is mad decent. Oh, 500? Oh, okay, that's not bad at all. I can get what I need in, no time. See, that's 86. That's 61. Yeah, okay, I'll agree. It's the better weapon. Again, this is the thing where, like, I will do all this, I'll go back, and I'll just get rocked by them anyway, but at least it won't be the same fight again, because I think I did that 100 times at least with that fucking axe, and, well, that didn't work, so let's try something different. Wish I'd thought... I wish you'd suggested this 2 hours ago, if I'm perfectly frank. Oh, hey. The arrows on the ground, or the arrow button on the ground didn't reset. Well, that's a bummer. Now I have to actually fight these guys.
Weapon.
I don't want to fight them, though, is the thing. I'm here for money, not for combat. Man, do they consistently stagger when I do the overhead? It seems like they do. The Blowjob Brothers. Jesus. They should dekite if I run over here. No, no, they're not going to dekite. This is really funny. Huh. Huh. I think one of them may have disintegrated, though. Yeah, I think he just went back to his spawn location. Well, I'm gonna get the Ember, but I wanted to finish getting this up to level 5 first. Yeah, he's here now. Okay, we've got enough now that I can afford to buy the necessary,
LOL, I took a nap, got up and you're still going.
Yeah, well, at least you came back to a more interesting part instead of just 100 identical runs to fucking Ornstein and Smough. I really didn't think it was going to go like that. I gotta be frank, I'm sort of bummed about that. I did not want it to go like that. I was certain I was going to win at any moment. Oops, that's 5,000 souls. That's not what I intended. Fuck. Oh, I meant to grab the one above it. Alright, well, what'll that get us?
Well,
It's just... I don't want to lose all that. Okay, so... we need 3 Titanites. So, to that end... 2, 3... Okay, reinforce weapon. Weapon. Okay, that's done. And now we have 4,300 souls and nothing to do with them. Motherfucker!
Don't get yourself killed. Neither of
God damn it, this sucks. I'm gonna lose all these fucking souls going down into the goddamn depths. That's what's gonna happen. Alright, there's a fellow out there. Oh, right, I should rest. Give me 1 second. Let's see, not that. Let's see, that goes over there. Is that what I'm looking for? No. Sorry, I'm looking for a cable. What the hell is this cable? Ah, this one will probably do. But have you considered Ogan smoke? D K. Okay, there we go. Okay, continuing. Pardon me. Busy, guys. I gotta go to the depths. Bye. I wonder if the reason they have those gates up there is specifically so that the enemies don't kite into the elevator shaft and fall down on your head. That would not shock me if that was the exact reason. Crow makes crow noises. That pleases me, at least. Okay, alright, let's go get killed by some level 1 zombies with torches. Boy, I am still getting used to this moveset. Boy, howdy. You saw that. You saw how I almost lost 4,300 souls right there? You saw how that nearly happened. Hey, what's up? The goddamn depths. They call it the depths because it's the depths of actual literal hell. honestly, on replaying this, the last time I went through the depths, I hated it a lot less than I used to. A lot of the problems I had with it the first time through had to do with having a hard time seeing what I was doing, not knowing what I was trying to do, a lot of other things. Like, there was a bunch of meta reasons that I didn't like the depths. I still don't love the fact that they've got the fucking pitfalls and the curse basilisks, the salamanders, what the fuck they're called. I don't like those things. I wish they were not in the goddamn game. Mostly because they just creep me out. I don't know how else to put it. Okay, I need to go one-handed if I'm going to be useful down here. Immediately gets rocked. Okay. I seem to recall there's a one of those guys, there he is, who's in a not immediately obvious location, and even if you know he's there, you can still get fucked by him. Oh, the other reason to go one-handed is because of the dogs, who should not be nearly as much of a problem as they once were. Wow, that's the most aggressive I've ever seen the Butcher. Normally it's the damn dog I have to deal with for the first 10 minutes down here, and then only then... Oh, speaking of which... Oh, I love Dark Souls dogs. Specifically Dark Souls 1. The dogs in the other games are similar, but not the same. I love Diablo 2. Or is it 1? It's 1, right? Wow, this guy does not want to stagger. There we go. Ow. Okay, that'll do. Pig, etc. Alright, we got the Lember. We have 6,400 souls. That's a pretty good number. And I think the best thing to do at this point would be to just book it straight back to the blacksmith. I honestly thought it was going to take a little bit longer to get this all lined up, but I can at least get this thing up to +6, maybe further. Butcher's in 1, okay. I couldn't remember if there was like a callback to the Butcher in 2. Like, don't you get the Butcher's Cleaver, but you don't... I can't remember. And 3, okay. Because I never played Diablo 1. My brother played it. I never played it. I didn't know a whole lot about it. Wait, so can I not get this to +10 if I take... Oh, okay. He sells the shards. Okay. Alright, well, then that's what we'll do. We'll just take a succession of relative shortcuts to get us back to the place, and we'll do that. And then if I need extra souls, there's stuff to farm in Anor Londo for sure. Oh boy. Once again, streamer nearly beefs it. I mean, 6,400 souls is not that many in the grand scheme of things, but it's enough that it would be really irritating to lose, you know? And I mean, I need them right now in order to do what I'm doing, and I don't want to lose a bunch of time. Andre still has to make it +6. Wait, so... Oh, I'm sorry. So you're saying that I still need to take the Ember to Andre? Not... Because can't you only give it to one of them? Look this up before I get there. Because I want to fuck this up. Okay, so I am still going to Andre. He's going to upgrade it. He's going to fucking whatever the hell it is, uplift it. And then I go to the Giant in order to finish the upgrade process. Is that what we're saying? Because I don't want to have to go to Anor Londo and then work my way all the way back to bring him some Titanite slabs. Alright, I'm doing it. I'm giving him the Ember.
I could. Why not?
Alright. Modify equipment. Claymore. +6. Send. Okay. Oh, and then I have 4 Titanite shards. Alright, so real quick, what is our current... God damn it, I keep doing this. Wow, that is a big hop over what I had before. Okay, so this is definitely much tougher a weapon than what I had going into the fight the last time, so I could already probably go and make a go of it. But we got 6,000 souls and 4 Titanite shards. We can, or chunks. We can definitely get to +7 and maybe further. So, wait. Oh, fuck, I forgot where I was going. God damn it. Waiting for the 6 people in chat. Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? Ugh. This is the worst Dark Souls speedrun in history. I mean, that's genuinely true. If this were a speedrun, this would be the worst one in history. Wait. Oh, god damn it. I'm sorry, I misread what you were saying. Okay, then I will upgrade it while I'm at Andre. Where aren't I going? Pretty much everywhere other than to Anor Londo.
Well, you need it.
Reinforced weapon. Weapon. Oh, we can even take it to +8. Oh, okay, and we just need one more. Shit.
Get yourself killed.
At least that guy, okay, at least that guy who was cheating at GDQ had the decency to lie about it, so it looked like you were having a good time. Oh god, yeah, this is a huge improvement over what I had. Alright. Here we go, here we go, here we go. 1, nothing wrong with me. 2, nothing wrong with me. 3, nothing. I'm really hoping that $5,200 is enough to afford a... I am not doing a speed run. I'm doing a bit. I'd love to stay and fight, but busy. I love letting those guys get rocked. It's really funny. He's gonna hit me. You know, I absolutely could not do a competitive speedrun of this game. That much is not in dispute. Like, I would never be good enough to do that. The people who do that are outrageous. And by couldn't, I mean that I would never be willing to put in the effort, even for, not even for the, honestly, like, a lot of the really hyper impressive speedrun stuff that's, like, mind-numbingly hard to achieve, a lot of that is the exploits. And the exploits are, I think, in a lot of cases, harder than just doing the 100% runs normally. Whereas, you know, where those are just like normal execution of like intended gameplay, usually, rather than, you know, trying to get stuff to break reliably, right? This is certainly not 100% true, but you get what I mean, that like, it is very often the case, at least, that, an ordinary non-glitched run is just going to be, playing the game very, very well a lot of the time. So if I were going to do a speed run, I probably would not be looking at the wacky any % stuff, because that's where you see a lot of the, like, yeah, you got to do 43 perfect, you know, frame perfect inputs, and if you drop one, it's a reset, right? I feel like there'd be a lot more latitude in in just like an ordinary 100% run. Or something like that. But, you know, and I still wouldn't come anywhere close to the top of the leaderboards. However, I could see myself getting to a point where I could do Ornstein and Smough in one fucking round. And the reason for that, a lot of that has to do with, this is an equipment sport. Like, the levels and the weapons you bring are important. The reason I was trying to do it with that axe is because that's how I did it the first way through, and I'm certain, when I first played this game, that I killed Ornstein Smough with no better than a +5 axe. I am certain I didn't have it upgraded any further because I was a dipshit and I didn't know how anything worked. If you don't know how to play this game perfectly, you're unintelligent. That's the assertion that I'm making here. But no, really, like, I was getting advice from Daria and reading the wiki and whatnot, but I'm sure I didn't go into that with that good a weapon. And certainly on later runs, you know, the other day I ran through and did a. The other day I ran through and I got through Ornstein Smough in just about 4 hours, beginning to beating them, and I don't even know that I upgraded my weapon all that much. Certainly not to the level. Certainly not to this level. Not by any means. So I don't know. Like, it just bugged me that I couldn't do it with that axe. I'm sure it'll be easier doing it this way. Hell, I might get him on my first try. I don't know. I could maybe do it right now, but I just didn't feel that I needed to do it that way. Thing is, though, that's a matter of hubris and pride, which is fine. If you want to be hubristic, then whatever, you know, that's the thing you can do with your time. But if I was setting out to actually complete this quickly and efficiently, what I would have done is routed it. In other words, I would have figured out, in order to, you know, beat these guys most efficiently, what weapon should I take? What should I have ready to go by the time I get here? And if it was this one, imagine how much time it would have saved, you know? All right. So I need one Titanite shard to continue. Wait a minute. I think I looked at the wrong weapon. No, it's one large Titanite shard, which is this one here, and that is, woof, that is $3,800. I can only afford one. That is going to get me to +9, and for the next one, I need 3, which is going to be over $10,000. I could do it if I did some grinding. What do these guys give? Soul-wise. 500? Okay. It wouldn't take that long to get to, No way. Absolutely not. No. No, there's no possibility that this has happened. There's no way, right? Right? What just happened didn't happen. It couldn't have. There's no way. I'm not alive right now. I'm in death cam or something, right? See, I still don't love the moveset, but maybe I can adapt to it. I don't know. Either way, okay, that could be a pretty fast farm, if we're frank. Oh, right, the boss souls. Yeah, what am I thinking? Shit. Let's do this one, actually. Yes. That is just shy, and then we'll burn this one. I forgot I had the boss souls, though I think that would... Oh, no, that's right. I need 12,000 some, whatever it is. Listen. Listen. Okay, I don't think that's quite enough, but let's go ahead and buy these things. Oh, excellent. And then it's going to cost me, what, 400 to upgrade it? Maybe a little more? That is, yeah, 400, so... Let's bring one more of these. I am a pro gamer with mad skills. Thank you. Alright, reinforced weapon. Oh, jeez. Press the right button, man. Claymore, +10. There we go. Alright. So remember to go open this door, because there's no reason not to. Bonk. Okay. No, buddy, we're not doing that. Bye. As they say. Bye. Oh, I guess actually the fastest route is to go out the front and hang a left, isn't it? Oh, he's here now. That's inconvenient. Can I... sir. Okay, there we go. I'm busy. I don't need your souls right now. See, I actually hate doing this run through the front door. Now that I know about that I can do it the stairs way. Yeah, the stairs are faster and safer, aren't they? But honestly, like, now that I know I can do the stair skipper, like, oh, that's really funny. You know, I was down on flasks anyway, so I'm just gonna go ahead and run in here and just see what the fuck happens. All right, here we go. Oops. Holy shit! Oh my god, the damage I'm doing is very funny. Oh my god. I don't know. I mean, maybe this is just a lesson in for me that no, I don't have the patience to do challenge runs. You know, if I couldn't even do it with the fucking, I mean, well, yeah. If I couldn't even do this, if I didn't even have the patience to do this using the half upgraded axe, you know, I'm never gonna do like a fucking you know, broken sword hilt run. As much as the idea amuses me, though, I mean, to be fair, there might be optimizations that I could have learned about if I was really serious about it. But hey, you know, the other thing is, I guess this is also just a reminder that get good sometimes means read the fucking wiki. Because there's absolutely no reason to have been doing it the way I was doing it, other than that I set myself an arbitrary challenge I wanted to complete. Congratulations, the last 4 hours could have been completely avoided. Like, not that I didn't know that, but I had memories of doing this the way I was doing it. And I didn't think it was going to be that hard. Ow. Oh, that was a stagger. Whoops. Oh, I didn't get caught by it. Whoops. Unnecessary drinking. All right, first try. Well, everybody, I think we've learned a very important lesson today. If anybody figures out what it is, please let me know. We're going to end this stream where we started it. 11 hours older and substantially dumber. I was born stupid, but I will not die hungry. Video games forever. Well,
and overcome much, chosen undead. Come hither, child. O chosen undead, I am Guinevere, daughter of Lord Gwyn and Queen of Sunlight. Since the day Father his form did obscureth, I have awaited thee. I bequeath the Lord vessel to thee.
I think every line of this is a lie, which is also, like, well, I mean, also, she doesn't exist, so.
And beseech thee, succeed Lord Gwyn, and inheriteth the fire of our world. Thou shalt endeth this eternal twilight, and avert further undead sacrifices.
It is extremely funny. It is extremely funny that this is how it went. Wait, do not kill her yet? I mean, okay, I'm curious why you say that. I hadn't planned on it, but what were you going to propose? Because I can't remember all the things that happen when you kill her. Bonfires go out. Oh, really? Oh, right, yeah.
Don't do that.
That's really funny. Well, I'm going to go ahead and warp home. Oh, I guess I should spend these souls. Let's see. What do I want to do? Wow, that doesn't do much. Am I at the soft cap already? I guess I could put the points in there. That would add more damage than putting them into strength. But I guess that also does increase my defense. Yeah, so I think I'm... So what's the play here? Like, does it make sense to just put points into dex if I want to hit harder? Because that does get me more damage on the weapon, and apparently also buffs defense just like strength. 40-40 stir dex. Okay. Well, then I guess maybe it makes sense to push this up. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll finish this next weekend or just whenever I feel like it. Okay, so def just goes up no matter what you level. Alright, whatever. We're going to do that. And then... yeah, we're 2 grand short of another level. I'm trying to think, what's the closest enemies? Oh, yeah, these guys. I'm just going to go hit one of these giants. I could probably kill them, right? Without too much trouble. I could crush a soul, but... I'm going to go hit one of these guys instead. I want to enjoy my upgraded weapon. Oh, yeah, that'll do, pig. I think these guys confer a pretty decent number of souls. Yeah, there we go. Of course, the Blowjob Brothers situation sucks. These guys are really hard to kite. Oh, really? It was that easy? I remember it being really hard to kite just one of them at a time. And so you'd always end up getting sandwiched. Oh, that's the other problem. Pretty effective guards, eh? Why is this guy still alive? Isn't he on, like, pixel health at this point? He is. There we go. No, this stream is definitely never going to be 11 hours long. Why would that happen? That could never happen. I'll stop long before then. It's really, really, really funny that it was... that I was stuck for that long, only to instantaneously blast through fucking Ornstein. This is a lesson I will carry with me forever. Every time I play this game. Alright. Well. Thank you all for coming. This was good. In several senses. Bad in others. I hope you had what one could call a good time. What a stupid stream. And hopefully I'll do a less stupid one next weekend. I'm really glad, though, that we got through everything we had to say about Star Wars and Halo.
Goodbye.
I definitely won't have anything more to say about either of those topics next time we meet. Hey, I think I successfully said everything I have to say about Dark Souls in this stream. So next time we can just have a fun time.
Goodbye.
Oh yeah, level 90 druid. I do remember that stream, but that was a 10-hour stream during which I was working very hard the whole time and on camera. So it was a lot more exhausting than this, though this was not exhausting. All right. Thank you all so much for coming. Have a good night. And
Goodbye.
yeah, that's about the size of it.